no choice, and he is no longer in the mood to ask questions about the program. However, he has not checked out the new functions of the system, and now he wants to sort out whether there are any that can be used. If we talk about being confused, no one is more confused than he is now. Too many things are pressing on his little holy head at one time, and everything is beyond his control. How to avoid chaos? Tian Zhuer is gone and Xuanjizi has problems again. Now Zhou Xingdou has almost become the backbone of Jushuan Peak and Judian Peak. Now all the trust is placed on Zhou Xingdou. Although the affiliated forces of Taishi Dao domain have all left together, the affiliated forces in other domains like Shenwu sect should not have left. They still have power in their hands, so the situation is not too bad. What's more, the Dian dynasty was nominally destroyed because of the Zhou family. As long as the Zhou family's remaining power was still there, no one would dare to touch the Zhou family's trophies. Countless beings are also wary of the Zhou family. No matter how bad Zhou Xingdou is, he can still hide under the protection of his grandfather Zhou Wuji and Qin Ming. No trouble or enemy can do anything to him. We should put aside all external factors now. The disappearance of the Zhou family, any defense lines, and resistance to evil spirits. We should wait until the mystery is solved in 5 days before thinking about it. The Taoist master's inquiry is the most important thing, otherwise everything will be useless. If you don't take care of it, it will cause complete chaos. If there is no problem with Zhan Jizi, then Zhan Heavenly Tao sect can rely on himself. Even though the Zhou family has disappeared, there is still a huge monster standing behind him, which has made countless beings throw rats away. After giving instructions to Chen Nong, Zhou Xingdou looked at Ning Yez. Now he was in no mood to tease Ning Yez and had nothing to give him. He nodded slightly to Ning Yez and retreated into the secret room. Yes, don't worry, young master. When the Zhou family was first built, they left behind the method of moving it. No dust will be left to others. If there is a problem with Xuanjizi, Zhou Xingdou can take over as Dao child, and he doesn't need to worry about his background. When Zhou Xingdou closed the door of the secret room again, his expression could no longer maintain the calmness he had just before, and for a moment it was as gloomy as a cold pool. Grandpa took the Zhou family and left Chuyuan without a trace. How could he really be so calm? Numbness is numb, but it does not mean that he is really calm in his heart. He is just acting in front of others, and his heart has long been filled with a sense of crisis. No matter how arrogant he was in the past, Zhou Xingdou never worried, because the presence of the Zhou family was a mountain of stability in his heart. But now he had to admit that his position was a little messed up, and his whole body became tense involuntarily. The evil spirits, Tianjizi, Tiandao, Chaos God Cult, those unknown enemies, and Yunjinji who can't see clearly, all threaten his life. Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry at the beginning because, although he was in a swamp and mud, there was still an Optimus pillar pulling him. As long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But now it's completely different. The sky-supporting pillar behind him suddenly pulled away, leaving only a few bamboo poles. These bamboo poles can only barely hold him, but they may be broken at any time. The swamp mud may swallow you up at any time. This caused Zhou Xingdou to break out into a sweat on his forehead. Now that he had been released from seclusion, how could he return to the secret room again if he was really confident? If he was really confident, he would immediately go to the original location of the Zhou family to see if his grandfather and Uncle Qin left any information, instead of letting Chen Nong and the others move the Zhou family's legacy to the Dian dynasty. But Zhou Xingdou couldn't show this kind of worry in front of Chen Nong and Ning Yez. Just as he thought, now he was the backbone of everyone, and if he messed up, everything would be in chaos. And his pride did not allow others to see his nervousness. This is an extremely contradictory mentality. It is difficult for Zhou Xingdou to understand that this kind of mentality can appear in himself who has been a human being for 3 generations. But in fact, this is not Zhou Xingdou's fault. The things he comes into contact with and the things he provokes now would make even the great emperor tremble. In the final analysis, he is just a holy saint now. Zhou Xingdou took a few deep breaths and inadvertently saw what he looked like now on the jade that was polished like a lens. Looking at himself with a nervous expression and sweating on his head, Zhou Xingdou laughed at himself and murmured to himself on the jade wall. You shouldn't have that look on your face. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou tightened his fist and punched the jade biscuit. The mirror image on the jade biscuits was distorted like waves on the water. At this moment, the sweat on Zhou Xingdou's head was evaporated by the energy and blood like the scorching sun in an instant, and his ugly and nervous expression was forced down by him. When the mirror image on the jade reappeared, Zhou Xingdou's expression was completely indifferent, and his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy were so deep that no emotion could be seen. Zhou Xingdou no longer looked at himself in the mirror, but looked at the palm that had just hit the jade and said, "Power, strength, force." His voice became colder and colder. "I want it all." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou suddenly clenched his palms, and the wind blew up in the secret room, blowing his black hair dyed like ink and dancing wildly. He never wanted that expression to appear on his face again. That is not the expression he should have. He can be easygoing, carefree, and even humorous, but he will never allow that incompetent expression to appear on his face. But now that he wants to get all this quickly, the system's help is naturally indispensable. Zhou Xingdou also returned to the center of the secret room and sat cross-legged again. After calming down, he said to the system program, "Open the luck value mall." After the system was repaired in advance, Zheng Yan updated the luck value mall. The luck value mall also added new products and the original cards were enhanced. Initially, Zhou Xingdou was suspicious of the system program and confused by the secret of rebirth, so he never checked in time, but it is not too late to check now. In an instant, a brand new luck value mall appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Innate luck stripping card. The innate luck can be stripped from the lucky person. After enhancement, the stripping object includes the Sun of Destiny. Price: 10,000 luck value. Ignore the strong kill card. The condition of being unable to kill by fate and luck can be lifted in advance. After enhancement, it will cut off all protection from the Sun of Destiny, but killing by force is still difficult and unexpected. Price: 50,000 luck points. Chi clearance card. Clear the opponent's chi, but you will not receive luck value rewards. Note: it can be used directly for those with great luck. Those with special luck, such as the Sun of Destiny, need to ignore the strong kill card before using the Chi Clear card. Price: 10,000 luck value. Price reduced by half after enhancement. Lucky Person Exploration card. Use this card to directly explore the lucky person within a certain range, directly open the panel and provide its location. After enhancement, the exploration range increases from 1 state to 5 states in a radius. Price: 2,000 luck value. Zhou Xingdou looked at the original cards in the luck value mall and nodded slightly. In the past, the innate luck stripping card could only be used against people with great luck, but could not be used against Children of Destiny, which was a bit useless. Now that it can be used on Children of Destiny after being enhanced, it is a lot more useful. After all, the innate luck of those so-called great luck or people with good luck is too low level, and it is difficult for Zhou Xingdou to appreciate it. It's a pity that this card was not enhanced before Du Buhui was eliminated. After all, Zhou Xingdou also coveted the innate destiny of the immortal soul. However, without Du Buhui's contribution, it would have been difficult for Zhou Xingdou to repair the system for the second time so early. As for the Ignore Strong Kill card, it seems that it is really useless now. Not only is it expensive to sell, but its function is extremely useless. It only unlocks the kill limit. Although now isolated from all protection, there are still difficulties and accidents. Not to mention the risks, the benefits are not as great as those of weakening the destiny of the Child of Destiny step by step. This card is basically something that will hardly be used unless it is given away for free. There was no change in the Chi Clear card, except that the price was reduced by half, from 20,000 to 10,000, and was directly ignored by Zhou Xingdou. However, the Luck Detection card has been greatly enhanced now. It used to be able to detect only 1 state, but now it has been increased 5 times to cover 5 states in a radius. However, these additional point cards are not the focus of Zhou Xingdou's current attention. What he wants to know most is the price of Zudian Transmigrate and what other new products are. After reading the card, Zhou Xingdou slid down the Luck Value Mall. Several new products suddenly appeared in front of him, which made his eyes light up. The number of times the heavens transmigrate. Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. Enlightenment Bodhisattva. Number of transmigrate functions in the heavens. The number of transmigrate functions in the heavens. Needless to say, the price is 360,000 luck points. Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. The special holy medicine for the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, the giant elephant. It is a secret medicine tailor-made by the system for the divine elephant's prison suppressing power. Taking one pill can unlock millions of giant elephant particles. Price: 200 luck value. Enlightenment Bodhi Seed. Enlightenment Bodhi Seed is produced by the Bodhi ancestral tree and has been systematically sacrificed. Taking it can directly improve the host's understanding of the exercises. The improvement depends on the difficulty of the exercises. Price: 500 luck value. Supreme War Slave. In the long river of destiny in the world, randomly grab a person as the host war slave. The initial realm of the war slave is limited to Supreme Realm, which varies between the initial stage of Supreme and the creation of the Lord. Note: luck points can be spent to specify the realm of war slaves from which to summon. Selling price: 100,000 luck points. Number of skill fusions: fusion of 5 supreme skills to create a path of transcendence that perfectly suits the host. Note: this function can only be used once. The goods will disappear immediately after redemption. Host should use it with caution. Price: 1 million luck points. Looking at the 5 newly added products in the Luck Value Mall, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed. Except for the number of times of Zhudian Transmigrate, Zhou Xingdou was slightly surprised by the other 4 products. The Dragon Elephant Sacred Medicine and the Bodhi Seed of Enlightenment, which he could only obtain as a reward for depriving his luck in the past, can now be purchased directly with luck points in the Luck Value Mall, which is naturally a good thing for Zhou Xingdou. Needless to say the wonderful effects of these 2 medicines. What surprised Zhou Xingdou even more was the price of the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine and Enlightenment Bodhi Seed. One Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine only costs 200 luck points. Although the price of Enlightenment Bodhi Seed is higher than that of Dragon Elephant Sacred Medicine, the price of 500 luck points is not high compared to its value. Zhou Xingdou has now developed 540 million giant elephant particles, which is only 300 million giant elephant particles short of the number of perfection, which translates into 300 dragon elephant elixirs. 200 times 300 totaled 60,000. Zhou Xingdou originally had 40,000 luck points left, but the repair system rewarded him with another 100,000 luck points. Even if he redeemed it, it was more than enough, leaving more than half. However, when Zhou Xingdou was satisfied with the giant elephant particles, he caught a glimpse of the Supreme Battle Slave below. Supreme War Slave is naturally an upgraded version of Holy Realm War Slave. For such a straightforward name, it is impossible for Zhou Xingdou not to understand the meaning. But when I saw the details of Supreme Slaves, there was still a twinkle in my eyes. The initial state is in the early stage of Supreme, but this is only the lowest bottom line, which is equivalent to a guarantee. If Zhou Xingdou is lucky enough, it is very possible to draw a Creation Lord. Moreover, the Supreme War Slaves in the Luck Value Mall are also a little different from the previously rewarded Holy Realm War Slaves, that is, they can consume the luck value to specify the realm. In other words, as long as Zhou Xingdou's luck value is enough, he doesn't need to gamble at all and can directly summon a strong person at the level of Creation Master. Supreme Realm, even among the immortals, is an absolute high-level one. Creation Lord is the top-level existence under the Quasi-Emperor. Even the major immortals in power are mostly in this realm. The leader of the Holy Land of Wanyu, Wanwazi, was a powerful person at the level of Creation Master. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't won the Xingyu Guards at that time and had the Xingyu commander to protect him, I might not have been able to do anything to him. The power of Creation Lord cannot be ignored almost anywhere. Even Zhou Xingdou doesn't have many powerful people who created the venerable realm around him. If you exclude the Zhou family's servants, there aren't even a single one. But the price made Zhou Xingdou a little confused. If he exchanged 100,000 luck points, he would only have 40,000 luck points left. Even if all the remaining 40,000 are exchanged for the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine, it will not be enough to reach the perfect number of 840 million Divine Elephant Prisons suppressing giant elephant particles. As for the number of Heavenly Transmigrate and the number of skill fusions, Zhou Xingdou just looked at the price and put them aside. It was simply not something he could afford today. The price of the number of times of the Heavens Transmigrate is 360,000 luck points, and the number of times of the skill fusion is as high as 1 million luck points. If the number of times of the Heavens Transmigrate has not been repaired, he can still think of it, and the price of the number of times of the skill fusion is, let him simply not bother to think about it. You must know that his total accumulated luck value is only 600,000. This is thanks to the blessing of the Demon Sea, otherwise it would not be possible to deprive him of the Sun of Destiny even if he is deprived of him even in years and months. No matter how transcendent the skill fusion function is, the price of 1 million luck points is just an ornament in the luck value mall for Zhou Xingdou, or it is like a pie that the system stimulates him to work hard to draw. Be realistic. So in the end Zhou Xingdou's choice was still between Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine and Supreme War Slave. These two choices are essentially a common problem. That is whether to strengthen oneself or expand external forces. So Zhou Xingdou didn't need to think about this choice for too long, because his path all along was to strengthen himself, so he just hesitated for a moment and immediately spent 60,000 luck points to exchange for 300 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. Of course, the reason why you choose the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine is not just a choice of path, but also the result of weighing the pros and cons. The Supreme Battle Slave seems to be worth it, but it does not necessarily summon the Master of Creation. As for the so-called function of spending luck points to specify a realm, it is a big trap. Because he doesn't know how much luck it will cost to create the war slaves in the Venerable Realm. This can only be known when he redeems the Supreme War Slave and starts summoning. However, after redeeming the Supreme War Slave, Zhou Xingdou only has 40,000 luck points left. If the cost of creating the Venerable Realm is far more than 40,000, then Zhou Xingdou could only gamble on luck. If you are unlucky and only draw an early stage Supreme, it may be worth it to Zhou Xingdou, but it will not be as valuable as the perfection of the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing giant elephant particle. What's more, now that the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, Chennong and others are already equivalent to their own subordinates. Zhou Xingdou is not too lacking in combat power at the level of Creation Lord. It was too early to draw the Supreme Battle Slave now. It was better to reach the state of perfection of the giant elephant. He also wanted to see what changes would happen to his Divine Elephant prison suppressing power if he obtained the perfect number of 840 million elephant particles. For such large expenditures, the system program also reminded and confirmed out of caution. Dinger the host sure to spend 60,000 luck points to exchange for 300 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. Now that Zhou Xingdou has made his choice, it is naturally impossible to change it. Confirm. Ding the host's current total luck value is 140,000, deducting 60,000 luck values, the remaining luck value is 80,000. Ding 300 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicines have been distributed to the system warehouse, please check the host. Absolute Beginning Realm, Tianchuan Holy State. Today's Zhan Heavenly Dao sect is also quite lively. The guards at the once deserted mountain gate have been replaced, and people come to visit from time to time. The two teams of cold-looking, armored intersect law enforcement officers lined up on both sides of the mountain gate. Their cultivation levels have all reached the ultimate realm of Divine Treasure, Divine King. Apart from these intersect law enforcement in the Divine King realm, there are two extremely beautiful women standing inside the mountain gate of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. A man is full of heroic spirit and has a serious face. He stands at the mountain gate with a heroic posture. His whole body exudes an upright yet extremely sharp and terrifying sword intent, which makes people stay away. The other one is naturally charming, with a slight smile and a dignified posture. Although he looks charming but not slutty, he seems to be polite but repulses others thousands of miles away. These two people are naturally the elders of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect Jushuan Peak, Ning Yez and Yuji. The reason why these two people were allowed to wait at the mountain gate was naturally because something big happened in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect today. The so-called big event is naturally Zhou Xingdou's Dao child coronation ceremony. Originally, the only two elders of Jushuan Peak were not dispatched, but some of the elders of Judian Peak were away and could not return. 4 of the remaining 5 were seriously injured for unknown reasons, and now their lives are not out of danger. This implicates Fang Daokan, the head of Judian Peak, to take care of them, so Jushuan Peak has no choice but to take on the task of welcoming those who come to watch the ceremony and congratulate them. If there were just some big forces, there would be no need for the two of them. It was just the Nether King Palace, another immortal force of the mountain locking sect in the absolute beginning domain that had not come out for hundreds of years. I don't know why it suddenly appeared and said that it would come to visit today, present. As for the Nether King Palace, because it has been closed to the sect for too long, many juniors in the absolute beginning Dao domain have forgotten that there is this immortal force in the absolute beginning Dao domain. Even Ning Yez knows very little about this immortal force. For some reason, the sect's classics of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect did not write much about the immortal forces belonging to the same domain, and there were no detailed records. It seemed that they were not active before the function Suo sect. Although the name of the Nether King Palace is a bit unorthodox, it was not kicked out of the Absolute Beginning Dao domain by Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, who once suppressed the Absolute Beginning Dao domain. It seems that it is not an evil sect. Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, as the overlord of the Absolute Beginning Dao realm, the so-called greeting was actually just a show. The other forces who came to watch the ceremony had not had time to please him, so naturally they could not cause any trouble. For these unimportant forces, even Ning Yez would not pay too much attention. At most, he would just bow to his elders and give a slight nod to his peers. The Absolute Beginning Dao realm is indeed much weaker than the Taishi Dao realm. There are not a few big forces, and it is impossible to bring too many people to watch the ceremony. Usually one or a few elders come with a few juniors to see them. See the world. So Ning Yez and Yuji are actually quite free, and there are still a few hours before Dao Child's coronation, so there are not many people coming at this moment. At this time of leisure, Ning Yu looked at Jushuan Peak with some worry, not only because of what was about to happen at Dao Child's coronation, but also because Zhou Xingdou was still not out of seclusion at this time. Now that the time is getting closer and closer, Zhou Xingdou is nowhere to be seen, and even Ning Yez is uneasy. Although she stands at the mountain gate with a calm expression, she only feels a little anxious. Ning Yu also suddenly looked at Yuji beside her, but for some reason, after Yuji broke through to the holy saint, this foxy girl who made her a little annoyed has become extremely peaceful and is no longer as annoying as before. Yuji also noticed Ning Yez's gaze, and looked at Ning Yez and smiled slowly, with some doubts in her eyes. Ning Yu frowned, and then said to Yuji, "Yuji, please go back to Jushuan Peak first to see if Dao Child has come out of seclusion. If he has not come out of seclusion, let Han Yi knock on the door as soon as possible. There are only a few hours left, so let him prepare in advance." Not seeing Zhou Xingdou come out of seclusion made Ning Yu uneasy. Just as Zhou Xingdou thought, he had indeed become the backbone among them now. Just coming out late made Ning Yu uneasy. After hearing Ning Yez's words, Yuji nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go now. Ning Yu's presence here is enough, Yuji is the icing on the cake, and it doesn't hurt to leave for a short period of time." Moreover, Yuji also wanted to see her master from the bottom of her heart, so how could she refuse Ning Yez? After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and left the mountain gate. And not long after Yuji left, the quiet space outside Zhan Heavenly Dao sect began to boil for a while. Buzz buzz buzz. A buzzing sound resounded throughout the world, and a crack opened in the void in front of the mountain gate. Ning Yu was naturally startled by the buzzing sound. Her pair of heroic eyes suddenly focused on the open crack, and her hand that was naturally hanging down gently placed on the sword at her waist. Because she felt several extremely powerful breaths in that crack, and these breaths emanating from the void definitely did not belong to the Absolute Beginning realm. Amitabha. Suddenly, a grand and majestic Buddha's revelation sounded, and countless overwhelming golden lights instantly appeared around the crack in the void that suddenly opened. This golden light is not dazzling, on the contrary, it is very blended. Countless Buddhist scriptures appear in the golden light, and golden lotuses are also condensed in the golden light, rising slowly. Ning Yu looked at the overwhelming scriptures and golden lotuses and said in slight surprise, "A person from the 10,000 Buddha's temple in the Buddha realm. There are 9 great Dao realms in the early Yuan dynasty, and there are also many realms. The environment of these realms is naturally far inferior to that of the 9 great Dao realms, but it does not mean that these realms are weak. Just like the sword domain, it is now a place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators. The Buddha realm is naturally a place of pilgrimage for Buddhists all over the world. It is also the place where Buddhism originated in the early Yuan dynasty. It is called Daxitian by Buddhists all over the world. In the Buddhist realm, there is also the only Buddhist cultivating force in the Chuyuan immortal. It is also one of the oldest forces in the Chuyuan and can be called the supreme and immortal 10,000 Buddha's temple. The Zen-like words, 10,000 Buddhas, on the giant lotus of Buddha's light that slowly emerged from the cracks in the void immediately confirmed Ning Yez's suspicion. The intersect law enforcement officers in the Divine King realm in front of the mountain gate also looked surprised. One of them looked at the giant lotus illuminated by the Buddha's light and said doubtfully, 10,000 Buddha's temple. Our Zhan Heavenly Dao sect seems to have no interaction with them. How could they come today? The people next to him were also a little confused and guessed. Maybe you want to make friends with our Zon Heavenly Tao sect. After all, their Buddhist practices are not very popular. As this inter-sect law enforcement officer said, Buddhist practice was not welcomed in the early Yuan environment. It was difficult for Buddhist teachings to leave the Buddhist realm, and his words about the equality of all living beings were quite disdainful. Ning Yez naturally heard these discussions about law enforcement within the inner sect, and immediately shouted softly, "Silence, don't be rude." However, Ning Yu was equally confused about the arrival of 10,000 Buddha's temple. Just as those inter-sect law enforcement officials said, Zon Heavenly Tao sect had no intersection with the Buddha realm, and it was impossible to invite 10,000 Buddha's temple. And in the midst of this Sumeru, thousands of Buddha lights illuminated the heaven and earth, bursts of Sanskrit sounds came out in the void, and the grand and majestic Buddha's revelation sounded again. Amitabha, the poor monk and heavenly Buddha at the pure platform, together with 10,000 Buddhas and his disciples, pay homage to profound heaven. Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared on the giant lotus. Under the light of thousands of Buddhas, a monk with a solemn appearance and a delicate novice with red lips and white teeth slowly walked out from the giant lotus. The monk was dressed in a golden cassock, with more than 1,000,000 Buddha lights all around him. His Zen mind was earth-shattering. The 5-color Buddha light wheel behind his head was slowly turning. His aura was extremely terrifying, but it did not make people feel threatened. And every time he took a step, a golden lotus appeared under his feet, one golden lotus for each step. This is the appearance of the great accomplishment of Buddhism. The novice beside him was wearing a gray-white monk's robe, with a delicate face with red lips and white teeth. Even though he had shaved off 3,000 troubles and was dressed in extremely simple clothes, he could not hide his charm. And this novice monk had his hands clasped together, his eyes closed, and there was a round mole as red as cinnabar between his eyebrows. He didn't have a powerful aura on his body, but it made people feel friendly and warm. However, the Zon Heavenly Tao sect and other inner law enforcement officers looked at each other in response to the two people's self-reported family status. Although these two people were quite grand, they had never heard of the Heavenly Buddha and the 10,000 Buddhas. Only Ning Yu raised her eyebrows, as if she had remembered something, and took a step forward to the void in front of the Zon Heavenly Tao sect mountain gate. She cupped her hands towards the monk with a solemn appearance and said, "It turns out that it's Master Jingtai, the head of the Buddha. Ning Yu, the law enforcer at Chuyuan Peak, is polite. Ning was rude just now. Please don't blame Venerable." The name Tianfo Zunjingtai is indeed unfamiliar to people in the absolute beginning Tao realm, but to be named after Tianfo, it is naturally not an ordinary supreme in the Buddhist realm. The head of the Buddha, the current Buddha who has given up the status of the 10,000 Buddhas temple, is actually equivalent to the leader of the 10,000 Buddhas temple. If the position of Zon Heavenly Tao sect is estimated, it is probably half a step higher than the peak leader. However, this is also estimated based on the authority of the two sects, and does not include strength and other factors. It does not mean that the peak master of Zon Heavenly Tao sect is weaker than him. They are both supreme and immortal forces, and the other party sent someone with such a status to attend. Even if he came uninvited, Ning Yu still had to treat him politely. That day, the Buddha's Pure Land also looked at Ning Yez, holding the Buddha's salute and nodding slightly, with a slight smile on the solemn monk's face. Poor monks and Buddhist disciples come uninvited. I'd rather the almsgiver don't blame them. And the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas who were like novices around him also opened their closed eyes at this moment. They were indeed a pair of golden divine eyes, in which Buddhist sutras were outlined and Sanskrit text circulated. What is different from his friendly and warm appearance is that his Buddha eyes are cold and ruthless, and all living beings seem to have the same color. However, these 10,000 Buddhas were not disrespectful. Although they did not speak a word, they bowed to Ning Yu with Buddha's rights. Buzz. Just when Ning Yu was about to invite 10,000 Buddha's temple to the Heavenly Tao sect, a void crack appeared again on the right side of the giant Buddha's light lotus that was parked in the void. But what is different from before is that a pair of giant hands protruded from this void crack, and they were placed upside down on the void on both sides of the crack. Before Ning Yu could react, a harsh void suddenly sounded. Tear. Those giant hands tore open the void, and the moment the void opened, a torrential amount of terrifying energy and blood came out of the void. Countless blue-black divine flames containing the meaning of purgatory swept across the heaven and earth, and a long river of blood running through the heaven and earth was also like a bridge at this moment, erected from the crack in the void. The energy, blood and divine flames surged endlessly, and the long river of blood and energy filled with overbearing power overwhelmed the sun and the moon. On the long river of blood energy, extremely powerful power suddenly surged, causing the Buddha's light giant lotus beside it to lose its consciousness at this moment, and was pushed directly to the ground by the extremely heavy and overbearing blood energy. The Buddha's light giant lotus was pushed down, slowly but clearly because of the air waves generated by the fall, which stirred up endless flying sand, broke the spiritual trees below, and caused the ground to shake. If the giant lotus of Buddha's light really hits the ground, it may affect the sect-protecting formation of Zon Heavenly Tao sect. However, this giant lotus of Buddha's light will be turned into powder by the power of the supreme formation in just a moment. The heavenly Buddha's Jingtai also raised his palms slightly at this moment, and millions of Buddha lights on his body shone brightly. The giant lotus of Buddha light suddenly reappeared miraculously, and instantly stopped its downward trend. And he also looked at the river of blood that shocked the giant lotus of Buddha's light. What the other party did was no different from hitting him in the face of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, but the face of Tianfo Zun Jingtai was no longer sad or happy, making it difficult for people to tell mood. Only Ning Yu's face tightened, because she had already guessed who the person who shocked the huge Buddha's light chariot in Wanfo Temple was. On the long river of blood that made the sun and moon dim, a figure appeared. The moment this figure appeared, the surrounding space collapsed. At the same time, an extremely low and brief voice suddenly resounded through the heaven and earth, shaking all the clouds in the sky. Nether King Palace, come and watch the ceremony. After the words fell, the figure revealed its true appearance. This is an extremely heroic man, wearing thick blue-black armor, with an extremely rich and mysterious aura exuding from his body. His energy and blood are as hot as the sun, humming constantly. His eyes were as deep and terrifying as purgatory, with endless blue-black divine flames surging in his eyes. As soon as he appeared, he showed a decisive killing spirit, making ordinary people shudder with contentment. Nether King Palace. Another immortal force in the absolute beginning Tao domain. It is so mysterious that even Ning Yez doesn't know who is the shuddering existence standing at the apex of the long river of blood. Now, when he came and pushed down the giant lotus chariot of the immortal 10,000 Buddha's temple in the Buddha realm, Ning Yu only felt that it would be difficult for the two to be harmonious. But if a fight breaks out at the door of Zon Heavenly Tao sect, then it will be Zon Heavenly Tao sect's face that will be hit. Just when Ning Yu was about to speak out to mediate, she didn't expect that the figure on the Buddha's pure platform that day was seen on the river of blood. The solemn face without sadness or joy was actually moved at this moment. Those ancient and unwavering eyes set off huge waves at this moment. Not only did they not ask him about the giant lotus chariot that fell into the 10,000 Buddha's temple, they also bowed and saluted with a little respect. The young monk pays homage to the Nether King. Ning Yu was extremely surprised when she saw Tianfo Lord making such a gesture. However, when she heard Tianfo Lord's words, she immediately bowed to the terrifying figure on the river of flesh and blood and added, Zon Heavenly Tao Sect Jushuan Peak Law Enforcement Elder Ning Yez, pays homage to His Excellency Nether King. Nether King. People from the Nether King Palace are called Nether King. Even those who don't know the title of the Nether King Palace at all know that this person is probably the person in charge of the Nether King Palace. But what surprised Ning Yez even more was that this Nether King actually made the Buddha, the first Buddha of 10,000 Buddha's temple, so respectful that he even ignored the revenge of the Buddha's chariot in 10,000 Buddha's temple and said that he was a junior monk to pay his respects. How powerful is this Nether King? Today is the coronation of Heavenly Tao Sect's Tao Child, which may be an eventful time. The Nether King, who was standing on the river of blood, never glanced at the pure platform of the Heavenly Buddha. He only glanced at the 10,000 Buddhas wearing grey monk robes beside him. But for the 10,000 Buddhas, the Nether King only glanced at him, and then nodded slightly to Ning Yu, who was saluting but did not speak from the beginning to the end. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy and deep, and everything in the world was silent. It seemed that no one could speak a word unless the Nether King opened his mouth. This made it impossible for the Buddha to raise his lowered head. He could only maintain a respectful posture and did not dare to move even a little bit. Until the river of blood surged again, two figures appeared behind Nether King, standing on the left and right respectively, one old and one young. The old man has silvery white hair, but his figure is as tall as a mountain. He does not look old, and his face is cold. You can hardly feel his breath behind the Nether King. The old man looked at the two people at 10,000 Buddha's temple, and his deep and brief voice suddenly sounded. Bald donkey, give way. This voice is the same as the voice that just spoke about the Nether King's palace. I am afraid it is the owner of the trembling Wanli Wuyun voice just now. Tianfo Lord was not angry, and Ning Yu even saw some relief on his face, and saluted the old man behind Nether King and thanked him. Thank you, Protector Ming. After saying this, the heavenly Buddha didn't even hesitate at all, and immediately retreated to the side with the 10,000 Buddhas beside him who were still in trance. The retreat was tens of feet away. This also shocked Ning Yez even more. If it weren't for the fact that the words, 10,000 Buddhas, on the Buddha's light and the giant lotus chariot could not be faked, she would have even doubted whether the heavenly Buddha was a fake. This is the head of the supreme and immortal power of the Buddha in the 10,000 Buddhas temple. He is in existence below the 3 Buddhas in the Buddha realm and above 10,000 monks. Now the Buddha's chariot has been knocked down, and people have pointed at the nose and called it a bald donkey. They don't even dare to fart, but they still have to thank people. Now they even give way honestly and retreat nearly 100 feet. This temper is even not as good as a regular independent cultivator. Just when Ning Yez was extremely shocked, the long river of blood and energy that made the sun and moon dim, and traversed the heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the 3 Nether Kings also appeared in front of Ning Yez in an instant. Even though the Nether King is now invisible and the 3 of them are powerless, Ning Yu still feels a sense of trembling in her heart. It is a fear that touches the soul, which cannot be avoided or suppressed. The Ming protector also seemed to see that Ning Yez's state was completely different from that of Wanfo Temple. He smiled and comforted. Elder Ning, please don't be nervous. King Nether doesn't like words, nor does he like Buddhism. I'm sorry. Protector Ming's words did have some effect. Ning Yu barely smiled, but still did not dare to look directly at the Nether King. Although he was standing right in front of him, he looked like an extremely dangerous person, exuding the abyss of purgatory, making people feel that just one look would give rise to great terror. However, this also allowed Ning Yu to see clearly the young man next to Protector Ming. This young man looked cool and ordinary, wearing an exquisite blue armor. His eyes were as cold as knives, and he kept staring at the Tianfo Lord who had retreated 100 feet and did not dare to approach, or the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha next to the Tianfo Lord, with a faint cold light flashing in his eyes. The different treatment by the Nether Protector and the look in the young man's eyes made Ning Yez a little doubtful whether the Nether King Palace had any enmity with the Buddhists. However, Ning Yu did not dare to neglect, and immediately said respectfully, Nether King, please invite everyone. When you enter the mountain gate, other elders will greet you. Don't be surprised if you don't greet me well enough. Hearing this, Protector Ming was obviously dissatisfied, but it was not directed at Ning Yez. Instead, he looked at the profound heaven peak, which was floating above the 9 heavens and suppressed one of the 2 peaks of the 9 heavenly Dao sect. He snorted coldly. Xuanjizi is quite busy. Ning Yu also frowned. Nether King Palace and Zon Heavenly Dao sect were both immortals in the absolute beginning Dao domain. Now that the Nether King from Nether King Palace came here to pay tribute, even if he was not greeted by the Dao Master, he should be received by the Peak Master at the first level. But now the 2 Peak Masters of Zon Heavenly Dao sect are no longer in the sect, and Taoist Master Xuanjizi Ning Yu has no idea where he has gone. Today Xuanjizi only showed up to arrange some affairs, and then disappeared again. Logically speaking, Zon Jizi should have noticed such a big movement outside the sect, but for some reason he never showed up. But just when Ning Yu was in trouble, the Nether King didn't seem to care about it and walked directly towards the mountain gate of Zon Heavenly Dao sect. The Nether Protector was slightly startled, but his own Nether King didn't care. He said no more and followed up with the young man beside him. 2 flowers bloom, 1 branch for each table. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also slowly opened his dust-covered eyes in the secret room of Jushuan Peak. Those silver-white eyes filled with purple energy seemed to have hundreds of millions of giant elephants rushing past. In the past 5 days, he has used 300 dragon elephant holy medicines to open up his own particles to the perfect number of 840 million. The divine elephant's prison suppressing power has reached the state of giant elephant perfection, and he has opened the 7th layer of the current power method, the body of domination. The body of the dominator absorbs any attack with the power of divine ability spells and turns it into its own power. As long as the power Zhou Xingdou suffers does not exceed the limit of his body, the enemy's various powers are his nourishment. Now, the body under Zhou Xingdou punishing Heavenly Thunder Emperor's armor has reached the ultimate level of physical cultivation, transforming into a perfect body measuring 9 feet, 9 inches in a single thought. His energy and blood are like the sun, his strength can break through the heaven and earth, and a drop of blood can kill a saint. This sentence is now confirmed by Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, his power could no longer be described simply by how many kilograms he had or how many dragons he had. 840 million particles boiled together, and Zhou Xingdou could tear open the void with a flick of his arms. According to Zhou Xingdou's estimation, even if he only uses physical strength now, he can defeat the great sage, and even the power of heaven and earth cannot restrain his power. Because at the moment when the giant elephant reaches perfection, his power is no longer the ordinary power of blood, but an extraordinary divine power. This also made Zhou Xingdou understand what it means to defeat all methods with one force. For Zhou Xingdou, the 60,000 yuan worth of luck is well spent. Once the giant elephant is perfected, he only needs to polish it a little more before he can enter the realm of Yuanxiang. And he has now touched the 8th layer of the current power method. Everything is just one step away, but it is a pity that Zhou Xingdou has to leave now. Because the day for his Dao child's coronation has arrived, and someone has just knocked on the door, he has to wake up. After all, he must not make any mistakes today. Zhou Xingdou also instantly absorbed the terrifying energy and blood that spilled out of the secret room into his body. Now he has a leak-free body. There is no need to hide it deliberately. Unless he deliberately releases it, no blood will escape and no one can see him. How far has your body reached? After exiting the retreat, Zhou Xingdou immediately stood up and opened the door to the secret room. However, when he saw the person knocking in front of the secret room, Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows froze. I really didn't expect that the Taoist master would personally knock on the door for me. Zhou Xingdou looked at the figure in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but there was some vigilance hidden in the silver eyes covered by purple energy that others could not see. That's right, the person knocking at the gate is none other than the Taoist master of Zan Heavenly Tao sect, Zan Jizi. Even Zhou Xingdou has never thought about this. However, Zhou Xingdou may be wary or suspicious, but he is not nervous. Because he knew very well that at this juncture, even if the Xuanjizi in front of him had murderous intentions towards him and hated his wife, he would never touch him in the slightest. Zan Jizi is still so celestial, and there always seems to be a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, making people feel friendly and trustworthy involuntarily. He stood there and looked at Zhou Xingdou, with a bit of kindness in his eyes, and joked. Haha, your boy has been in seclusion today, how can I not be anxious? Zan Jizi's words and appearance made Zhou Xingdou feel a little dazed. To be honest, if Fang Tianyang hadn't sent the news with his life, he would never have doubted this interesting old man in front of him. Even now, deep down in Zhou Xingdou's heart, he hoped that Fang Tianyang's words were false, that Zan Jizi was not a traitor, and that he had nothing to do with anything in the chaos cult. However, this emotion only fermented in Zhou Xingdou's heart and was not revealed at all, because in front of a being like Zan Jizi, any slight change in expression would be noticed by him. Therefore, Zhou Xingdou not only showed no caution and respect, but asked in an extremely rude manner. Taoist master, just say it straight away. I don't believe that this is why you came to knock on the gate in person. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou scanned the Tao principles that were inadvertently circulating on Zan Jizi's body. The terrifying power made the space around him solidify, causing endless birth and death. The last time he met Xuanjizi, Zhou Xingdou had just entered Divine Treasure's perfected being realm. At that time, he only thought that Xuanjizi was unfathomable. But now that he has reached the level of the Holy Saint and is on par with the Half-Step Supreme, Xuanjizi is still as deep as the abyss and the sea, still so unfathomable that no one can see the slightest depth. But at this time, Zhou Xingdou had seen more. The supreme heavenly venerable figures around him, whether it was the battle between the Tao Venerables or the battles between the Creation Lords, he had watched them at close range, but they did not make him unable to see the depth. His horizons are broadening, but now when he looks at Xuanjizi, he still feels like he's sitting in a well. Zan Jizi didn't react much to Zhou Xingdou's behavior of paying attention to the principles of his body. This kind of thing was a commonplace for him, not to mention that it was natural for juniors to be curious about his own strength. So Xuanjizi just shook his head slightly and chuckled twice, and then answered Zhou Xingdou's words. You have a smart mind, and I do have something else to tell you here. Zhou Xingdou withdrew his gaze. Although his mood was a little heavy, he still raised his eyebrows and joked with Zhang Jizi. Maybe you want to change Dao Child. If this is the case, I won't agree to it, and neither will my master. Zhang Jizi glanced at Zhou Xingdou, shook his head and said with a smile. Don't worry, the position of Dao Child belongs to you. Xuanjizi's words paused, and then a divine light appeared in his eyes. Those pupils seemed to penetrate everything and looked towards the mountain gate. At this moment, Zhang Jizi's smile faded, his voice became slightly deeper, and he asked Zhou Xingdou. Do you know how many immortals came to watch the ceremony today? Zhou Xingdou naturally didn't know that he had really been practicing in seclusion for the past 5 days and had not contacted the outside world, so how could he know? But he also didn't pay too much attention, and just said lightly. The Taoist master made it clear. Xuanjizi stopped beating around the bush and said slowly. If the yin and yang grotto heaven of Taishi Dao realm were not added, there would be 3 immortal parties coming to watch the ceremony today, and now there are 2 parties. After hearing the words yin-yang grotto heaven, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. Did yin-yang grotto heaven be invited by the Taoist master, or did they come on their own initiative? There is no second yin-yang grotto heaven in Taishi Dao realm, so Zhang Jizi naturally refers to Bai Yulong's sect. This made Zhou Xingdou a little confused. Because of the departure of the Zhou family, Wanyu Holy Land and Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven had formed a coalition to support the outside world. It was a busy time, so how could he have time to come here to watch the ceremony? Moreover, Zhou Xingdou also communicated with Wan Tianzhou and Bai Yulong before going into seclusion. He told them not to come for Dao Child's coronation today because Zhou Xingdou was not sure if there would be any accidents, so as not to affect the 2 of them. Zhang Jizi was a little strange about Zhou Xingdou's focus, but he didn't think much about it. He shook his head slightly and said, I thought you would pay attention to the second half of my sentence, but I did not invite Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven. It was Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven who took the initiative. Hearing that Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven was not invited by Zhang Jizi, Zhou Xingdou no longer cared and followed Zhang Jizi's words and asked. Who are the other 3 parties and why did they tell me this in advance? Xuanjizi also turned his gaze back to Zhou Xingdou and said in a deep voice. Nether King Palace, Sword Realm, Buddha Realm. When he heard these 3 names, Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know much about the Nether King Palace, but he knew more about its power than ordinary people. Zan Heavenly Dao Sect's classics did not write much about the Nether King Palace, but he had read about some great battles in the early Yuan dynasty from the Zhou family, one of which was related to the Nether King Palace. There is no way to know the details, and only some outlines are left about the Buddhist Forbidden Zen. In the early Yuan dynasty, there was not only the Buddhist immortal power of 10,000 Buddhist temple in the Buddhist realm, but also the other immortal Buddhist power called Danichi Zen Temple, and this Danichi Zen Temple was once located in the absolute beginning Dao realm. In the past, Buddhism was not as shrinking as it is now. There are still many Buddhist schools, large and small, with many believers in the world. The decline of the power of Buddhism is all due to this ban on Buddhist meditation. Due to the passage of time, no one knows the cause of the incident, and the description of the battle can only be described in a few sentences. Danichi Zen Temple angered the Nether King Palace. The next day, the Nether King Palace sent troops to destroy Danichi Zen Temple at absolute beginning. Zen was banned in the world. Thousands of Buddhist temples dared not disobey, and hundreds of millions of Buddhas shrank in Buddhism. Although there are only a few words, it is enough to prove the power of Nether King Palace. Destroying immortality and banning the world are just a few words, but the lines of these words are stained with the blood of the Supreme Being and contain the lives of many living beings. But this time, Nether King Palace came to watch the ceremony together with Buddha Realm. Even Xingdou felt it was a bit weird last week. The most important thing is that the Zan Heavenly Dao sect has no intersection with the Buddha Realm, and the Buddha Realm has not set foot in the absolute beginning Dao Realm for many years. Moreover, the Nether King Palace had already closed the Mountain Lock sect due to the extermination of the Buddha. He had not been born in the previous life, but now he came out of the mountain to watch the coronation of Dao Child of Heavenly Dao sect, which made people confused. As for Jianyu Zhou Xingdou, he didn't pay much attention to it. Tianzhou was one of the 3 great sword immortals in the early Yuan dynasty. Jianyu sent people to watch the ceremony of Luoxia Sword Immortal's first disciple to be crowned Dao Child, but there was nothing wrong with it. Regarding the behavior of Nether King Palace, even Zhang Jizi was a little confused and sighed. The Nether King of the Nether King Palace came today in person with the second in command of the Nether King Palace, the Protector Ming, and the Prince of Nether God. It was really to give them face. Even I don't know what they want to do. The people from the Buddha realm have also arrived. The head of the Buddha, Tianfo Zun, brought his disciples from the 10,000 Buddha's temple and bumped into the Nether King. It was really interesting. Speaking of this mystery, he looked at Zhou Xingdou again and said, "But I didn't show up to greet you, but I'm here to tell you this. Do you know why?" Zhou Xingdou pondered for a few moments before he stared and said, "Could it be that the Taoist master wants to cause a conflict between the Buddha realm and the Nether King Palace, and test the Nether King Palace first? The matter of destroying the Buddha and banning Zen may not be known to ordinary people, nor is it recorded in the Zan Heavenly Tao sect, but Zan Jizi must be aware of it. Therefore, Xuanjizi is not ignorant of the outside situation, but deliberately wants the Nether King Palace and the Buddha realm to conflict, because if Xuanjizi does not come forward to mediate on behalf of Zan Heavenly Tao sect, then the Nether King Palace and the Buddha realm, which destroys the Buddha's forbidden Zen, will definitely fight a fight." "That's right, there is indeed such a level." Zan Jizi nodded, looking at Zhou Xingdou with a teachable look on his face, but still added, "But if that's all, I don't have to let you go out of seclusion in advance. I'm afraid the purpose of coming to the Buddha realm has something to do with you." Quote. Zhou Xingdou frowned and said with some confusion, "I probably haven't interacted with Buddhist people." No wonder Zhou Xingdou is puzzled. Since his birth, he has basically had no contact with Buddhism. If he really wants to contact him, only his battle slave Fa Hai practices Mahayana Buddhism. But Fa Hai summoned him through the system himself, and had no connection at all with Buddhism in the early Yuan dynasty. Zan Jizi narrowed his smile, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said jokingly, "You should know about the destruction of Buddha and Zen in the Nether King Hall. Do you know where the original site of Danichi Zen Temple was destroyed?" Zhou Xingdou really didn't know where the original site of Dari Zen Temple was, but now Zan Jizi had said that the purpose of coming to the Buddha realm was related to him, and also mentioned the original site of Dari Zen Temple, which made Zhou Xingdou have a guess in his mind. It can't be the Great Yan dynasty. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, with a slightly speechless look on his face. Xuanjizi also confirmed Zhou Xingdou's guess. Yes, when Danichi Zen Temple was destroyed, its original site was plowed by the then Nether King's Hall, and the ground was scraped 3 feet away, turning it into a wasteland with no one to take over. It was later occupied by the ancestors of the Great Yan dynasty. Many years later, the spiritual energy of the wasteland revived, and the Great Yan dynasty was established. Quote. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou was still in this posture, Xuanjizi shook his head slightly. The surging momentum and aura disappeared instantly, and he sighed quietly and explained. It goes without saying how powerful Zhou Xingdou's recovery power is. Not to mention the secret of the immortal technique, which is now the master body of the 7th layer of the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, which can make him invincible. Fight 100 battles without danger. Xuanjizi's body was flowing with unfathomable aura, and a powerful aura enveloped Zhou Xingdou. And if we dig deeper, the land in the Great Yan dynasty belongs to the Nether King Palace. The gambling fight is just my guess. They may have other methods. Just ask the people stationed there to be careful. Zhou Xingdou showed disdain on his face, thunderbolts flashed in his eyes, and his voice was cold and stern. Izan Heavenly Tao sect, have no fear. Buddha realm, Nether King Palace at worst, we will start an immortal war. I won't let you give in. I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on. Although the Buddha in Foyu appears for the first time, I can see the invincible way he has cultivated. If Foyu brings him here today, it is estimated that he will survive. I have the intention of fighting with you, and I will use the land of the Great Yan dynasty as a bet. If you only fight against that Buddhist disciple, I am not worried about your strength, but those who dare to fight you today are not ordinary geniuses. If after everyone challenges you, and your condition is not perfect, Buddha realm will fight with you, you should how? Will I let him win? Xuanjizi also showed some helplessness, sighed and continued. Xuanjizi took a deep look at Zhou Xingdou. Even at the beginning, among his peers, he was not afraid of any existence, no matter how divine child, prince or Buddha. Now, no one who is not an emperor or an ancient freak would even think of fighting with him in the same situation. When Fuyu and the Nether King Palace met just now, the two just had a friction and did not conflict. It is possible that some kind of agreement has been reached between the two. Otherwise, even if the treasure land of the Great Yan dynasty is unoccupied, the Budayu don't dare to live in the realm of absolute beginning. And you should understand that there are many people who will challenge you today. Those from the sword domain, the Prince of Hades brought by Nether King, and even some other unnamed geniuses all want to use the name of Zon Heavenly Dao sect to become famous. Promote the world. Zhou Xingdou also softened his expression and nodded. It's not that Zhou Xingdou is arrogant, let alone that his divine elephant's prison-suppressing power, the giant elephant, is now perfect, casting the body of a master, and the realm of soul formation power. As long as you don't compromise, no one can force you in Zon Heavenly Dao sect. Zhou Xingdou still dismissed it and sneered. Zhou Xingdou remained unmoved, staring straight at Zon Jizhi. Even though he was surrounded by a powerful aura, he still looked at Zon Jizhi coldly. Xuanjizi also showed his edge at this moment and said in a deep voice. Or are you planning to ask me to give up that land? The Buddha realm has been wanting to expand outwards for many years, but has always been afraid of the Nether King Palace and has not found a suitable land. Now that Dai'an has been destroyed by your Zhou family, and the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, they may want to ask you for that land, block enclave. Zhou Xingdou's words were rude and even offensive. Zon Jizhi was not angry, but he stopped smiling and said a little seriously. Just be confident, I'm just giving you a heads up. I challenge you to fight today. You will not refuse no matter what, otherwise you will be suppressed. As long as you agree, if they win, not only will their Buddhist disciples become famous and gather invincible power, but they will also gain the enclave of Dairi Zen Temple as a strategy that kills two birds with one stone. I will tell them to be careful, but Zon Heavenly Dao sect doesn't care about anything. The intelligence network of Zon Heavenly Dao sect now suspects that this person is a genius who was sealed in the Buddhist realm in the past. Now that he has broken the seal, he may fight for the throne of Tianqin in this life and cannot be underestimated. Quote. Xuanjizi also knew that this topic could not be discussed further, so he changed the topic. Do you think I, Zon Heavenly Dao sect, can't even protect my own Dao child in front of the Buddha realm? I know that you possess a Taoist body and have amazing fighting power, but these 10,000 Buddhas are probably not simple. I have never heard of any Buddhas in the Buddha realm before. Speaking of this, Zhou Xingdou's eyes were filled with chills, and he continued in a deep voice. You should know where I have asked people to transfer the Zhou family's legacy. Do you think I will give it to you? Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou's face turned slightly grim, and his silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked directly at Xuanjizi and said. What I am least afraid of in my life is wheel fighting. Xuanjizi then explained a few more words, the main purpose of which was to tell Zhou Xingdou to be careful. After all, Zhou Xingdou is the Dao child of Zon Heavenly Dao sect, and Zon Heavenly Dao sect can manage it, but the land of the Dai'an dynasty is a bit difficult to handle now that the Zhou family has left Chuyuan and the Nether King Palace has been reborn. After all, Zon Heavenly Dao sect is an upright person from a well-known sect, a leader of the righteous way. He is a master in everything, not to mention that there are two immortals standing opposite him. Although Zon Heavenly Dao sect is not afraid, he must be more cautious. The main reason is that the ownership of the land is a bit complicated. Originally it belonged to Danichi Zen Temple and belonged to Buddhism, but later the Nether King Hall destroyed Buddhism and forbidden Zen and destroyed Danichi Zen Temple. This land was nominally the spoils of the Nether King Hall. However, after experiencing the battle to destroy Buddhism and ban Zen, the Nether King's temple was also severely weakened. It immediately closed the mountain and locked the sect, but did not take over the territory of Danichi Zen Temple. But in name, this is still the spoils of the Nether King Palace. In addition, the treasure land was scraped 3 feet away by the Nether King Palace and turned into wasteland. There is no other immortal to make plans. Later, this treasure land was occupied by the Great Yan dynasty. At that time, the Nether King Palace was still closed, so it naturally ignored it. Not long ago, because of Zhou Xingdou, the Zhou family's affiliated forces slaughtered the Dai'an dynasty. Logically speaking, the territory of the Dai'an dynasty was the Zhou family's spoils. However, Nether King Palace did not explicitly say that it did not want this land at the beginning, so the ownership of this land was a bit complicated. But in fact, it doesn't need to be complicated. If the Zhou family had never left Chuyuan, I'm afraid the Nether King Palace wouldn't care about this, and the Buddha realm wouldn't even dare to take advantage of this territory. But now that the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, this matter has become complicated. Because the Zhou family has left, Zhou Xingdou alone is not enough to make these immortals fearful and lacks enough weight. They may not know whether the Zhou family will come back, but as long as there are no faults in what they do, it doesn't matter even if the Zhou family comes back. After all, they are not going to directly hurt Zhou Xingdou. What's more, the Zhou family left so suddenly and took away most of the affiliated forces. I'm afraid they won't come back again, and Zhou Xingdou may have become an abandoned son. Even in Zhou Xingdou's heart, he felt that he was now an abandoned son of the Zhou family. Even if Zhou Wuji of the Zhou family had other unknown reasons and had to leave Chuyuan, if Zhou Xingdou was left alone in Chuyuan with only some servants, then Zhou Xingdou would in fact be no different from an abandoned son. The weight of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child is not heavier than that of the young master of the Zhou family, because Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect can reason, but the Zhou family does not have to. Now Zhou Xingdou has essentially lost his identity as the young master of the Zhou family, which has contributed to today's situation. Xuanjizi's face became a little complicated when he heard this, and after a few breaths of silence he said, "This is what Zhou Xingdou has always wondered." Zhou Xingdou has also seen other immortal ancestors, such as those in the Holy Land of Wanyu, where the ancestors also occasionally appear. Several immortals have arrived, and it's time for you to show up. I've told you what I need to say to you, so you can decide for yourself. Even the world thinks that there may be hundreds of ancestors in the Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect Profound Heaven Peak in the Profound Heaven Dharma realm. This is why Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect is called the deepest foundation among the supreme immortals by the world. For example, today when several immortals gathered together and Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child was crowned, no ancestor showed up to take charge. It was all up to Zhan Jizi to take charge of the overall situation, which was contrary to common sense. However, this wavering was suppressed by Zhou Xingdou in just a moment. At this moment, the arrow was already on the string and he had to shoot. Moreover, this was something that he did not need to judge. Whether there is any problem with Xuanjizi, the Taoist master will know when the time comes. Xuanjizi said with a deep tone. Now in the profound heaven legal world, there are only 3 ancestors, and they have all entered a state of complete slumber. Even if you want to wake them up, you will have to pay a huge price. They cannot be moved unless they are in danger of destruction. Having said this, Zhan Jizi didn't seem to want to answer anymore. He ignored Zhou Xingdou's attempts to ask questions again and slowly walked into nothingness and disappeared, leaving only the lingering sound in Zhou Xingdou's ears. But now Zhan Jizi's words were extremely sincere, and his ashamed look didn't seem like he was faking it. This made Zhou Xingdou's suspicion of Zhan Jizi waver. Zhou Xingdou's brows trembled when he heard this, and then asked. But Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows at this moment, because in his guess, Tian Zhuer and Ling Sancho should have deliberately planned to leave in order to monopolize power. Where are the ancestors of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect? Could it be that they have all been sleeping and unable to wake up? Zhan Jizi looked at Zhou Xingdou with a look of shame in his eyes. He took a long breath and said with emotion. Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect. How could the Taoist peak masters who had abdicated the throne be dead? They must have somewhere to go. Xuanjizi is like a mystery, coming and going without a trace, and no one can understand his thoughts. You are already the Dao Child of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect. It doesn't hurt to tell you. On the other hand, if Zhan Jizi really betrays Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect, then the entire Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect will be overturned. When you stand high enough, you will find that a world, even a great world like Chuyuan, is too small after all. But judging from the information revealed by Zhan Jizi today, I am afraid that the position of the Taoist master of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect is not a good position. All this happened too suddenly. Even though Zhou Xingdou didn't feel much now, he was still a little uncomfortable for a while. So Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect, no ancestor can use it. They all went to the Emperor Ancestor to fight, and those who took turns outside the Chuyuan territory returned in endless chaos. But now Xuanjizi said that there are only 3 ancestors in the Profound Heaven Dharma realm, and they have entered a state of complete sleep, which is inconsistent with Zhou Xingdou's knowledge. However, there is almost no sign of the ancestor of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect, and he has never appeared. The so-called ancestor who is on duty outside the territory does not seem to have come out of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect. After all, it was difficult for him to understand the Taoist master of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect. Even after talking with him for so long, he couldn't feel what his attitude was. So where did the ancestors of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect go? Where did the ancestors who took turns outside the territory come from? Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes, looking at the place where Zhan Jizi disappeared, and thousands of thoughts surged in his heart. In the 2 lives since joining Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, no ancestor has attended various major events in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, which is very unusual. The junior sister Tian and junior brother Ling mentioned by Xuanjizi are none other than Tian Zhou'er, the master of Jushuan Peak and Zhou Xingdou's master, and Ling Sancho, the master of Feng Tianyang and the master of Judian Peak. What Zhan Jizi is carrying may be heavier than Zhou Xingdou imagined. Profound Heaven has ancestors but seems to have no ancestors, and as the leader of the righteous path, it overpowers the entire absolute beginning Dao realm. How does it do this? It's a pity that junior sister Tian and junior brother Ling are not here. Otherwise, even if all the immortal sect masters from all directions are here today, they would still have to hide their heads and tuck their tails between their legs. But before that, Zhou Xingdou had some questions that Xuanjizi needed to answer. After Zhan Jizi sighed with emotion, he slowly answered Zhou Xingdou's question. In the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, the central area under the 3 peaks of the sect, a large open space was cleared today. The long-dusted Profound Heaven altar was full of glory today, with divine patterns and talismans intertwined, connecting heaven and earth. Nearest to the Profound Heaven altar, there are 5 exquisite and distinguished seats. In the center of the seat, the Nether King, wearing thick blue and black armor, sat in the seat. His profound and mysterious aura covered the entire seat. His heroic face was still extremely indifferent, without any emotion. Next to the Nether King, the white-haired and silver-haired guardian of the underworld sat in the second seat, while the ordinary-looking prince of the underworld, as a junior, stood on one side, staring at the Profound Heaven altar, as if waiting for someone to appear. The seat on the left side of the Nether King Hall is a stooped old man in civilian clothes. His face is full of wrinkles, his eyes are slit, and he looks very old. But behind the old man, there is a red gold divine sword with exquisite patterns on his back. It exudes the sword intention of piercing the heaven and the earth, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Seeing this sword, one can conclude that the person sitting here must be someone from the sword domain, and next to the decrepit old man, there is a young man standing. His face cannot be said to be handsome, and he is even a bit clown, even worse than the ordinary-looking Prince of Hades. Although the young man stood upright, there was a sense of sloppiness between his eyebrows. The robe on his body was a bit ill-fitting and was much wider than his body. The robe hung down to the ground and was stained with a lot of dust. The seat on the right is where Zhou Xingdou's old acquaintance, Yinyang Grotto Heaven, is sitting. Bai Yulong has lost the arrogance of the past and stands there with a docile look on his face. He looks harmless to humans and animals, and is extremely attentive and courteous. The person sitting in the chair speaks. Now that the Universal Holy Land and the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven have formed an alliance and are busy with the Taishi defense line, the Yin-Yang Cave Master naturally has no time to bring Bai Yulong here. The man sitting at the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven seat is a man who looks to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair is strangely black on one side and white on the other, even his eyebrows and beard. Those eyes are also the same as the white jade dragon, one black and one white yin and yang divine eye. At this moment, they are looking at the white jade dragon. What is revealed in the yin and yang divine eye is not the meaning of yin and yang, but the meaning of love. The last seats on both sides of the 5 noble seats are the Buddha realm and the Shenwu sect. The Buddha realm was originally arranged to occupy the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven seat, but Tianfo Zun Jingtai strongly refused. It seemed that he did not want to be too close to the Nether King Hall, and finally chose the last seat on both sides. As for the Shenwu sect, as a powerful force, he was originally not qualified to sit at the same table as the immortals from all directions. However, it has a good relationship with Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. What's more, now that the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, although they have taken away the affiliated forces from the Taishi Dao domain, there are still leftover affiliated forces from other domains. The person who was crowned as the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect Dao child today is the young master of the Zhou family. The Shenwu sect is equivalent to replacing all the affiliated forces and attending the Zhou family who left Chuyuan. Naturally, it cannot be replaced by common sense, and the other 4 immortals have not. Opinion. However, the number of people present today from the Shenwu sect was the largest among the 5 parties, with a total of 5 people. There is no need for Yuan Tian to say more, but he, who has now advanced to the supreme realm, did not sit down today and stood on the left and right with the leader of the Shenwu sect. Among the three people sitting on the seats, one of them was the old Taoist Tianwei who was powerful in Dai'an that day, and the other one seemed to be the ancestor of Shenwu sect. Sitting on the main seat of the Shenwu sect is a man who looks to be only middle-aged. This man does not dress like the two Shenwu ancestors beside him, like Taoist priests. The eyes contain vicissitudes of life that do not match their appearance. If you observe carefully, you can find that the middle-aged man's exposed neck and palms are covered with shocking scars. There is even a slight depression on his neck, which seems to be a scar that has healed after being beheaded. After the distinguished seats of the five parties, there are some large and small forces, including Fang, Li, and Ning, the three aristocratic families that rely on Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Although they are making waves in their respective territories, in front of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, the four directions are immortal, and even the gods in front of Wuzong, it was somewhat worth mentioning. Today, Zhan Heavenly Dao sect's disciples, inner and outer sect law enforcers, elders, etc. gathered on both sides of the profound heaven altar to witness the major events of their sect today. Ning Yu is naturally among them. Although she acts as an agent for Jushuan Peak affairs, she is still not qualified to approach the profound heaven altar, because it is a place where only the real peak masters, Dao masters, and Dao child can set foot. Buzz. A ray of light lit up above the altar of profound heaven, and the long-lost Xuanjizi finally appeared at this moment. As soon as the figure surrounded by Dao appeared, the void screamed, causing the originally noisy sound to disappear immediately. The people who were discussing with great interest all fell silent involuntarily. For a time, countless eyes were all looking at the immortal figure on the altar of profound heaven. The people in the five distinguished seats, some opened their closed eyes, some focused their eyes, all focusing on Zhanjizi. But Xuanjizi smiled slightly and raised his hands towards the five seats. The clan is busy with affairs, so I just got away. I have neglected you all with my mystery. Please forgive me. Of course, words are inevitably said on the scene, although even if they are said, those who don't hide it will still be dissatisfied, but at this time, no one will express it in public, otherwise it will be a trick. And since I can come to attend the ceremony of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, I naturally won't care about these little things. Even the extremely dissatisfied protector Ming just curled his lips and didn't say much. It's just that today's protagonist is not Zhanjizi, the Taoist master of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, but now that Zhanjizi has appeared, today's protagonist should also come out. Sure enough, not long after Xuanjizi finished speaking, a thunder dragon suddenly appeared in the sky and earth. Boom! A thunder suddenly resounded in all directions, followed by an indifferent voice that sounded like the might of heaven. Seniors and peers have come to pay homage to this Dao child. It is a great honor for Zhou. Thunder flashed everywhere, and the black calamity clouds above the clear sky carried the will of God, covering 100 miles in radius. Boom! Roar! Heavenly punishment thunder pillars suddenly rose from all around the profound heaven altar. Hundreds of millions of giant elephants roared in the void, and the power of the stars turned into endless starlight and splashed into the world. At this moment, various visions surged into the sky above the altar of profound heaven, and a tall and slender figure slowly emerged among the various visions. At this moment, the immortals from all directions, various forces, and the huge crowd of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect disciples present here are all attracted by this figure. Amid various visions, Zhou Xingdou stepped out wearing the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, and the surrounding space was shaken. Function's handsome face was extremely indifferent. Those silvery white eyes full of purple energy, without a trace of ripples, but with endless depth, blessing the power of heaven surging between the eyebrows, just like the god who carries out punishment on behalf of heaven. Zhou Xingdou suddenly appeared in front of everyone like the brightest star in the night sky. His appearance seemed to carry an unparalleled momentum, shocking the entire scene. Every young prodigy present was originally a leader in their respective fields, but at this moment, under Zhou Xingdou's huge power, they seemed so small and lackluster. Zhou Xingdou's body exudes a kind of terrifying truth that cannot be ignored. His eyes are like the deep starry sky, full of mystery and indifference, making the air here seem to become solemn with his arrival. Some young geniuses who once thought highly of themselves lowered their heads silently at this moment, with an indescribable feeling of awe in their hearts. Only at this moment did they realize that there was a huge gap between themselves and Zhou Xingdou. This gap was not only reflected in strength, but also in temperament and state of mind. In front of Zhou Xingdou, they were like a group of faint stars looking up at the sun, and could only appreciate the out-of-reach brilliance from a distance. Even on the four immortal seats, there are those peerless geniuses who once frightened everyone and thought they were unimaginably powerful. At this moment, he was completely covered by the dazzling light blooming from Zhou Xingdou, as if he suddenly became no longer so intimidating. Sitting in the Nether King's seat in the center of the most respected position among the 5 parties, Nether King's face was still as cold as ice, but he couldn't help but raise his head and cast his gaze towards where Zhou Xingdou was. The guardian sitting next to Nether King looked at Zhou Xingdou with an interesting expression, his eyes shining with curiosity and expectation. Only the Prince of Hades looked at Zhou Xingdou on the altar of profound heaven with a somewhat displeased look on his face. His eyes that stared closely at Zhou Xingdou were full of fighting spirit. Not only the Prince of Hades, but also the young man from the Sword Realm and the Buddha from the Buddha Realm were all staring at Zhou Xingdou at this moment, cheering up as if the long-awaited target had finally appeared. Sure enough, not to mention the 10,000 Buddhas and sons of Buddha, the heavenly Buddha could not help but look at Bai Yulong with a gloomy expression at this moment. But at this moment, Bai Yulong's expression changed drastically, but he suddenly said to the Buddha realm seat. But in the final analysis, Bai Yulong is just a junior, and the Yin-Yang Grotto heaven is more than a step weaker than the Buddha realm 10,000 Buddha's temple. There is indeed some capital clamoring. Now that Bai Yulong is so insulting, Tianfo Lord has to think about whether their Buddhist realm has not taken action for too long. Anyone feels that they can scold the bald donkey, and everyone wants to step on it. Amitabha, the divine child of Yin-Yang Grotto heaven, does the donor feel it is disrespectful to say this? But on the contrary, Bai Yulong's grandfather seemed to be very satisfied with his grandson's arrogance. He looked at Bai Yulong nodding frequently, showing a little pride. Bai Yulong's complexion suddenly changed when he heard this, which had something to do with him. He also instantly understood that his words were probably heard by his elder brother, and he felt regretful and wanted to slap himself in the mouth for saying anything nonsense. What's more, he still relies on his grandfather to make up his gambling capital. Now, even if he knows he is losing, he can only bite the bullet and come out. Moreover, the person who spoke was the second-ranking figure in the Nether King Palace, Protector Ming, who was at least qualified to call him a bald ass. This move of Bai Yulong undoubtedly made the originally calm 10,000 Buddha stunned. He looked at Bai Yulong with some confusion, wondering if this person had a brain disease. Standing on the altar of profound heaven, Zhou Xingdou naturally noticed Bai Yulong, but he did not say hello, but slightly arched his hands in all directions like a mysterious figure. Bai Yulong actually wanted to just bow his head and remain silent. However, his own grandfather who came with him this time wanted to temper himself, and he did not dare to make his old man unhappy. After all, when his father hammered him in the future, he would still need his old man. Protect. Why did Zhou Dao child divert trouble to the east? Could it be that he was afraid? Everyone is probably waiting for Zhou to show up today. If you want to fight with Zhou, then Zhou won't beat around the bush. If there is anyone who wants to fight. The voice of the 10,000 Buddhas is not loud, but it reaches everyone's ears clearly. Having said this, Zhou Xingdou put down his hands and looked indifferently at Prince Pluto, the young man from the Sword Realm, and the son of 10,000 Buddhas. After a pause, he turned to Bai Yulong. However, Bai Yulong is not stupid. He is much younger than his peers present, and his realm is naturally lower. Now he has just entered the realm of a saint, and then he cursed at the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas. After all, in the eyes of 10,000 Buddhas, his move can be regarded as a rescue for Bai Yulong. Otherwise, with Bai Yulong's age and cultivation, whether he is fighting against the sword domain, the Nether King Palace or any one of himself, he will be fighting against the stone. The Buddha's light behind the head of the heavenly Buddha is strong. With his hands clasped together, the majestic Buddha's sound points directly to the Yin and Yang Grotto heaven. Bald head, what are you barking at? Are you looking down on me? If you want to fight, you should go through the White Jade Dragon level first. I am not in the mood to fight cats and dogs. Nether King Temple can just call them 10,000 Buddha's temple a bald donkey. After all, Nether King Temple once exterminated Buddhism and banned Zen, and people in Buddhism are really afraid of it. Although Yin-Yang Grotto heaven is immortal, it is still somewhat different from the Buddha realm. Now it is insulting the Buddhas of 10,000 Buddha's temple one by one. It is somewhat insulting. Aren't you afraid that the Buddha realm will hold grudges? The people present looked at Bai Yulong with strange eyes at this moment. Although most of the people present today were from the absolute beginning realm, they basically knew a little about the immortal forces in the world. Only Bai Yulong, who was sitting at the Yin-Yang Grotto heaven, had no intention of fighting. After all, he was not interested in being his elder brother's target. Regarding Zhou Xingdou's appearance, he just gave a thumbs up in his heart, lowered his voice, and said in an extremely low voice. As he spoke, he slowly raised his long, narrow and dazzling golden divine eyes, and stared directly at the majestic Zhou Xingdou above the void without fear, as if he was deliberately provoking. Nowadays, Zhou Xingdou's pupil power is so profound that even if the aura of the 10,000 Buddha's body is round and flawless, it can still be seen that he has even entered the realm of basic accomplishment of Buddhism. I am afraid that he has entered the level of the enlightened arhat in Buddhism, which is the realm of the great sage. It's just that what he wants to say is not the polite words just now, but straightforward. On the other hand, the old man who arrived with Bai Yulong and sat on the main seat showed a slightly interesting look. He did not say anything to stop him, but was somewhat moved. As expected of my eldest brother, he can really show off. Bald donkey, how dare you suppress your realm and fight with me? Just before Bai Yulong could react, 10,000 Buddhas took a step forward from the seat in the Buddha realm, with a smile on his delicate face with red lips and white teeth. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and then turned his attention to this uninvited guest, the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas. Furthermore, Zhou Xingdou is his boss after all, but this bald donkey actually said that his boss is afraid, and he, Bai Yulong, refused. Faced with the verbal pressure from Lord Tianfo, Bai Yulong's grandfather raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. The yin and yang Dao charm around him was flowing endlessly like a surging ocean, and there was even a hint of arrogance in his deep eyes, one black and one white. Excessive. Ha ha ha. Bai Yulong's grandfather laughed heartily, and the sound was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. You're just a bald monk. What's wrong with my grandson calling you a bald donkey? Don't you still have hair? Everyone present was shocked. No one expected that this old man from Yin-Yang Grotto heaven would be so tough, without caring about the face of 10,000 Buddhist temple in Tianfo Zun, and his words were full of provocation and sarcasm. Bai Yulong beside him also had a calm expression, as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes. Even if Lord Buddha was in such a state of mind, he could not help but laugh out of anger at this moment. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his face became extremely cold, as gloomy as if he could drip water. The whole body of Tien Buddha was shrouded in rich Buddha light, and the Buddha's thoughts around him were rising like surging waves. He gritted his teeth and said 3 words, "Good," in succession. Okay, the Yin-Yang Grotto heaven is indeed well deserved today. I want to teach you how powerful your so-called Yin-Yang great grinding is. Bai Yulong's grandpa was not afraid either, but continued to taunt the heavenly Buddha. HMPH, you, a bald monk, do you want to see how powerful your grandfather and I are? His words were full of contempt and teasing. It seemed that he did not take Tianfo Lord into consideration at all. He continued with a face full of teasing. But it's okay. It just so happens that your grandpa and I still lack a donkey to grind, so let me see if a bald donkey who practices Buddhism is better at this than an ordinary donkey. After saying that, Bai Yulong's grandfather burst out with an extremely powerful aura, which shocked people and shot straight to the sky. A spectacular yin-yang Tai Chi diagram slowly rose between heaven and earth. This yin-yang Tai Chi diagram covers the sky and the earth. As it rotates slowly, various opposing concepts such as life and death, yin and yang, positive and negative, etc. are constantly intertwined and changing. Even the boundless Buddha's intention released by a being as powerful as the heavenly Buddha seems so insignificant in front of the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram presented in front of you at this moment. This kind of power far exceeds the limit that the Supreme Realm world can achieve. Even the guardian of the Nether King Palace, who has been calmly watching the show, can't help but be moved at this moment. The late old man from the sword domain couldn't help but change his color at this moment. Although Zan Jizi's words were to maintain the dignity of Zan Heavenly Dao Sect, he also gave Heavenly Dao Sect a step up from the side. And the person who made this sound is none other than Xuanjizi sitting on the altar of profound heaven. After a while, Bai Yulong's eyes flickered, and he suddenly remembered the identity of this young man from the sword domain. At this time, Xuanjizi's face was stern, and he no longer had the gentle demeanor of the past. Endless lines were flowing in those pupils, staring closely at the people below, and shouted in an extremely stern tone. At this moment, Lu Dazu, who was listening to Bai Yulong introduce his background, still had a smile on his face. However, when he heard such a kind reminder from the young man from Sword Domain, Bai Yulong couldn't help but become curious about this person. Could it be that you all regard my mysterious heavenly Dao sect as a battlefield for you to fight at will? As for Bai Yulong, he naturally felt like Ming Jinger. He knew very well that he was definitely no match for 10,000 Buddhas. However, at this moment, a deafening and turbulent heaven and earth supreme fairy sound suddenly sounded. There is supreme coercion in his voice, which is awe-inspiring. But when Bai Yulong called out his real name, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately retorted loudly, "What the hell? Lu Dazu. Who is Lu Dazu? My name is Lu Dazu." But at this moment, a cold voice sounded from the seat of the Nether King Hall, breaking the slightly noisy scene. Many powerful people present could see this. Once the battle between Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and Tian Fo Zun started, there would be almost no suspense about the outcome. At this moment, even the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas could not help but stare at the young man from the Sword Realm. Even he did not expect that this person actually knew his details so well. But Brother Bai, that 10,000 Buddhas Buddha is no ordinary person. He is an ancient freak sealed up by the Great Zen Temple. He was brought back to the Buddhist realm by the 10,000 Buddhas Temple. Just because of these words, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became more lively. Many people couldn't help but snicker and whisper to each other about the unique and good name of this disciple of Fan Zhongxian. Could it be that you are Lu Dazu, one of the three great sword immortals, the most famous disciple of Hua Qingshan, the mortal sword immortal? After all, he was just someone who was teased by his eldest brother Zhou Xingdou and forced to the stage by his grandfather. At this moment, there was only one person in his eyes, and that was Zhou Xingdou, who was high in the sky and looking at them indifferently. Even if his strength is suppressed to the same level as yours, with his body nourished and tempered in the ancient divine source, I am afraid you will still be difficult to become his opponent. Quote. Bai Yulong's grandfather snorted coldly, but he stopped and didn't say anything else. When he sat down again, the yin-yang tai chi diagram rotating between the sky and the earth disappeared instantly, but after that, he looked at the Buddha with sadness. At first glance, it seems that this matter is not over yet. This voice seemed to come from outside the 9 heavens, and also seemed to come from under the 9 netherworld, carrying endless majesty and shock. After all, the power gap shown by the two sides just now was obvious. If they really took action, Tianfo Zun would probably be hung up and beaten by the old man with black and white hair. Dallin. Enough. Looking at this young man from the Sword Realm, Bai Yulong searched his intestines and rummaged through his memories. While speaking, he cast his eyes towards Bai Yulong beside him, and then said. The Prince of Hades couldn't hold it anymore at this moment. He didn't care about the conflict between Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and 10,000 Buddha's temple, nor did he care about the name. But if peerless experts like Grandpa Bai Yulong and Tian Fo Zun take action here, he will definitely not sit idly by. However, Tianfo Lord secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly towards Xuanjizi holding the Buddha salute. It's really interesting. The outside world is much more interesting than our sword domain. The poor monk is rude, don't blame Master Zan. Whether it was the rapidly rotating yin-yang tai chi diagram or the movements of the heavenly Buddha, they all came to an abrupt end at this moment. All the extremely powerful aura and power were suppressed by this voice in an instant. Today was the important ceremony of the Zan Heavenly Dao sect. He could have turned a blind eye to the disputes and fights among the younger generation of disciples. But in this moment of silence, the young man from Sword Realm who had been silent all this time showed a look of interest, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said softly. The Prince of Hades stepped out in one step and stepped on the sky. Ming Juyao, Prince of the Nether King, please fight Zhou Dao child. The Prince of Hades took one step forward, his body was like a ghost, but he stepped into the void with extremely powerful power. His eyes were as sharp as lightning at this moment, and he was locked on Zhou Xingdou, with a strong fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. I saw Prince Pluto cupping his fists at Zhou Xingdou, gazing at him and saying in a deep voice. Ming Juyao, Prince of the Nether King, please fight Zhou Dao child. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that there would be more commotion below, but he didn't expect that the prince of the underworld would be so impatient. However, he just stood quietly in the void. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou did not have any aura fluctuations on his body, but it gave people a feeling of being as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. The reason why he said at that time that he wanted the challenger to pass Bai Yulong's test first was just to tease Bai Yulong. Of course he knew that with Bai Yulong's strength, he was naturally no match for these three freaks. What's more, the Prince of Hades was more polite than he thought. Naturally, he would not refuse, and there was no need to refuse. Therefore, facing the challenge from Prince Hades, Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly and said indifferently, "You are allowed to fight with this Dao child." Zhou Xingdou's words contained a kind of contemptuous and aloof temperament. He placed himself in an absolutely high position and regarded accepting challenges as a gift to his opponents. This attitude made the Prince of Hades feel angry. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the Prince of Hades, and his originally stern face became increasingly gloomy, with a hint of anger in his voice. "Then please ask Zhou Dao child for advice." Having said that, the exquisite and gorgeous blue armor of the Prince of Hades lit up slightly at this moment. The extremely thick blood and strength slowly revived from his body, and a terrifying holy power rose up, revealing the realm of the late great sage, undoubtedly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the audience was tense. As the two people spoke, there seemed to be an invisible pressure hanging from all directions. The geniuses from all the factions present held their breaths and concentrated at this moment, no longer talking among themselves, quietly watching the fierce battle that was about to break out. In fact, the reason why the two seemed to be dragging their feet just now was not because they were really stalling for time or hesitating, but because they wanted to use others to act as a touchstone to test Zhou Xingdou's strength. But when Prince Pluto, who was facing Zhou Xingdou, found out that Zhou Xingdou was only in the Holy Realm, he did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, his face became more solemn and dignified. The green flame giant fist broke through all obstacles with overwhelming force, causing a deafening extreme sonic boom and bombarding Zhou Xingdou directly. At this moment, Prince Hades gently raised his palm, and a powerful and suffocating force spurted out from his body. Not only the geniuses of the major forces, but also Lu Dazu, the disciple of the Sword Realm Mortal Sword Immortal, and the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas, were all staring at Zhou Xingdou and Prince Hades in the sky. This green flame burned blazingly, emitting an astonishing high temperature, causing the surrounding space to melt. Seeing the power of the great saint on the Prince of Hades, even Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, not out of fear, but rather speechless. Boom. Interesting. The void was shaking violently. The figure of the Prince of Hades was like a tight long bow, and his clenched fist was like an arrow ready to go. The reason is for no other reason than that the level of cultivation Zhou Xingdou displayed at this time was only at the early stage of the Holy Saint. The power of this punch is really extraordinary. If an ordinary saint touches it even slightly, he will be seriously injured, and may even be wiped out. Zhou Xingdou is afraid that he will be doomed this time. And in this sea of thunder, a powerful thunder dragon of heavenly punishment emerged at the historic moment. It raised its head and roared, its sound shook the sky, and its contempt for the common people was frightening. Only Bai Yulong's eyes shrank when he saw the power of the great sage in the Prince of Hades. He was glad that the Prince of Hades didn't listen to his elder brother and get over him first, otherwise he would have been beaten a lot today. What's more, the mysterious Prince Ming Juyao of the Nether God also appeared for the first time when he came out of the Nether King's palace, so it was perfect. Buzz. This heavenly punishment thunder dragon circled and danced in the air, and finally landed on the heavenly punishment thunder emperor armor worn by Zhou Xingdou, exuding endless ferocious power. After hearing this, everyone else seemed to agree deeply with what the old man said. They nodded in agreement with regret on their faces. Even the heavenly Buddha sitting high on the lotus platform in the distance had a faint smile on his lips, and turned to the 10,000 Buddhas beside him and said softly. After all, before this, although there were many rumors about Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family and Zan heavenly Dao sect Dao child, there seemed to be no actual cases of him defeating other peerless geniuses. The energy and blood all over his body boiled, forming a surging river of energy and blood, flowing rapidly around him. At this moment, an old man sitting in the seat of the powerful forces couldn't help but shook his head slightly, sighed and said. It seems that Zan Tianli Dao sect has no successor. It is not groundless. This person is definitely not your opponent. There seemed to be a reflection between heaven and earth, and a dazzling thunder streaked through the void. Immediately afterwards, the vast and boundless holy power swept out from around his body like a surging wave. At the same time, a supreme power of heaven also followed. It ripples out. The countless thunder pillars that originally surrounded the profound heaven altar suddenly turned into a turbulent sea of thunder. Zhou Xingdou stared indifferently at the Prince of Hades, whose body was burning with green flames. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy. Now that Prince Pluto has taken the initiative to express his willingness to take the lead in challenging Zhou Xingdou, it is naturally the best thing. However, facing such a shocking scene, the people below did not show much surprise. On the contrary, many people could not help but frown, and even Lu Dazu felt a little surprised. Immediately afterwards, the extremely hot cyan flames intertwined with the powerful and heavy qi and blood, converging into a giant cyan flame fist. After he entered the holy realm, saints were indeed worthless. Even the younger generation of the great saint capital has already reached this level after he was reborn. The whole world seems a little unreasonable. But it doesn't matter, after all, I am even more unreasonable. In an instant, the palm that Prince Hades had just raised was violently grasped, thousands of green flames burst out in the void, and the energy and blood in his body also roared like thunder. They also want to see what are the strengths of these so-called immortal forces and peerless geniuses. And the surging qi and blood seemed to be ignited again as it flowed, and a ball of extremely hot blue flames suddenly rose up from the body of Prince Hades. Zhou Dao child, please. Facing the powerful Qing Yan giant fist that was coming straight at him, Zhou Xingdou still had the same calm look on his face, showing no signs of disturbance. According to common sense in the monk world, the holy saint has almost no chance of winning against the great saint. What's more, he is an immortal genius and a great saint. They are both geniuses who can fight across borders. It is almost impossible to cross the border. But Zhou Xingdou has long been unable to estimate based on common sense. His divine elephant's prison suppressing power giant elephant chapter has not yet been completed, and he can only pretend to be in the holy realm, and he can compete with Zan Heavenly Dao Sect, the first person under his command, and the half-step Supreme Wan Daokan, have equal shares. What's more, now that Zhou Xingdou's giant elephant particles have reached 840 million, the holy realm has been consolidated, and the body of the seventh layer master has been transformed into the divine elephant's prison suppressing power. I saw Zhou Xingdou facing the green flame giant fist and just gently raising one finger. Boom! The brilliant power of heaven reverberated between heaven and earth at this time. A thunderbolt as wide as a long river suddenly crossed the sky, and it instantly became gloomy and heavy. Above the sky, the black clouds of calamity are billowing, constantly gathering and condensing. The endless aura of heavenly punishment is like a surging wave, emerging from all directions in an endless stream, completely covering the entire Zan Heavenly Dao sect in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a huge finger popped out from the calamity cloud. This finger was surrounded by the power of heavenly punishment, and was covered with dense lightning patterns, exuding a heart-stopping and terrifying pressure. The giant finger is extremely ancient, and the boundless power on it reverberates, shaking the void, containing the ruthless will of God to destroy everything, like a broken sky pillar falling, crushing towards the green flame giant fist. Boom! These ripples spread around like water waves, and the collapsing void set off waves of ripples. After a moment of silence, Prince Pluto slowly raised his head, stared at Zhou Xingdou with complicated eyes, and sighed deeply and said. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in 3 feet in front of Zhou Xingdou, but just when he wanted to take action again and collide with Zhou Xingdou with physical force, he saw the thunder sea around Zhou Xingdou suddenly rolling violently. When it rises, it feels like a pot of boiling water. You must know that this is a battle between the holy sage and the great sage, and they are not fighting in the same situation. For this reason alone, the Prince of Hades can be considered a loser. The fierce confrontation between them made the surrounding space unstable, with the void constantly breaking and causing ripples. The sound was like thunder, deafening and terrifying. After witnessing Zhou Xingdou's defeat of Prince Pluto, the face of Tianfu Lord that was originally as calm as water became slightly serious at this moment. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask the 10,000 Buddha beside him. In fact, when the Thunder Emperor's finger and the green flame giant fist collided, his figure was already galloping towards Zhou Xingdou like lightning. Immediately afterwards, the Thunder Dragon suddenly hit the blue armor worn by the Prince of Hades at a speed as fast as lightning. He finally managed to stabilize his body, but he was already in a state of embarrassment. I saw him looking down at the armor that had turned pitch black and full of scorch marks, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with shock. The major forces who originally thought that Zhou Xingdou had no chance of winning were now amazed at Zhou Xingdou's power and were amazed. But even so, everyone was shocked, because Zhou Xingdou's strength was too terrifying, and the Thunder Emperor finger was evenly matched with the giant cyan flame fist, and died together. Therefore, whether it was the Thunder Emperor's finger or the heavenly punishment Thunder Dragon that spontaneously activated after the Prince of Hades approached, although it was powerful, it was not as what the Prince of Hades said. Without armor, it would inevitably cause serious injuries. The Thunder Emperor's finger collided with the giant green flame fist, making a crashing sound that resounded throughout the world. The collision was like two stars colliding with each other, emitting endless brilliance and dazzling light. This made it possible for even a being as powerful as Tian Fozun to notice anything strange at this time. The power of these thunder punishments is astonishing, and each one contains the ultimate destructive power. The method of defeat of Prince Hades was extremely exquisite, and coupled with the formations arranged by Zhang Heavenly Dao sect, it covered up the fluctuating aura caused by part of the battle between him and Zhou Xingdou. The Buddha's pupils of the 10,000 Buddhas were shining with golden light, as bright as a torch, and stared in the direction of Zhou Xingdou. His face was always as calm as water, and now he said with a confident and calm smile. What Prince Hades did this time undoubtedly strengthened Zhou Xingdou's momentum. When the disciples of Zhang Heavenly Dao sect saw Zhou Xingdou fighting against the immortal prodigy and asking him to voluntarily admit defeat, they all cheered. But it was obvious that the Prince of Hades would not give up. This move not only shocked everyone, but also made Zhou Xingdou frown. If you were to face Zhou Xingdou, how confident would you be? The power of heavenly punishment and the green flame are intertwined, like two giant dragons fighting each other, refusing to give in to each other. After saying these words, Prince Pluto's face was not too sad. He even hugged Zhou Xingdou and returned to his seat in the Nether King's palace very freely. He knew very well that the Prince of Hades still had some strength left, and he didn't even attack with all his strength. The terrifying residual power wave swept across instantly, as if it was about to tear the entire world apart. But in just this short moment, the majestic and extremely ferocious thunder dragon that was entrenched around Zhou Xingdou suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Of course, he naturally used the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique casually, and did not take this battle too seriously. With his current strength, even against the great sage, he would not have to revive the various powers in his body. This blow was so powerful that it seemed to tear the entire world apart. The Prince of Hades was caught off guard and was repelled by more than 100 feet. As a perfect physical practitioner, Zhou Xingdou can sense the terror contained in the qi and blood of Prince Hades. I am afraid that he is not far away from the realm of perfect physical body. The heavenly punishment thunder dragon of that level cannot hurt him, and it will never hurt him. It is impossible to retreat at 100 feet away. Fortunately, most of the residual power was blocked by the Zhang Heavenly Dao sect formation. Otherwise, most of the geniuses present would have been completely wiped out by the residual power of these two forces. With the Buddhism I practice, I will not be afraid of his so-called thunder punishment power at all. Moreover, judging from the battle just now, Zhou Xingdou set up a sea of thunder around him, and he distracted himself and condensed a thunder dragon to protect the law. As for the body, I'm afraid his body is weak. Quote, countless rays of purple thunder shot out from the sea of thunder, overwhelming the sky and hitting the Prince of Hades like dense arrows. I lost. If I didn't have this armor to protect me, this blow would have seriously injured me. The Prince of Hades was caught off guard by the sudden thunder, and his body suddenly stagnated, and his originally extremely fast movements were temporarily stagnant. As he spoke, 10,000 Buddha looked at Zhou Xingdou above the void, and the soft golden Buddha eyes became sharp. If I can find the right opportunity to fight him hand to hand, then I will be fully confident that I can defeat him, or even kill him. Lord Tianfo heard the words and nodded slightly in agreement. After all, even in his opinion, Zhou Xingdou had set up so many means around his body to prevent others from getting close, and his body was not weak, but it was definitely not strong. Moreover, when he looked at the stars in the Zhou dynasty, he had no physical body, and the power of qi and blood was not at its peak. It was extremely ordinary, unlike physical cultivation. In terms of physical body, it was impossible to defeat the 10,000 Buddhas who had been nourished by the ancient divine source for thousands of years. Thinking of this, the Buddha felt a little calmer in his heart, and then turned to face the 10,000 Buddhas and said, "Since you are confident, then it is up to you to challenge directly, so as not to cause unnecessary complications." The conversation between Tian Fozun and 10,000 Buddhas was naturally blocked and not allowed to be heard by others. Otherwise, if Zhou Xingdou heard it, he would probably laugh out loud. Although the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha did not speak, judging from the expression on his face, it was obvious that he had acquiesced to the instructions and arrangements of the heavenly Buddha. However, he is not the only one who wants to play against Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, Lu Dazu, who was sitting in the sword-field seat, could not restrain his inner impulse and eagerly wanted to take the initiative to invite Ying to join the battle. But just when Lu Dazu was about to step out of his seat to ask for a fight, the old man from the sword domain suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, and his originally cloudy eyes instantly became extremely sharp. He waved his arm, and a powerful force suddenly burst out, blocking Lu Dazu forcefully. Lu Dazu was caught off guard and took a few steps back suddenly, looking at the mysterious old man with a look of astonishment on his face. But the old man didn't explain too much. He just shook his head slowly at Lu Dazu and signaled him not to fight. And at this moment, the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha moved, and he suddenly appeared above the void, with a dazzling golden Buddha lotus blooming under his feet, holding his body steadily. With a faint smile on his face, 10,000 Buddhas Buddha looked calmly at Zhou Xingdou, who was still puzzled by the behavior of Prince Pluto, and said calmly. As soon as Zhou Xingdou said this, countless people below him applauded, and some of the disciples who admired Zhou Xingdou, the true successor of Jushuan Peak, even yelled and cursed directly at the seats in the Buddha realm. If that's the case, then why bother fighting? If your 10,000 Buddhas temple has it, you can just send troops to get it. Zhou Dao Child is indeed very talented. The ruins of Danichi Zen Temple are originally owned by the Buddhist sect. However, our Buddhist sect has no intention of taking over the jurisdiction of Qingshou in the Buddhist domain and has allowed others to occupy it for a long time. Now it is time to take it back. Quote, the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha is certainly not a stupid person. He did not respond according to Zhou Xingdou's words and said that this place was the territory of the Dian dynasty. Instead, he stated straightforwardly that this was the former site of the Dian temple and that this place originally belonged to Buddhism. How could he be afraid of some ancient weirdo, 10,000 Buddhas and Buddhas? If his temper were different in the past, he would have taken action boldly just when tens of thousand Buddhas and Buddhas were sophistical. Oh, all Buddhism. Donor Zhou, please don't refuse. Since it is a gambling fight, there must be something to bet on. The young monk knows the rules, so he will not let Donor Zhou suffer. Donor Zhou was joking. Buddhism is not a demonic sect, so it will naturally not start a war that endangers living beings. Whether it was the people of Zan Heavenly Dao sect or other major forces, they all looked at the seats of 10,000 Buddha's temple in the Buddha realm at this moment, especially the people of Shenwu sect, whether it was Yuan Tian or the old Taoist Tianwei. Looking at Tianfo, his expression was extremely bad. He deliberately emphasized the two self-proclaimed Dao child in his words in order to remind the world that he was the Dao child of Zan Heavenly Dao sect and the young master of the Zhou family. There was no shortage of magic weapons and medicines. Ordinary things cannot impress him. The 10,000 Buddha's expression was slightly stagnant at this moment, but he soon recovered his smile and continued. He glanced at the 10,000 Buddha lightly, and the words Xuanjizi had said to him before flashed through his mind. The 10,000 Buddha's fighting spirit was not pure. Zhou Xingdou's words seemed sarcastic, but they also raised the stakes to some extent. Oh, what do you think I, Dao child, will lack? An emperor weapon, an elixir of death, or is it that the 10,000 Buddha's temple is going to bet against me with the emperor weapon? Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou sneered in his heart, and the fish took the bait. As soon as Zhou Xingdou said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. When the 10,000 Buddha's disciple heard this, he did not panic as his inner thoughts were exposed. Instead, he calmly clasped his hands to Zhou Xingdou and said with a leisurely smile on his face. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly and he sneered. As for the way to deal with it, I was naturally prepared for it. The 10,000 Buddhas continued. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xingdou put his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, stared at 10,000 Buddhas with a condescending look, and his words were as cold as the biting cold wind. Zhou Xingdou was not irritated by one or two crooked words from others. He only saw the corners of his mouth raised slightly and sneered. However, Tianfo Lord behaved extremely calmly, with no wave of emotion on his face, as if he had already expected such a situation to occur. Zhou Xingdou's current reaction was expected by Tianfo Zun and 10,000 Buddhas. After all, they had already considered Zhou Xingdou's refusal to accept gambling. And even if Zhou Xingdou doesn't say anything, the Buddhist disciples of 10,000 Buddhas will speak up and fight with Zhou Xingdou, so this statement is not even a revelation to the Buddha realm. There was still a faint smile on the face of 10,000 Buddhas, Buddha with red lips and white teeth. He didn't care about other people's reactions and said calmly, "Amitabha, little monk Yuan Zhen, please fight Zhou Dao child." In an instant, speculations and discussions arose, and many people turned their attention to the seats in the Nether King Hall. Some people were wondering why the Nether King Hall, which once destroyed the Buddha and banned meditation, did not respond at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou responded in an extremely cold tone. In fact, all this was originally part of his plan, but Zhou Xingdou revealed it first. Emperor weapon is naturally impossible. In fact, the young monk had prepared the bet at the beginning, but now it seems that he cannot impress the donor. After Zhou Xingdou heard this, he immediately came back to his senses, and his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy instantly became cold. After all, in the realm of absolute beginning, most people prefer Zhou Xingdou, the Tao child of heavenly Tao sect, rather than Buddhism. But since 10,000 Buddhas temple wanted to bet, he naturally had to raise the price, because from the beginning the prey was not Zhou Xingdou, but the so-called 10,000 Buddhas temple. The young monk doesn't want to show off his shame anymore. It's better to do it in one step and directly satisfy almsgiver Zhou to save trouble. Quote, "Monk, are you asking me to fight, or are you planning to make a bet with me over the land of the great Yan dynasty?" When Tianfo Lord heard this, his expression changed. He seemed to have guessed what the 10,000 Buddhas were going to use to raise the stakes. But now that he was in full view of everyone, he could not stop him with words. He only hoped that the 10,000 Buddhas would be sensible and not do anything because of it. A small loss brings a big loss. But he saw the corners of 10,000 Buddha's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. His golden Buddha eyes, as bright as the stars, stared at Zhou Xingdou closely, his eyes revealing incomparable confidence and determination, as if Zhou Xingdou would never be able to refuse him as long as he mentioned the bet. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Where did this disciple of 10,000 Buddhas come from such strong self-confidence? Does he really intend to use the world-suppressing Buddhist soldiers of 10,000 Buddhas temple as a bet to compete with himself for this treasure? Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou's interest became more and more intense. He eagerly wanted to know where the confidence of the 10,000 Buddhas came from, and at the same time, he was secretly looking forward to what the other party would say next. Finally, under the expectant eyes of thousands of monks, 10,000 Buddhas opened his lips and slowly uttered 5 words. There is no life in the future. These 5 words were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of everyone present. The legendary, Future Number Life Sutra, is the most revered and supreme secret Buddhist scripture in 10,000 Buddhas temple. It belongs to one of the 3 worlds Tathagata Sutra, the Sutra of the Future. Only future Buddhas, that is, those who become disciples of the Buddha, are qualified to practice this sutra. It is an absolute secret that will not be passed down. Even Xuanjizi, who had been sitting firmly above the altar of profound heaven, as calm as an immortal, with the presence of the old god, could not help but suddenly open his eyes that were originally hazy at this moment. In his pair of deep Taoist pupils, the Taoism rotated rapidly like a stream of light, flashing with an astonishing brilliance. In an instant, he cast his gaze on the heavenly Buddha on the seat of the 10,000 Buddhas temple, and there was an indescribable surprise in his voice. Meaning, is this true? At this time, the Tianfo Lord's face was extremely gloomy and ugly. He never expected that the 10,000 Buddha would actually use the world-facilitating heritage of the 10,000 Buddhas temple as a bet, and it was also the Future Number Life Sutra, in the 3 Worlds Tathagata Sutra, that Buddhism has regarded as the foundation since its inception. If 10,000 Buddhas temple regrets it, then don't blame me, profound heaven, for using thunderous means. After all, before this, everyone felt that Buddhism was too despicable and shameless. But now Not only were the major forces arguing with the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect, but even the other four noble seats looked at the Buddha realm seat in surprise. Only the Nether King and the well-dressed chief of the Shenwu sect remained motionless and helpless. Sadness without joy. Yes, Tao Child agreed to this bet. You must know that the preciousness of the three worlds Tathagata Sutra has, in a sense, surpassed that of the world-suppressing Buddhist soldiers of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, the peerless emperor weapon held by the Tianqin Great Emperor of Buddhism in the past, and the Wei Tuo Great Emperor. Emperor Tianchu. After a slight hesitation, Lord Tianfo continued to add, but his tone seemed very reluctant and helpless. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on 10,000 Buddha's Buddha Zi Yuanshan, but his eyes were extremely complicated. The great sage versus the sage, he has the advantage. Tisk, 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 look at this situation. Wanfo Temple is determined to get the original site of Danichi Zen Temple this time. How dare you even place a bet of this level? The 10,000 Buddha's disciple is still extremely confident, and the corner of his mouth curls up. Seeing Zhou Xingdou agree, Xuanjizi looked at Tianfo Lord's unkind expression and threatened. But having said that, since you dare to place such a heavy bet, it means that 10,000 Buddhas must be very confident to defeat Zhou Dao Child. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to risk such a precious thing? What's more, taking out such earth-shattering chips for a big gamble will greatly enhance and improve their current reputation and image of Buddhism. No one dared to accuse Buddhism of being shameless anymore. Instead, they all marveled at how generous Buddhism was and wanted to take back the ruins of Danichi Zen Temple at all costs. Now he has the Zui Taihuang Sutra inside and the divine elephant's power to suppress the prison outside. He only lacks a supreme method of spiritual cultivation. It can only be said that the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas are here to provide help in times of need. Even Zhou Xingdou almost laughed out loud, but he quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth that he wanted to raise, looked at the extremely confident 10,000 Buddha's Buddha opposite him, and said with a little disdain. Zhou Dao Child does not need to worry. The future No-Life Sutra was lost before the birth of the young monk. Now the future Lifeless Sutra of Wanfo Temple has been completed after the birth of the young monk. The young monk is qualified to use him to make it. 10,000 Buddhas used the Future Number Life Sutra as a bet to compete for this precious land. What's more, he completed the last sutra of the Future Immortal Sutra for the Three Worlds Tathagata Sutra for the 10,000 Buddha's temple. His status is even more respected than him, the head of the Buddha, and he does have nominal rights to the sutra of the Future Immortal Sutra. Zhou Xingdou finally smiled and shouted boldly. After all, the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas are just disciples of Buddha, not the current Buddha. Judging from the strength of Zhou Xingdou and Prince Pluto at that time, even if he had hidden clumsiness, 10,000 Buddhas was still confident of defeating Zhou Xingdou. In the future Wusheng Sutra, even the Tianfo Lord, the head of the Buddhas, may not be qualified to use him as a bet. This skill touches the secret of time and the method of spirit, which is what Zhou Xingdou lacks now. When everyone present saw this, they immediately exploded and started talking among themselves. What's even more interesting is that now people have begun to follow the trend of 10,000 Buddhas and call that precious land the ruins of Danichi Zen Temple. What Yuan Chan said are all the ruins of 10,000 Buddha's temple. The poor monk really has no right to interfere. The fish had bitten the hook, so Zhou Xingdou naturally stopped covering up, not to mention that he never considered that he would lose. No, that's the supreme Buddhist scripture. Buddhism is really spending a lot of money this time. The tragedy at Danichi Zen Temple must have cast a huge shadow on them. Not to mention whether Zhangjizi and others would agree with his repentance in front of everyone, and whether it would have any impact on the reputation of Buddhism. Even if the future No-Life Sutra exists like this to him, it is still extremely tempting, because the future No-Life Sutra in this world is different from Fahai's Mahayana Buddhism. Its essence is not a Buddhist scripture, but a practice. Even Yuan Zhen could not be persuaded, because Yuan Zhen was not just an ordinary Buddhist. As an ancient freak of Danichi Zen Temple, he was more like a symbol of Danichi Zen Temple. I have to say that 10,000 Buddha's plan, which is a white wolf with nothing to show for it, may seem a bit foolish and risky on the surface, but in fact it has benefited a lot. It kills two birds with one stone. If nothing unexpected happens. He seemed to be quite worried about the current situation, but he was unable to regret the bet made by 10,000 Buddhas. In fact, 10,000 Buddhas is not stupid, because in his eyes, how can a genius like Zhou Xingdou compare to an ancient freak like him? so the bet is actually just a bait to get Zhou Xingdou into the game. Can you afford this bet? Faced with such an unabashed and straightforward threat from Zhang Jizi, Tianfo Zun's face became very ugly. Although 10,000 Buddha's Buddha Zi Yuanshan once vowed that he had full confidence and certainty in defeating Zhou Xingdou, the huge risks brought by this gamble still made Tianfo Zun feel worried and restless. At this moment, the Buddha has no choice but to silently pray to heaven in his heart, hoping that the 10,000 Buddhas can live up to everyone's expectations and win this crucial battle. Otherwise, if you lose this competition, you will really lose the watermelon today and not even pick the sesame seeds. However, now that the matter has come to this, Tianfo Lord has no choice but to bite the bullet and nod his head, and responds to Xuanjizi by saying, Master Xuandao, please rest assured that we Buddhist disciples have always strictly observed the precepts and will never do anything that violates our promises. Although Tianfo Zun's voice was firm, the helplessness and anxiety revealed in it were difficult to conceal. Several strong men who knew Zhou Xingdou's terrifying strength had joking expressions on their faces. At this moment in the void, Zhou Xingdou raised the corners of his mouth slightly with a faint smile. He raised his hands as clear as glass and gently stroked the huge thunder dragon of heaven's punishment hovering around him. Those silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at the equally confident 10,000 Buddha's Buddha, and said with a hint of joking, Let's take action. Let me see how strong the so-called ancient freak is. Is it really as invincible as the legend says? Zhou Xingdou's voice was not loud, but it sounded from all directions, as clear as the sound of heaven, as if announcing the beginning of this battle to everyone. After hearing this, the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas did not say anything more. Because he knew that at this moment, he must use practical actions to prove his strong strength, so that the Buddha could feel at ease. Just as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, a loud noise that shook the world was heard. Om Mani Ba-Mi Hum. This is the supreme six-character mantra of Buddhism. At this moment, it resounds loudly between heaven and earth, as if the entire void is trembling with it. A dazzling golden sun suddenly appeared on the back of 10,000 Buddhas' heads, like a dazzling scorching sun hanging in the sky. He just raised his eyebrows slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a half-smile. Following Zhou Xingdou's movements, a huge finger from the sky rolled down like a pillar of strength and struck the swastika Buddha seal. In the endless calamity clouds, the sky-high Thunder Emperor's finger poked out from the clouds again. This suction force is like a black hole, continuously devouring the energy released by the Thunder Emperor finger. His Thunder Emperor finger was swallowed by the swastika Buddha seal of 10,000 Buddhas. Faced with such a shocking turn of events, Zhou Xingdou remained calm and didn't even show the slightest surprise. However, the Thunder Emperor finger that appeared this time was completely different from before. It is no longer just a collection of ordinary thunder and punishment, but the whole body is shining with deep purple light, as if it contains endless power of heaven. The true power of divine punishment is finally revealed at this time, and its terrifying power makes people tremble in fear. This Buddha seal is densely engraved with ancient and solemn Buddhist scriptures, exuding an unparalleled powerful aura and sacred Buddha light. And the golden lotus under his feet bloomed with countless brilliant and colorful lights, which made people dazzled and felt like a true Buddha in this world. But at this moment, two heavenly punishment Thunder Emperor fingers appeared again from the dark clouds of calamity. Carrying the endless power of heavenly punishment, they all struck at the large swastika Buddha seal that was guarding there. The lingering power caused the void to crack, and clicking sounds came and went. The face of 10,000 Buddhas with red lips and white teeth suddenly showed a bit of ugly color, and the Buddha seal between Sumeru shattered under the bombardment of three Thunder Emperor fingers. Moreover, this finger was not aimed at the swastika-shaped Buddha seal, but was directed towards 10,000 Buddhas. However, Zhou Xingdou's raised finger suddenly erupted into a low and shocking buzzing sound, as if infinite power was reviving. One seal quickly returned to the top of 10,000 Buddha's head, trying to resist the incoming Thunder Emperor's finger, while the other seal continued to rush towards Zhou Xingdou without losing momentum. This made the face of 10,000 Buddha's Buddha, who had just gained the upper hand, change. He quickly made mudras with both hands, drawing one hand inward and pushing the other hand outward. Zhou Xingdou's fingers, as clear as glass, were suddenly covered with thunder patterns, exuding the ultimate power of ancient heaven, as if containing endless power. The smile on Zhou Xingdou's face faded, and then he raised his palm and pointed forward with a finger. The big swastika Buddha seal that was separated was back in time, and the Thunder Emperor's finger struck the Buddha's seal, and there was a thunderous roar that shook the sky and the earth. Almost instantly, the hands of the 10,000 Buddhas who were originally clasped together suddenly moved, and a huge swastika Buddha seal that shone with mysterious brilliance was instantly condensed and formed. Immediately afterwards, the second and third buzzing sounds echoed through the sky one after another. Suddenly, a dazzling purple energy rose into the sky, like a purple dragon surging in it. On the contrary, when the Thunder Emperor's finger hit the swastika Buddha seal, the latter suddenly turned upside down, as if it had turned into a bottomless pit, producing an indescribable powerful suction force. Buzz buzz. Boom. Call out. A loud sound cut through the space resounded, and the Buddha seal that rushed towards Zhou Xingdou was pierced by a black-purple spear burning with fierce underworld flames. However, this time, the Thunder Emperor finger that Zhou Xingdou used at will was not as effective as when he fought against the Prince of Hades before. Accompanied by 3 buzzing sounds, thunder and punishment fell like a sea from the sky and the earth, covering the battlefield between Zhou Xingdou and 10,000 Buddhas, and the rumbling thunder continued. The Thunder Emperor's finger, which was originally as huge as a sky pillar, was completely swallowed up in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Buzz. Following his movements, the huge swastika Buddha seal suddenly expanded crazily, and when it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, it suddenly split into 2 parts. As it rotated rapidly, the shadows of 18 arhats could be vaguely seen flickering in it. They seemed to be blessed by the great Buddha Dharma, and they suddenly rushed towards Zhou Xingdou like a meteor piercing the sky. This time, even if the Buddha's seal was reversed, it was unable to swallow the Thunder Emperor's finger composed of the heavenly punishment, but it was still in a stalemate for a while. Oh, interesting. The golden Buddha's eyes of the 10,000 Buddhas were focused, and he couldn't help but look up, only to see darkness in the sky, and the black clouds of calamity rolling endlessly. And the spear remained unabated, carrying a sharp will that penetrated everything, pointing directly at the 10,000 Buddhas who had been breached by the 3 Thunder Emperor fingers to defend the Buddha's seal. At this moment, Lord Tianfo's expression changed, and he realized that Zhou Xingdou probably didn't even show 50% of his strength in that battle just now. The Thunder Emperor's finger, which was composed of heaven's punishment, was more than twice as powerful as before. What's more, the black and purple spear burning with netherworld flames attacked so sharply that there was nothing in the world that could resist it. Space, void, and all tangible objects that passed by the tip of the spear were pierced by the spear. This kind of power is definitely the divine ability, which is more powerful than the Thunder Finger. However, Zhou Xingdou did not use it in the battle with the Prince of Hades. I am afraid he deliberately hid his clumsiness. Even at this moment, Lu Dazu, who was sitting on the sword field seat, was also shocked. He suddenly realized why his senior would stop him from taking action. This Zhou Xingdou is indeed extraordinary. The Prince of the Underworld just now did not force out Zhou Xingdou's true combat power at all. If he had asked for a fight because of his misjudgment at the time, then he would probably be the one bearing such a fierce offensive now. At this moment, Lu Dazu looked at 10,000 Buddhas and shook his head, sighing. 3 heavenly punishment thunder fingers, coupled with the weird spear, the seal of 10,000 Buddhas has been broken, and I'm afraid they will be defeated. The old man sitting at the head of the sword domain with the divine sword on his back retreated a little, and looked at Lu Dazu with a sharp look, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Watch carefully, that Buddha won't be defeated so quickly. People in the Buddha realm know very well how powerful those who have cultivated the great Sun Tathagata Sutra are. Now, in the eyes of Tianfo Lord, Zhou Xingdou is bound to lose, and the treasure land of the great Yan dynasty is already in his pocket. Zhou Dao Child is really good at hiding his clumsiness, and the young monk has to reveal his trump card. No need, how can the young monk take advantage of Dao Child? It's enough to take back the original site of Danichi Zen Temple today. Face the spear of Hades that penetrates everything, is sharp, burning with fierce underworld flames, and pierces the chest. The great forces in the absolute beginning Dao realm were indeed knowledgeable, and they immediately revealed the methods of the 10,000 Buddhas. I saw the 10,000 Buddha with his hands clasped moving at this moment. His seemingly slow but extremely fast movements were as natural and smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. Zhou Xingdou also looked at 10,000 Buddhas with curiosity at this moment. He wanted to know what other methods this ancient freak had. Before he finished speaking, the statue of the great Sun Tathagata behind 10,000 Buddhas moved instantly. But the surprise turned into joy in an instant, and the worry and melancholy in Tianfo Zun's eyebrows also disappeared in this moment. But 10,000 Buddhas shook his head and said with a smile. Interesting, do you want to increase your bet? With the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, this Tao child can add a Zhou family treasure house. But in just this moment, the golden sun behind the 10,000 Buddhas suddenly burst out with a dazzling light of enlightenment of the Dharma, as if it was going to illuminate the entire world. The 10,000 Buddhas, who endured the overwhelming thunder and punishment coming from all directions, did not show any panic at all, but appeared calm and composed. But at this moment, he really had to use it, because once the battle was defeated, not only would the inanimate sutra fall into the hands of others in the future, but the ruins of Danichi Zen Temple would also not be recovered. Amitabha. A Buddha's voice suddenly sounded, and the sound of the Buddha was extremely majestic. It was as deafening as a yellow bell, and as melodious and far-reaching as a morning bell or evening drum. Its sound was so majestic that the surrounding space shook violently, setting off waves of huge waves. At the same time, the huge statue of Great Sun Tathagata behind him also started to move with the actions of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha statue bloomed with dazzling light, like a rising sun, illuminating the entire space. Under the illumination of this Buddha's light, everything looks so sacred and solemn. For Zhou Xingdou, whether 10,000 Buddhas Buddha has a trump card or not, the outcome is the same. It would be best if he can be allowed to raise again. Although he doesn't like Buddhism, he is still very interested in the ultimate technique. I saw this golden Buddha statue pointing to the sky with one hand, and pointing to the earth with the other hand. A powerful will to dominate the sky and the earth was like a torrent, roaring from the Buddha statue. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling golden sun shadow replaced the original mantra, burning in his pupils. As the sword domain old man expected, he was faced with 3 Thunder Emperor fingers that stood like giant pillars and pressed directly above his head. But after finishing all this, the 10,000 Buddhas did not show any joy. On the contrary, a deep helplessness and bitterness appeared on his face. He stared at Zhou Xingdou quietly and let out a long sigh again. For a moment, the Thunder Emperor's finger hovering above the head of 10,000 Buddhas and the Hades spear resting on his chest also seemed to feel the influence of some kind of power. It's actually the Mahavarokana Sutra. This is a secret that is not taught in the Mahavarokana temple except for the independent 3 generations Tathagata Sutra. It can be called the number 1 fighting technique in Buddhism. The sound of the Buddha turned into countless Buddhist mantras, and the densely packed golden Buddhist sutras spread out like ripples, destroying the endless thunder and punishment that surrounded and suppressed them, causing the Thunder Emperor's finger and the spear of Hades to stop for a moment in front of him. Since he recovered from the ancient divine source, he has not exposed this sutra and has been hiding it from 10,000 Buddha's temple in order to one day reopen Danichi Zen Temple. At this moment, 10,000 Buddhas, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his Buddha eyes shining with golden light, and the Buddhist truths flashed across his eyes like lightning. They first made a low buzzing sound, as if they were resonating with the Buddha's light. Subsequently, the divine ability determined by these 2 moves was swallowed up and dissipated by the light of the great sun Buddha in full view of the public without any warning. Unless the situation is urgent, the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas really does not want to use the Mahavarokana Sutra. After all, he has not passed this sutra to 10,000 Buddha's temple. This made Protector Ming, who was unmoved even though the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha had just told him that he had the future unborn sutra, looked at the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha with a somewhat unkind look in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the golden sun turned into a huge golden Buddha statue with majestic appearance. Because the future immortal sutra belongs to the entire Buddhist sect, but the Mahavarokana Sutra belongs exclusively to the Buddhist lineage of Danichi Zen Temple. Now it is undoubtedly a bit eye-catching in front of the Nether King Hall of Danichi Zen Temple. I saw him slowly stretching out his hands and clasping his hands in front of his chest, then he closed his Buddha eyes that were shining with bright golden light, and sighed quietly. Not just others, even the heavenly Buddha on the seat in the Buddha realm looked surprised when he saw the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra performed by the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas, as if he did not know that the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas had completed this sutra. Zhou Xingdou didn't show anger when he heard the words of the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha, which seemed to be being taken advantage of, and acted like a good boy. Instead, he said with great interest, "The Buddha's spirit that covers the sky and the sun permeates the entire heaven and earth, as if the world is enveloped in solemnity. Countless dazzling golden lotuses suddenly appeared in the void. These golden lotuses shone with golden light, and were as intoxicating as the wonders in a fairyland. At the same time, a melodious and solemn Sanskrit sound hit Zhou Xingdou from all directions like a waterfall. This sound was like the sound of nature, making people feel a deep shock and awe. At this moment, the 100-foot-tall Buddha statue of the great Sun Tathagata suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, showing his compassionate look. However, behind this image of mercy, there is endless majesty and murderous intention. I saw that huge Buddha's hand slamming down like an ancient divine mountain. Its power was earth-shattering and shocking. Wherever the Buddha's hand passed, the space was shattered, and the void was torn apart abruptly, as if the whole world was about to be overturned. The world seems to be in danger of being turned upside down. But Zhou Xingdou, who was facing the bombardment of the great Sun Tathagata Buddha statue, had an indifferent expression. In an instant, he grabbed hard with both palms, and two spears appeared in his hands, one of which was the spear of the god of Hades burning with fierce underworld flames. But the other pole is silvery white with blue light, surrounded by countless electric arcs, and filled with brilliant heavenly power. This is the spear of the Thunder Emperor in the Thunder Emperor's treasure art. One spear carries punishment for heaven, and one spear opens hell. I saw these two divine ability spears with completely opposite powers being merged together by Zhou Xingdou, and the brilliant power of heaven and the fierce underworld flames were splashed wantonly. The combination of these two forces caused the heaven and earth to mourn, and the sun and the moon to eclipse. Under these many strange phenomena, a spear with black and purple patterns mixed with silver and white thunder patterns exuded unparalleled power and sternness. The destructive power of the world appeared in Zhou Xingdou's hands. The mere appearance of this spear, which is composed of the spear of the Thunder Emperor and the spear of the god of Hades, causes the surrounding space to collapse. Anyone with a low level of cultivation will be blinded by the sharp meaning on it. And Zhou Xingdou didn't talk nonsense, staring coldly at the giant Buddha's hand that was crushing towards him. He waved his arm lightly, and the spear in his hand shot out like a bolt of lightning. The spear passed through the void, and wherever it passed, it seemed as if the curtains were torn apart. The surrounding aura quickly dissipated, and the space seemed to be annihilated. Call out! A sharp sound broke through the air, and the spear slammed into the giant Buddha's hand at an alarming speed. In an instant, a shocking scene happened. The spear penetrated the entire Buddha's hand easily like an extremely sharp silver needle penetrating the fragile tofu. At the same time, the surface of the Buddha's hand was instantly covered with countless fine cracks. These cracks spread like spider webs, making the entire Buddha's hand look shaky. However, this is not over yet. The momentum of the spear did not weaken at all. It continued to sprint forward, following the Buddha's hand and piercing the entire arm of the majestic Buddha statue of the great Sun Tathagata unimpeded. Immediately afterwards, the spear penetrated from the shoulder of the Buddha statue, and with a fierce momentum, it went straight towards the Buddha's head of the great Sun Tathagata Buddha statue. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the entire arm of the huge Buddha statue of the great Sun Tathagata suddenly collapsed, and the fragments scattered on the ground like raindrops. The struck Buddha's head let out a shrill cry, as if telling some unwillingness and pain. But at this moment, behind Zhou Xingdou, 10,000 Buddhas held a large swastika Buddha seal and came at full speed. When the swastika Buddha seal was turned upside down, it drained away the thunder pool that Zhou Xingdou had set up to protect the surrounding body. At this moment, the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha looked solemn and muttered words, as if he was performing a mysterious and powerful dharma. Just when he was still 3 feet away from Zhou Xingdou, the heavenly punishment thunder dragon that had been hovering quietly around Zhou Xingdou seemed to be suddenly activated and pounced towards 10,000 Buddhas without any warning. Facing this sudden heavenly punishment thunder dragon, 10,000 Buddhas had already prepared himself. After all, the Prince of Hades lost here, so he did not dare to slack off at all. I saw a dazzling golden sun condensed behind him in an instant, and it rushed towards the menacing thunder dragon with thunderous momentum. In an instant, the thunder dragon and the sun collided fiercely in midair, making an earth-shattering noise. At this time, 10,000 Buddhas, who had been chanting words in his mouth, also stopped chanting, and then took a step forward resolutely, passing through many obstacles, and finally entered within 3 feet of Zhou Xingdou's body. Ever since he saw that Zhou Xingdou's divine ability could be used so easily, but he had to use the great Sun Tathagata Sutra, he understood that he might not be able to win quickly in a duel with mana. Now, the only way to quickly defeat Zhou Xingdou is to break through Zhou Xingdou's body protection and physically confront him. Immediately afterwards, 10,000 Buddhas used all his strength and shouted angrily. There is a Buddha in the West. He is 6 feet tall. My Buddha is compassionate and bless me. Along with this roar, the whole body of 10,000 Buddhas emitted a layer of dazzling golden light. Finally, he shouted those 4 words in a low and solemn voice. The great sun Tathagata has a 6-foot-long golden body. At this moment, the body of 10,000 Buddhas suddenly began to expand violently. In the blink of an eye, his originally ordinary body seemed to be covered in a layer of dazzling golden paint, exuding a luster that was impossible to look directly at, as transparent as golden glass. At this moment, the faces of 10,000 Buddhas also underwent astonishing changes. The image of red lips, white teeth, compassion and kindness has disappeared, replaced by a majestic and angry look, like an angry-eyed King Kong. At the same time, countless mysterious Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures were engraved on his golden body like tattoos. Every word shone with sacred brilliance, as if it contained endless Buddhist mysteries. At this moment, it seems that the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas are no longer just Buddhists, but have transformed into real Buddhas and come to the world. Even if all this happened in an instant, how could Zhou Xingdou not notice that the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas was approaching him? He was just curious about why this disciple of 10,000 Buddhas was so persistent in wanting to get close to him. Even the statue of great sun Tathagata is given up not to be destroyed by oneself, but also to stay close to one's own body. Now looking at the 10,000 Buddhas, who was 16 feet tall, golden in color, and bursting with great physical power, Zhou Xingdou almost laughed out loud, and then he realized that this guy actually wanted to physically collide with him. I don't know whether he was confident in his physical fitness and martial Tao, or was simply overwhelmed by joy. At this moment, 10,000 Buddha smiled confidently. Zhou Dao child was approached by the monk, you have been defeated. After saying that the body of the 10,000 Buddhas was like a Vajra with angry eyes, the body of the true Buddha came into the world, sounded a bell, and punched Zhou Xingdou in an instant. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou couldn't suppress the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. He smiled contemptuously and said, "It's really time to end." He originally just wanted to play for fun. If 10,000 Buddhas didn't get close to him, he might have to take several moves to defeat this ancient freak. But now that this disciple of 10,000 Buddhas chooses to have a head-on collision with his own body, he is seeking death. Zhou Xingdou stared at the surging 10,000 Buddhas with cold eyes. He suddenly took a step forward, as if he was integrated with the whole world. As he took this step, a terrifying force burst out from his body. Behind Zhou Xingdou, the shadow of a majestic giant elephant suddenly appeared. Roar! This giant elephant has a huge body and exudes a heart-stopping pressure. Its roar is deafening and resounds through the sky. It seems to be able to penetrate the 9 heavens and roar down to the stars. And its 4 thick legs are like the pillars of heaven, standing firmly on the ground, as if they can suppress all evil under hell. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's flawless body, which had been tempered countless times and returned to its original state, also showed its true horror. The energy and blood spurted out of Zhou Xingdou's body like a boundless ocean, and like a volcano erupting, forming a blazing and dazzling blood light. This bloody light was like the scorching sun in the sky, shining in all directions and sweeping across with unparalleled power. Wherever it passed, the void was torn open, revealing black cracks, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. 840 million giant elephant particles were all stirring at this moment, and an invincible divine power completely revived in Zhou Xingdou. The divine power was swaying between his arms, completely stirring up all time and space. Zhou Xingdou let out a hearty laugh, and punched 10,000 Buddhas like stars falling from the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. The whole world resounded with endless buzzing. At this moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Even if there was a formation to block it, everyone below felt the sky and the earth shaking. At this moment, both the people from the major forces and the existences on the distinguished seats from the 5 parties showed expressions of shock. Even the Nether King, who had always been extremely indifferent and motionless, was moved when he saw the energy and blood power emanating from Zhou Xingdou. Zhang Jizi was also a little surprised. Even he did not expect that the physical power of Dao Child, who was about to be crowned in his sect, would be so strong. The vicissitudes of life of the Shenwu sect man also lit up at this moment, with a look of surprise on his face. Only the heavenly Buddha on the Buddha realm seat was so shocked that he almost couldn't sit still. His hands could no longer hold the Buddha's ritual calmly, and the armrests of the seat he was tightly grasping were full of cracks. And when 10,000 Buddhas faced Zhou Xingdou's earth-shattering and unparalleled punch in person, he was completely stunned for a moment. At this moment, in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou was like a majestic and solemn god of power descending into the world. That shocking punch seemed to occupy the entire world, eclipsing everything else. In comparison, the 6-foot-long golden body and the punch he threw out seemed as insignificant and powerless as a young child. Only at this moment did he realize how wise he was. He originally thought that Zhou Xingdou was physically weak and that he would quickly shoot him down as long as he fought hand to hand. But now, the body that I am so proud of is like an ant in front of this god of strength. Thinking back to the confident plan that I made when I bet on the future of Wushungjing in order to get Zhou Xingdou into the game, it seems ridiculous now. It turns out that I was never a hunter, but a prey. Boom! Boom! Zhou Xingdou's fist collided with the fist of 10,000 Buddhas, and the two collided with an earth-shattering sound. However, the outcome of this battle was actually decided before the fight. I saw that the so-called 6-foot-long golden body instantly shattered into pieces and turned into countless golden fragments scattered everywhere. The endless Buddhist intention was also wiped out under the impact of Zhou Xingdou's powerful divine power. This is simply overwhelming strength. All the power related to 10,000 Buddhas and Buddhas are extinguished at this moment. It is no lie for Zhou Xingdou that he can defeat all magic with one force. Just when everyone thought the battle was not over, Zhou Xingdou suddenly retracted his fist at this moment. 10,000 Buddhas and Buddhas were still standing on the same spot, motionless, neither being knocked away nor moving even a step. His fist still maintained the posture of blasting out, and his whole person seemed to be frozen in time. Click click click. But when Zhou Xingdou shook his head and turned around, countless fine cracks suddenly began to appear on the body of 10,000 Buddhas, and these cracks quickly spread throughout the body like spider webs. The rich life essence and holy power dispersed from the cracks in the bodies of 10,000 Buddhas and returned to the heaven and earth, causing the spiritual energy here to surge. The scene was also completely silent at this moment, and everyone was shocked and speechless. It has been sealed in the ancient divine source for countless years, and has cultivated the first Buddhist practice, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. The physical body can be transformed into a 6-foot-long golden body, and the 10,000 Buddhas can realize the Arhat realm, the Great Sage. Unexpectedly, within 3 feet of Zhou Xingdou, his golden body was broken by one punch, and all his energy was drained from the blow. And what about Zhou Xingdou? The holy first realm was broken through not long ago, and even the punch that broke Zhongliu's golden body didn't even have divine ability, it could only be regarded as martial Tao. Then when he breaks through to the great sage, how tyrannical will he be? Will the world's geniuses be able to succeed? Is that bald donkey dead? At this time, a voice broke the silence. Bai Yulong looked curiously at the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha whose body was covered with cracks and whose energy was overflowing, and asked his grandfather. Grandpa Bai Yulong shook his head and then explained. It's not possible for a great sage to die so easily, let alone an ancient freak. But it's a good thing that your elder brother saved his hand and stopped his punch in time, otherwise Tulu Temple would have chosen another Buddhist disciple. Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven's words brought everyone back to their senses. Everyone present was in an uproar and noisy. The most excited person was undoubtedly Zan Heavenly Dao sect. With Zhou Xingdou alone, who dares to say that the Zan Heavenly Dao sect is still in trouble? Under the uproar of the whole audience, the body of 10,000 Buddhas gradually fell, and countless crystal fragments fell from it. The heavenly Buddha instantly appeared next to the 10,000 Buddhas, held it up with Buddhist Dharma, and condensed a golden lotus. He slowly moved the 10,000 Buddhas into the golden lotus, for fear that if the 10,000 Buddhas were stronger, the 10,000 Buddhas would be completely shattered. Immediately, Lord Tianfo looked at Zhou Xingdou with an extremely cold look, but before he could get angry, Zhou Xingdou said calmly. Hand over the future inanimate sutra. If it weren't for the future Wushung Sutra, Zhou Xingdou would never have closed his fist just now. He would have completely annihilated this ancient freak named 10,000 Buddhas. But even so, the condition of 10,000 Buddhas is not very good. The Dantian meridians are all shattered, the essence is completely overflowing, and there is only a little vitality hanging on the life. Even if he is cured, he will probably be a disabled person. Can't give it. Tianfo Lord's low and cold voice seemed to come from the endless abyss, and his eyes were full of anger. Whatever the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas said, he was also a disciple of 10,000 Buddhas temple. Although the two were fighting for bets, it was ultimately a competition, not a battle of life and death. Zhou Xingdou was so ruthless, how could he keep Tianfo from getting angry? What's more, Zhou Xingdou's physique is obviously so strong, but he has always kept it hidden. Zhou Xingdou during the battle with the Prince of Hades, and Zhou Xingdou during the gambling battle with the 10,000 Buddhas, were not as strong as the same person at all. This made him doubt that Zhou Xingdou had teamed up with the Nether King to set a trap for their Buddhist sect. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, his originally indifferent face instantly turned gloomy, his brows furrowed tightly, and his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy revealed a biting chill, like two sharp swords. Stab straight at the heavenly Buddha in front of him, who is known as the head of the Buddha. Facing this powerful man at the peak of creation Lord, Zhou Xingdou showed no fear. He straightened his body and looked at the opponent without flinching. There was even a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of disdain, ridicule. Oh, do you, 10,000 Buddha's temple, want to go back on your word? His voice was not loud, but the power contained in it was enough to condense the air around him. This is the Zan Heavenly Tao sect. Even if the current Buddha comes, Zhou Xingdou will not be afraid, let alone the heavenly Buddha. Just as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, a majestic and cold voice suddenly came, as if coming from the land of Juyu, with a heart-stopping chill. If the 10,000 Buddha's temple is unwilling to hand it over, then so be it. The Nether King Palace can destroy the Buddha's forbidden Zen, so my mysterious heavenly Tao sect is not a bad idea. The person who spoke was Zan Jizi, the Taoist master of Zan Heavenly Tao sect. At this moment, Zan Jizi's whole body was buzzing with Taoism, and his eyes contained unparalleled coercion and confidence. As these words came out, Zan Jizi suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering momentum, crushing towards the Tianfo Lord like a surging torrent. Tianfo Lord felt this terrifying power, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if there were 3 mountains and 5 ridges weighing on his back. Cold sweat was pouring down from his forehead, and he was secretly complaining in his heart. He was not as angry and gloomy as before, and his whole face was full of fear. It was terrifying. When facing the pressure of Zan Jizi, Tianfo Lord realized how powerful Zan Jizi was. This kind of fear from the heart was something that even the current Buddha of Wanfo Temple could not make him feel. How powerful is this mystery? The Buddha also spoke tremblingly at this moment. Tao Master has misunderstood. It's not that the poor monk is unwilling to give. The poor monk does not have the future lifeless sutra. Only Yuan Chan has the qualifications to inscribe the future lifeless sutra's inheritance. Xuanjizi glanced at Tianfo Zun lightly. Then wait until he wakes up. If you don't hand over the bet today, you and that family of Buddhists won't have to go back to the Buddhist realm. You can settle down in my Zan Heavenly Tao sect. After saying that, Xuanjizi waved his sleeves, and the great pressure on Tianfozhen suddenly disappeared. Tianfozhen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat on his head before he respectfully saluted Xuanjizi and Zhou Xingdou. Don't worry, Taoist master and Tao child, our Buddhist sect will never break our word. The Buddha Tian's posture was extremely low, and Zhou Xingdou didn't want to be oppressed in public, so he stopped caring about him. Seeing Zan Jizi and Zhou Xingdou, the heavenly Buddha didn't say anything more. He quickly returned to his seat in the Buddha realm, holding up the golden lotus that wrapped the 10,000 Buddhas. Recently, most of the major forces present looked at the 10,000 Buddhas temple with ridicule and disdain. Today, the 10,000 Buddhas temple can be said to have lost both its wife and its troops. Even Zhou Xingdou felt a little sad about the 10,000 Buddhas temple. Even though it was a place of supreme immortality, the 10,000 Buddhas temple seemed to be worse than the ordinary immortal forces. It always behaved in an extremely humble manner. Today, it can be said that it has lost the face of all the immortal forces. However, this will not make Zhou Xingdou pity the 10,000 Buddhas temple. After all, he is here to plot against himself. He does not have the so-called Holy Mother's heart, and only has the heart to play with the Holy Mother. Zhou Xingdou was looking down at the crowd below. His voice seemed to come from 9 heavens away. It was cold and ruthless, but it also exploded in everyone's ears like rolling thunder. You guys, do you still want to fight? After the battle between Zhou Xingdou and 10,000 Buddhas, naturally no one dared to ask for a fight. Even Lu Dazu, who was originally eager to try, was extremely silent at this moment. No one among the Tianzhou present wanted to face Zhou Xingdou's shocking ultimate punch, because it was no different from seeking death. Zhou Xingdou's words lingered around the world, but no one answered for a long time. Lu Dazu's careless look disappeared from the sword domain seat, and he sighed. It's a pity that senior brother went to Taishi Dao domain to look for the successor of the absolute sword immortal. Otherwise, if he were here, he might not be Zhou Xingdou's opponent. Speaking of this, Lu Dazu looked at the majestic Zhou Xingdou in the sky, rubbed his chin curiously and murmured. By the way, isn't Zhou Xingdou the first disciple of the Luoxia sword immortal? Why does he use fists instead of swords? And he doesn't have the extreme sharpness of a sword cultivator. Zhou Xingdou naturally didn't pay attention to Lu Dazu's muttering. In his eyes, whether it was the Prince of Hades or the son of 10,000 Buddhas, they were all capable of fighting with him. Only Lu Dazu could not enter his eyes. Not to mention that his strength is not as good as that of 10,000 Buddhas, or even inferior to the clumsy Prince of Hades. Just his sword cultivation is a tragedy for Zhou Xingdou. In Zhou Xingdou's eyes, a swordsman with Lu Dazu's strength was no different from a mortal without any skills. As long as he wanted to, he could defeat his swordsmanship at any time. After all, his own unique sword vein is the nemesis of sword cultivators in the world. But what is most important to Zhou Xingdou now is not the future lifeless sutra, the Prince of Hades who was defeated for no reason, nor the Buddhist realm, nor the mysterious Nether King's palace. There is only one person he really cares about now, and that is Zan Jizi, the Taoist master of Zan Heavenly Tao sect. Now that no one has accepted the challenge, Zan Jizi will crown himself, and he has completely confirmed the position of Zan Heavenly Tao sect Tao child. It's time for me to consider when to activate the Taoist Inquiry Bureau. Now that the Nether King is here in person, the old man in sword domain cannot see the depth, and the 10,000 Buddha's temple is also ambitious, and there is no telling what he will think when the Taoist master asks. Needless to say, Shenwu sect and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven will definitely stand on their side, but I don't know if the three immortals can suppress it when the time comes. But there are also benefits. The three immortals are here. If Xuanjizi really has a problem today and evil spirits invade profound heaven, it will also be a strength. It's a pity that the sect's grand formation has always been controlled by the formation hall, but no one from the formation hall showed up today, nor did the other two halls. I don't know if there will be other changes by then. Zan Jizi did not notice anything unusual about Zhou Xingdou. He looked at the ancient sun shining on the 9 regions above the dome, nodded and said slowly. Xingdou, the auspicious time has come, enter the altar and be crowned. Zhou Xingdou also instantly dispelled the confusion in his heart, put his hands on his back, and walked forward easily. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with the surrounding space, and his figure gradually became blurred, and finally disappeared into the void. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the center of the profound heaven altar. At this moment, the profound heaven altar suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and countless mysterious runes and patterns emerged from all directions, converging into a dazzling sea of light. Accompanied by bursts of melodious and ancient Taoist sounds, these notes are like the sound of nature, reverberating throughout the Zan Heavenly Tao sect. People who heard this Taoist sound immediately felt that their souls had been greatly purified and enlightened. Their thoughts became extremely clear, and the distracting thoughts in their minds disappeared without a trace. Some people were even influenced by the Taoist sound and couldn't help but sit down cross-legged and began to understand the profound truth contained in it. Some people even directly entered the state of enlightenment. Zhou Xingdou stood quietly in the center of the profound heaven altar, feeling the rich Taoist atmosphere around him. Even at this moment, he slowly closed his eyes, listened carefully to the beautiful sound of the Tao, and immersed himself in the endless mystery of the great Tao. In an instant, Zan Heavenly Tao sect, which was originally calm as water, suddenly became turbulent. But Bai Yulong was dumbfounded at the altar of profound heaven. He still agreed with the first half of the sentence, but if he hadn't heard the latter words with his own ears, he really wouldn't have known that he was talking about his eldest brother. These words are like the dazzling stars in the night sky, shining with dazzling light and deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. Every word contains endless mystery and power. It seems that as long as you understand the true meaning, you can master the most powerful method in the world. Everyone knows that Zan Heavenly Tao sect has always been indifferent. How strong Tianji or Xuanjizi's generation was. Nowadays, the younger generation has many crotches. Even except for Zhou Xingdou's generation, no one among the disciples is in the Holy Realm. Zhou Xingdou did not blush at Zhang Jizi's words. He felt that he was indeed right. And Yuan Tian, who was sitting with the Shenwu sect, couldn't help but blush for his young master. After all, he was Zhou Xingdou's confidant, and he was involved in Zhou Xingdou's big and small affairs. But then Xuanjizi changed the subject. As soon as he finished speaking, the profound heaven jade crown began to tremble slightly as if it had received some kind of induction. Then, it made a buzzing sound. Xuanjizi took a long breath, raised his hands and saluted all directions, and the Taoist voice sounded like thunder. Fortunately, the great Tao blessed him, and profound heaven got his disciple Zhou Xingdou, the proud son of heaven, who reached the holy realm at the age of 21, possesses the supreme Tao body, and has unparalleled fighting power. He is also extremely intelligent, has a transcendent understanding, and is pregnant with an innocent child. With a heart, the injustice in the world has stopped, the war has ended since the beginning of time, and the merits of all sentient beings have been achieved. His character can be called a sage in this world, and his kind heart has made the world weep with pity. Zhou Xingdou also opened his eyes at this moment. His silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at profound heaven's jade crown, his pupils condensed, and he shouted. Zhang Jizi's voice was low and powerful at this moment, as if every word contained endless power and profound meaning, which made people awe-inspiring. Fortunately, the world didn't know about these deeds, and Zhou Xingdou was praised by the world for mediating the war between the two immortals in Taishi Dao domain. Of course, Bai Yulong, who has learned a lesson, will not show off his flaws anymore, but just curses in his heart. After all, if Zhou Xingdou really hears what he is saying, he may suffer. In an instant, the profound heaven jade crown turned into a dazzling aurora, rushing towards Zhou Xingdou like lightning. In the blink of an eye, this aurora had arrived beside Zhou Xingdou, and then surrounded him tightly at an astonishing speed. Enslaving fellow elders, brainwashing young girls from good families, seizing the Liu family and their wives, snatching the crown prince and queen of the Dian dynasty etc. None of these things have anything to do with the words describing Zhou Xingdou, but each of them is it was all done by Zhou Xingdou. Zhang Jizi also appeared in the center of the profound heaven altar at this moment. He stood steadily in front of Zhou Xingdou, his expression solemn, as if he was carrying an immeasurable burden, and he slowly said. The chief of Jushuan Peak, the first disciple of Luoxia Sword Immortal, the young emperor of the Zhou family, Zhou Xingdou is the profound heaven Tao child. Quote. Therefore, most of the people present did not feel disgusted after hearing this. Instead, they all looked at Zhou Xingdou with respect. I saw that the long river of spiritual energy surrounding Zhan Heavenly Tao sect began to roll violently, setting off waves of turbulent waves. The immortal plants growing in the sect also swayed, as if cheering for joy, and the spiritual birds living in the mountains and forests even chirped in unison, seems to be congratulating Zhou Xingdou. At the same time, a brilliant and dazzling light suddenly shone above the sect protecting formation, which was so brilliant that it was dizzying. Immediately afterwards, Profound Heaven Peak, Judian Peak and Jushuan Peak, three fairy mountains floating above Judian, unexpectedly shot out a dazzling divine flower at the same time, like three sharp swords that cut through the sky, shooting straight towards located in the center of the Profound Heaven altar. What kind of character can be called a sage in this world, and his kind heart makes the world weep for him? This horse riding is simply a fart. As Profound Heaven Tao child, I should fight for Profound Heaven to win the heart of heaven in this world and dominate the 9 realms for tens of thousands of years. What is even more astonishing is that there are two simple characters engraved on the top of the jade crown. Profound Heaven. These two characters are written vigorously and powerfully, like dragons and phoenixes dancing, revealing a kind of supreme majesty. But everyone in this world says that Profound Heaven has no descendants and no successors. Although there are over 10,000 disciples, none of them can take on the important task. Xuanji is ashamed to be the master of Profound Heaven. But Zhang Jizi did not stop talking, and said with a guilty look on his face. If you observe carefully, you can find that there seems to be a series of laws flowing inside the jade crown, exuding a terrifying charm. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar, like thunder that penetrated the ears and resounded through the sky. As long as you take a look at it, you can feel the endless mystery and profound mystery contained in it. It is the blessing of Profound Heaven that such a true dragon genius enters my Profound Heaven. My Xuanjizi is the Taoist master of Profound Heaven, representing the ancestors of Profound Heaven, the 2 peaks of 9 heavens and 9 mysteries, the 5 halls of profound heaven peak, and the 2 inner and outer gates. At the same time, a row of words full of simplicity and mystery flashed through Zhou Xingdou's mind, the 9 profound heaven book of creation. Having an innocent heart. Having a naked heart is almost the same. When these 3 divine flowers came together, they instantly merged into a treasure that exuded a mysterious atmosphere. This treasure is light cyan in color and is engraved with exquisite dragon patterns and twinkling cloud and star patterns, just like a rare treasure. At the beginning of the first Yuan, the 2 emperors of 9 Zan and 9 heavens established Zan Heavenly Tao sect. Over countless years, Zan Heavenly Tao sect experienced endless ups and downs, but still firmly sat in the ranks of the supreme immortals of the first Yuan. The human venerable of the world is one of the righteous leaders in the world honored. Junju Profound Heaven Creation Book is the Taoist lineage of Zan Heavenly Tao sect. Its power involves creation and is one of the supreme skills in the world. According to common sense, the 9 Profound Heaven Book of Creation should be taught to him in an extremely solemn and serious way, but what is unexpected is that this teaching was actually completed through the Profound Heaven Jade Crown that crowned him. The moment Zhou Xingdou put on the Profound Heaven Jade Crown, a powerful Taoist charm instantly poured into his body, shocking the whole world. Under the guidance of this Taoist rhyme, it seemed that he did not need to deliberately comprehend the 9 Profound Heaven Creation Book. The row of ancient words in his mind was like an enlightenment, and he understood the cultivation methods of the 9 Profound Heaven Creation Book, deeply imprinted on his heart. With the blessing of the Profound Heaven Jade Crown, Zhou Xingdou's already noble and domineering temperament now has a touch of detachment. This unique and intricate temperament makes his whole person full of mystery, but at the same time it also gives people a sense of reclusiveness. A feeling of independence and aloofness. However, at this moment, Zhou Xingdou did not focus on the 9 Profound Heaven Book of Creation in his mind. Instead, after slowly exiting the state of enlightenment, his eyes fell directly on Zan Jizi, who was looking at him with a pleased smile on his face, his eyes slightly condensed. In an instant, an ancient jade pendant suddenly appeared on Zhou Xingdou's hand behind his back. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, it was immediately held tightly by Zhou Xingdou and instantly turned into pieces and flew away. At the same time, Qing Yanjing on Jushuan Peak and Fang Daokan on Judian Peak both looked solemn, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Almost at the same moment, as if they had received a common instruction, they all worked hard to activate the formation disc in their hands. On the altar of Profound Heaven, Zhou Xingdou's face was full of sternness. He stared closely at the mystery in front of him, and finally couldn't help but ask. Xuanjizi, are you betraying Profound Heaven? Zhou Xingdou's voice was not loud. At this moment, under the blessing of the mysterious and powerful power of the Profound Heaven altar, his words resounded throughout the entire Zan Heavenly Tao sect like a bell. When the people under the altar heard this, they were all shocked. They were whispering to each other and discussing, with expressions of astonishment and confusion on their faces. Even those people sitting on the immortal seats of 5 directions looked at each other with surprise. Even the Nether King tilted his head slightly, looking at the 2 people on the Profound Heaven altar with a little doubt in his eyes. They really couldn't figure out why Zhou Xingdou suddenly said such words. Which drama will Zan play in Heavenly Tao sect? The Tao child of Zan Heavenly Tao sect asks the Tao master of Zan Heavenly Tao sect if he has betrayed Profound Heaven. This is like the prince of a mortal dynasty asking the emperor, does his majesty already want to rebel? It is generally confusing. There was something strange in these words, and the whole scene became extremely tense, and the atmosphere was so solemn that it seemed to be overwhelming. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zan Jizi, wanting to see how he would respond to Zhou Xingdou's question. Zan Jizi, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He was neither confused nor panicked by Zhou Xingdou's words. He just stood there quietly, seemingly not paying attention to everything around him. At this moment, the 2 towering immortal peaks of Judi and Jushuan suspended on the top of the sky suddenly began to tremble violently. It was like a big earthquake, and the entire space was shaken. On top of these 2 fairy peaks, the mysterious formation that was originally hidden seemed to be activated, shining brightly in circles from top to bottom, surrounding the peaks like a ring. The light of these formations contains an extremely powerful force of will, which is gradually gathering and condensing. In the blink of an eye, 2 thick beams of light rose from the tops of Judian Peak and Jushuan Peak at the same time. They soared into the sky like 2 giant dragons and rushed straight to the sky. When the two light pillars reached a certain height, they actually merged between the two peaks of profound heaven peak, and quickly transformed into a dazzling light pattern. This light pattern shone with a strange light, opening and closing like a crack, and where it opened and closed suddenly released an unparalleled ancient aura. These breaths are surging like a torrent, spreading to all directions, making people feel an aura that comes from an extremely sacred time and is extremely majestic. Xuanjizi stared closely at the mysterious light pattern, with a complex light flashing in his eyes. The strong principles that originally surrounded him began to decline sharply the moment the light pattern appeared, as if being swallowed by an invisible force. And his unfathomable aura and power, and the Taoist rhyme that burst out like a torrent, are now like being tightly strangled by the throat by an invisible hand, disappearing completely. Xuanjizi's ruddy face with an immortal air now turned white rapidly, losing all color in an instant and becoming as pale as paper. His whole aura quickly withered, and the originally surging vitality seemed to have been drained away, replaced by a state of weakness that could not be concealed. This sudden change caught people off guard. In the blink of an eye, the peerless and powerful man who was once as unfathomable as a god and as if he had appeared in the world of immortals was now crumbling like a candle in the wind. However, in the face of such a shocking turn of events, Zhangjizi did not feel angry or panicked at all. His expression was still as calm as water, and his indifferent and detached appearance seemed not to be affected by his physical condition. However, at the corner of his slightly raised mouth, there was a faint bitter smile. He did not ask Zhou Xingdou why, nor did he explain anything, he just murmured to himself. Tao Master asked me, have I finally reached this point? Xuanjizi's originally loud and shocking voice became weak and powerless at this moment, as if it would float into the air at any time. Under the altar of profound heaven, everyone's jaw dropped in shock at this sudden scene, and they became confused for a while. Even the protector of the Nether King Palace looks extremely ugly at this moment. The Nether King Palace and Zon Heavenly Dao sect are both immortals in the absolute beginning Dao domain, so they naturally have a deep understanding of the overlord Zon Heavenly Dao sect. At this time, he naturally recognized what Xuanjizi was encountering now. The Taoist Questioning Bureau Zhou Xingdou actually launched the Taoist Questioning Bureau on Xuanjizi. The master of Judian Peak is no longer here. How did he do it? But at this time, the people of Zon Heavenly Dao sect could no longer sit still. One by one, the true disciples, deacons, and elders stood up and rushed to the Profound Heaven altar, but they were all blocked by the power of the Profound Heaven altar. He could only yell at Zhou Xingdou inside. Zhou Xingdou, what are you going to do to Taoist Master? You actually attacked Taoist Master, Zhou Xingdou, you are a son of a man in vain. The prestige of Zhangjizi in Zon Heavenly Dao sect can be said to be at its peak, extremely respected, and awe-inspiring. However, although everyone has not yet understood the reason, it is obviously not a good thing to witness Zhangjizi's sudden loss of breath after Zhou Xingdou asked questions, and it must be related to Zhou Xingdou. Especially when Zhou Xingdou, who had just completed Dao Child's coronation, acted like this at this moment. Two words could not help but come to everyone's mind: seize power. This speculation exploded in people's minds like thunder, causing an uproar. Everyone was talking a lot, and their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The word, seize power, itself has a strong Machiavellian color, implying that a power struggle is about to begin. As the newly appointed Dao Child, Zhou Xingdou's behavior is particularly eye-catching at the moment. This made the disciples who originally celebrated Zhou Xingdou's becoming Dao Child agitated. They began to whisper among themselves and questioned Zhou Xingdou's motives and purposes. Some people think that he may be coveting the power of Taoist Master and trying to replace him. Some people think that this is a misunderstanding, or there may be something hidden. At this moment, the whole scene fell into chaos. Representatives of many major forces felt that something was not good, and they immediately stood up and left quietly. Others frowned, obviously not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of them. Some even showed strong curiosity, wanting to see what will happen today. The Tianfo Lord in the Buddha realm seat wrinkled his eyebrows slightly, but showed an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, which was both mocking and sneering. At the same time, his footsteps began to move slowly backward, as if he was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak away quietly with the golden lotus that was nourishing the children of 10,000 Buddhas. There was also a hint of depth in the cloudy eyes of the old man from Jianyu, as if he was thinking about something. Only Shenwu sect and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven are still in a state of confusion at this moment. Shenwu sect and Zan Heavenly Dao sect have been friends for generations, but they are affiliated forces of the Zhou family. How can they not be confused when such a situation occurs? Even Master Tianwei and the other ancestor wanted to forcefully attack the profound heaven altar to see what happened. But he was stopped by the well-dressed man at the head. In the yin-yang grotto heaven seat, Bai Yulong's eyebrows twitched. He finally understood why Zhou Xingdou had warned himself and Wan Tianzhou in advance so that they would not come to the Zan Heavenly Dao sect to watch the ceremony. Facing those restless disciples who were losing their minds and attacking the altar of profound heaven, Ningyu was finally unable to hold back. The aura all over her body suddenly exploded, and the pressure of the Supreme Realm burst out in full force. On her body, an extremely fierce sword intent seemed to pierce the sky, pressing towards the troublemaking disciples with endless majesty. At the same time, the magic sword hanging on her waist was also unsheathed at this moment, like lightning streaking across the night sky, causing the surrounding space to emit waves of low buzzing sounds. In an instant, a dazzling sword light cut through the sky with astonishing force, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. The power contained in this sword light is extremely terrifying, and its sharpness is beyond imagination, as if it can cut off everything in the world. Even the old man in the sword field couldn't help but look at this sword intent. The sword light finally struck hard between the profound heaven altar and the rioting crowd, cutting out a bottomless chasm and forming a spectacular sword energy waterfall. This sword energy waterfall stood in front of everyone like a natural barrier, exuding a heart-stopping pressure that made the rioting disciples not dare to cross the thunder pond easily. At this moment, Ning Yu's face was cold, and her voice was filled with incomparable majesty. The two peak masters and Dao child now suspect that the Dao master has betrayed profound heaven. This is the Dao master's question. It is the ancestral system of profound heaven. If there is no problem with the Dao master, everything will be fine. How dare you go against profound heaven? Altar, do you think that the law does not punish everyone? Now that his disciples are rioting, Ning Yu has to explain everything. However, Ning Yu was upright and had a personality that would rather bend than bend. Everyone knew that she replaced Luoxia Sword Immortal as the agent of Jushuan Peak. Her actions immediately calmed down the disciples who were in a mess. A deep voice also came from Jutian Peak at this moment. Jutian Peak can prove Elder Ning's words. Jutian Peak's chief Fang Tianyang reported his death. Taoist Master Zan is suspected of colluding with the Chaos Cult, and Zhou Dao Child launched the Taoist Master's Inquiry Bureau. This is a decision reached by the two peaks at the same time. Then Fang Daokin's figure appeared in front of the profound heaven altar. His appearance was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the atmosphere of the whole place. The words he spoke were like thunder piercing the sky, causing the disciples who had been temporarily quiet because of Ning Ye's majesty to fall into an uproar again. However, what was different from before was that these disciples were no longer rioting at this moment, but instead had faces filled with shock and disbelief. Each of their mouths opened so wide that they could almost fit an egg into them. In a short period of time, these disciples were hit by so many shocking news one after another. Some of them could not bear the huge psychological pressure and collapsed directly to the ground. What? Chief Fang is dead. The Taoist master actually colludes with the Chaos Cult. How is this possible? All kinds of exclamations and doubts resounded throughout Zan Heavenly Dao sect, echoing in everyone's ears. What happened in front of them really exceeded the limit of everyone's imagination, making them feel extremely confused. At this moment, the mysterious light pattern hanging high above the dome and formed by the intersection of the light pillars between the two peaks suddenly burst out with an incomparable ancient talisman. This talisman seemed to contain endless mystery and power, and rushed into the peaceful sect-protecting formation of Zan Heavenly Dao sect at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the originally calm formation seemed to be ignited, blooming with a dazzling brilliance. Countless dense and complex runes spread like flowers from the sky, illuminating the entire space in a dazzling way. This sudden change caused all the forces that were about to leave to stop and look at what was happening in front of them in shock. Even Tianfo Lord, who had originally made up his mind to take advantage of the chaos to escape from this place, couldn't help being stunned at this moment, standing there with his eyes wide open. There is no other reason. At this moment, Zan Heavenly Dao sect-protecting formation has been fully activated and extremely murderous intention is sweeping in like a storm, and at the same time, there is a steady stream of endless terrifying power and Dao intention in the formation. Gathered and condensed. These murderous intentions and Taoist intentions were like an overwhelming net, locking almost everyone present into it, preventing them from daring to move rashly. When the Tao Master Questioning Heart Bureau is activated, all forms of existence in the Zhan Heavenly Tao sect, whether they are living creatures, souls, or invisible spirits and information, are strictly prohibited from escaping or leaking the slightest bit. Nowadays, the Profound Heaven formation has been fully revived. It has no murderous intentions and does not recognize anyone. Anyone who leaves will be strangled. The entire sect has become a place that can only be entered but cannot be stepped out. The formation operates completely on its own, and no one can control it in the slightest. It can only return to normal after the Tao Master's inquiry is over. The current Zhan Heavenly Tao sect is like a cage with a closed way out. People from the outside may still have a chance to break into it, but those trapped inside have no chance of getting out unless the Profound Heaven formation is completely defeated. But this in the Profound Heaven formation, which is the power of the Profound Heaven Dharma realm, founded by the Emperor Ancestor, and completed by countless formations and geniuses from generations of Heavenly Tao sect, is one of the top formations even in the entire Chuyuan. If you want to completely destroy and defeat it, unless the great Emperor of Tianxin or the Emperor Weapon of the Resurrection Jita takes action, it is just a pipe dream. At the same time, compared to the noise and chaos outside the Profound Heaven altar, where people were panicking and shouting and making noises, the Profound Heaven altar was extremely quiet, as if time had frozen. Zhou Xingdou stared closely at the mystery in front of him, with a bitter smile on his face, but he remained silent and said nothing, only shaking his head slightly. It has to be said that Zhan Jizi's calmness made Zhou Xingdou a little uneasy, which made Zhou Xingdou frown and asked in a deep voice. Taoist Master, don't you have anything to say or explain? Zhou Xingdou's voice echoed in the empty Profound Heaven altar, as if he wanted to break the uneasy silence. Buzz. Moreover, Xuanjizi has been taken away by the ancestral spirit of Profound Heaven, which has proved that the Taoist questioning mind game has not failed. This sound was like a bell resounding through the sky, not only shocking the surrounding void, but also instilling awe in the hearts of all who heard it. Fa Hai Ant Jing Yuan Tian Xing Yue get down Daokan quickly. The disciples of Zhan Heavenly Tao sect were all kneeling on the ground at this moment. They may not have known what this spirit body was before, or even knew that such a spirit body existed in Zhan Heavenly Tao sect or the existence of the Profound Heaven Dharma realm. Why the ambush today? Huzong's Profound Heaven formation is operating autonomously at this moment. It only attacks those who leave the Zhan Heavenly Tao sect and cannot control it. And in the light door, the light suddenly rippled, and an extremely majestic figure stepped out of it, but this figure had no substance. It could even be said that it was not a human form, but a light spirit body composed of a totem. The moment Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Fa Hai and Qing Yanjing suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of Fang Daokan. Dozens of stars flashed around Fang Daokan, and Yuan Tian stepped out from the seat of Shengwu sect. Zhou Xingdou's eyes widened. With just this sentence, he could conclude that there was nothing wrong with Xuanjizi's 8th level and that the news that Fang Tianyang was dead was false. This moment is undoubtedly the time when Zhan Heavenly Tao sect's defense is at its weakest. As long as the Profound Heaven ancestral spirit appears, even if it cannot open the Taoist questioning heart, with the existence of the Profound Heaven ancestral spirit, destroying the Taoist questioning heart will not pose a threat to oneself. Zhou Xingdou's voice was almost a growl, and the vertical lines between his eyebrows burst out like a stormy sea, and anyone could hear the anger. When these sacred ancient lights shine on people, the feeling cannot be described in words. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou felt a chill and panic in his heart, but these feelings were instantly replaced by anger. Zhou Xingdou had been tricked. However, Fang Daokan didn't make any move at this moment, but a ghostly smile suddenly appeared on his face. Moreover, the questions asked may touch the foundation of a monk. If the person being questioned is innocent and outsiders grasp the fundamentals, it can be said to be a huge hidden danger. This extremely ordinary sentence contained countless information to Zhou Xingdou. It exploded in Zhou Xingdou's heart almost instantly, making his mind tighten up. A sense of uncertainty suddenly spread from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making him feel uncomfortable. His hair stood on end and his scalp was numb. But at this moment, a name appeared in their hearts, Profound Heaven Ancestral Spirit. At the same time, a disc-like divine pattern suddenly appeared under Zhan Jizi's feet. The divine pattern lit up slightly, and a beam of light instantly enveloped Zhang Jizi's body, and Zhang Jizi disappeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Protect yourself and the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect disciples. Santang has ambushed the Luo family. Those people, it's time to come. This kind of light is not dazzling, on the contrary, they appear extremely gentle, just like the warm spring sun shining on the earth. Seeing Zhan Jizi being brought into the Wenxin Bureau by the profound heaven ancestral spirit, Zhou Xingdou felt a little relieved. Xuanjizi had always been indifferent and silent, which made him a little uneasy and a little afraid that the Wenxin Bureau would fail. However, now that the profound heaven ancestral spirit appeared, he was dispelled. Zhou Xingdou was uneasy. Today is the coronation of his own Dao child. Does the other party already know that he will activate the Dao Master questioning heart on Xuanjizi? The two peak masters are not here, the Dao Master Questioning Heart Bureau is activated, and both the profound heaven ancestral spirit and the Taoist Master Xuanjizi are restrained. Naturally, the Questioning Bureau does not involve questioning in public, but the profound heaven ancestral spirit brings the Taoist Master into the profound heaven Dharma realm. Only with the power of the Dharma realm can one distinguish the truth or falsehood of Xuanjizi's words. And Zhan Jizi, who accepted the questioning so calmly, probably never betrayed profound heaven at all. It is more likely that he already knew that there would be chaos in the Luo family today, so he sent Santang to ambush him. Today, Dao Child is crowned, and Santang, who has never appeared at profound heaven peak, is not in the sect at this moment but is ambushing the Luo family. But just when Zhou Xingdou relaxed a little, Zhan Jizi's voice sounded in his ears. This light door is really too big, as wide as half of Jushuan Peak. A sacred and ancient light emanates from its interior, which penetrates the portal and illuminates the entire world. But he saw Zhou Xingdou clenching his fists, veins flashing in his hands, and there seemed to be endless thunder and punishment flashing in his silver-white eyes surging with purple energy. At this moment, a figure flashed in his mind, and he shouted instantly. It is a kind of majesty that makes people feel close and warm, and also gives rise to countless respects. Then why is there chaos today? When this majestic spiritual body appeared, the aura of endless vicissitudes and grandeur enveloped the world, and there was an indescribable kind and majesty. Yes, it was kind majesty. It's as if every cell is surrounded by this warmth, making people feel unprecedented comfort and peace. Just like a newly born baby, it is gently cared for by the amniotic fluid in the mother's body, giving people an unparalleled sense of security. Between Sumeru, the light pattern began to merge and change rapidly, and finally turned into a light door engraved with ancient divine patterns and talismans, towering into the clouds. Unfortunately, Zhou Xingdou did not receive an answer, because at this moment, the light pattern hanging in the sky made a buzz that alarmed the passing void. Zhou Xingdou took a few deep breaths, and his terrifying energy and blood seemed to become extremely hot due to emotions at this moment, and kept roaring and gurgling as the waves flowed around him. All kinds of domineering true intentions are rising at this moment. He has been playing tricks on others, and today he was played by others, and this person is the key person to unlock the Taoist questioning mind game, Fang Daokan. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou remembered Fang Tianyang's words before he died. At that time, Fang Tianyang said to him in shock and fear, "There are not many people who can be trusted." Zhou Xingdou never doubted Fang Tianyang's words, because Fang Tianyang was actually cursed. The fear and inner demons were not just an act, and he did indeed lose his life. His true spirit collapsed, and he would never be reincarnated. Looking at it from the beginning, Fang Tianyang saw Zhan Jizi appearing in the Luo family. This incident revealed many unreasonable facts. He was disturbed by too many external factors at the time, but he did not delve into it too deeply. If a serious disaster strikes today, there is only one possibility, that is, someone leaks what happened today. And knowing that today Zhou Xingdou will launch a Taoist inquiry into Zhan Jizi, everyone who knows except Fang Daokan is unlikely to betray him. Moreover, something was not right with Fang Daokan from the beginning. Although he was furious about Fang Tianyang's death, he later chose to unconditionally believe Zhou Xingdou's words. What's more, he didn't have much suspicion about Zhan Jizi at first, but Fang Daokan kept using his words, deeds, and insinuations, making Zhou Xingdou more and more suspicious of Zhan Jizi. Looking at everything now, is Fang Daokan, who even Fang Tianyang doesn't want to believe, worthy of his belief? At the same time, Fang Daokan, who was surrounded by everyone, had a weird, ghost-like smile on his face and said leisurely, Originally, I wanted to play with you for a while longer, but now it seems that this is no longer necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, Fa Hai standing aside suddenly changed his expression, and his whole body exuded dazzling Buddha light. I saw him forming seals with his hands and muttering something in his mouth. In an instant, a huge true shadow of a heavenly dragon emerged from behind him. It was the mighty heavenly dragon. This powerful Tianlong bombarded Fang Daoken at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples in the space wherever it passed. Almost at the same time, Yuan Tian and Qing Yanjing also took action instantly. For a time, the Buddha's light filled the air, the Tao seals were like the sea, the power of the law was splashed out like free money, and all kinds of mysterious formation patterns and smart marks covered the entire world. These rays of light intertwined and collided with each other, forming a powerful force that could destroy the world and sweep towards Fang Daoken. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Fang Daoken remained calm and composed, and there was even a sneer of disdain on his lips. Just as all the attacks were approaching, Fang Daoken's body emitted an extremely strange force. The power of this force far exceeded his half-step supreme realm cultivation level. It was an ominous force that could destroy everything, as if it were a strange force coming from the endless dark abyss. Whether it is the boundless Fa Hai Buddha Dharma, the overflowing dragon power, the mighty true shadow of the heavenly dragon that blasts towards Fang Daoken, or the attack launched by Yuan Tian using the obscure but exquisite Tao seal. Even the overwhelming killing formation composed of millions of spiritual seals condensed by Qing Yanjing was unable to resist this mysterious force. In an instant, the true shadow of the mighty Tianlong collapsed, the Tao seal turned invisible, and the formation instantly disintegrated. Even the power of law contained in the attack was swallowed up and destroyed at this moment, disappearing between heaven and earth, as if these attacks had never appeared. Such a strange and tyrannical power made everyone change their color, and the disciples of Zan Heavenly Tao sect were more frightened than shocked by the sudden changes of their law enforcement elder Fang Daoken. Because everyone can see that the power displayed by Fang Daoken is definitely not as powerful as Zan Heavenly Tao sect. Zhou Xingdou frowned even more at this moment. Looking at Fang Daoken, whose aura was rising continuously and his whole body was filled with strange power, he shouted coldly. "Who are you?" One heavenly venerable and two supremes were besieging him. Among them, Fa Hai's Dharma was superb, the mighty Tianlong had the ability to fight across the ranks, and Qing Yanjing's killing array was beyond the realm of measure, but they were unable to do anything to this person. Even if Fang Daoken's real power increases dramatically, he still won't be strong enough to compete with Fa Hai, Qing Yanjing and others. Fang Daoken grinned ferociously, and did not answer Zhou Xingdou's words. He waved his sleeves, and endless strange power vibrated, causing the heaven and earth to stir. Fa Hai, Yuan Tian, Qing Yanjing and the dozens of star ghost guards, he was instantly shaken back by this power. The corners of Fang Daoken's mouth raised slightly, revealing a ferocious smile, but he did not respond to Zhou Xingdou's words. Immediately afterwards, he gently waved his sleeves, and an indescribable and strange force suddenly burst out, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. This powerful force made the world tremble. Fa Hai, Yuan Tian, Qing Yanjing and the dozens of Xingyu guards were unable to resist this force and were instantly shaken back. At this moment, a long and eerie roar resounded between heaven and earth. The ancestral fire is clear, the ancestral light shines, the loving Father of Chaos, immortal for eternity, enlightens people and clears their hearts, the Su people understand their nature, the divine voice leads the way, the boundless pure land, pity the world, wandering and helpless, benefits all things, only because of chaos. Along with this long roar, the expression of the guardian in the Nether King's palace suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something, but just as he was about to take action, the Nether King sitting in the front seat suddenly frowned. The next moment, a jet-black light suddenly emerged. The light exuded all kinds of heart-stopping ominous auras, and quickly enveloped all the seats in the Nether King palace. At this moment, the representatives of the major forces and the people in the other 4 seats could no longer sit still. Tianfozen's eyes widened, filled with shock and fear, and he exclaimed. Chaos cult. At the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven seat, Bai Yulong's grandfather quickly protected by Yulong behind him, his face became extremely heavy, as if he was facing huge pressure. At the same time, a Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram covering the heaven and earth and containing the power of endless reincarnation of life and death emerged again. At the position of the sword field, the hunched old man also stood up suddenly. The originally dull eyes suddenly flashed with sharp light. The exquisite red gold divine sword he carried on his back seemed to have revived instantly at this moment, emitting a loud sword sound that shook the world, shocking the swords in the hands of everyone present to tremble. As for the well-dressed man from the Shenwu sect, looking at the ominous black light shrouding the Nether King's palace, endless killing intent burst out in his eyes. "Tianwei, Tiancong, protect the young master, I will go and check it out." Having said that, the vicissitudes of life man suddenly rushed into the ominous black light that others were afraid of coming into contact with. Seeing the vicissitudes of life man rushing into the ominous black light, Tianwei and Tiancong, who were sitting at the Shenwu sect seat, looked at each other with solemn expressions and were speechless. As Fang Daokan roared, a commotion suddenly broke out among the representatives of major forces and the disciples of Zon Heavenly Dao sect. The eyes of a deacon in the Divine King realm in Zon Heavenly Dao sect suddenly became extremely hot, and he couldn't help but follow Fang Daokan and recited a mysterious spell. The ancestral fire is clear, the ancestral light is shining, the chaotic father is immortal, and will last forever. Immediately afterwards, an unexpected scene happened. This Divine King level deacon actually killed his close friend who had been with him day and night without any warning. At this moment, something happened to a couple of true disciples from Judean Peak among the chaotic crowd. The Jurchen's face suddenly turned cold, and the long sword at his waist was unsheathed like lightning, and struck the man next to him on the neck with lightning speed. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the big head rolled to the ground. The poor man could not believe until his death that the woman he loved so much would swing the butcher knife at him so decisively and ruthlessly. However, what is even more horrifying is that a weird smile appeared on the face of the Jurchen who had just killed her close lover with her own hands, and she murmured softly. These seals intertwined and merged with each other in midair, eventually forming a huge and terrifying mysterious light. This mysterious light is composed of countless mysterious lines and runes, exuding heart-stopping power. Friends kill friends, fathers kill sons, and husbands and wives fight each other constantly. In just a few breaths, blood rains all over the sky outside the altar of profound heaven, and the blood flows everywhere. As the two waved their whisks, Taoism suddenly surged between heaven and earth, as if thousands of giant dragons were rising into the sky. The two old Taoists were mumbling words at the same time, forming seals with their hands, and dazzling Tao seals shot out from their hands. Mysterious light tore open the curtain of heaven and earth, and bombarded Fang Daokan with the force of destroying heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, the void shattered and the sky and earth lost color, as if the end of the world was coming. This is a supplementary update for the master certification sent by Zhou Xingdou last month. As for guarding this matter, it is most appropriate for the Xingyu guards to do this kind of thing. After all, when they were in the Holy Land of Wanyu, the Xingyu guards prevented any casualties among the many disciples of the Holy Land. Fang Daokan, who once again shocked Fahai and others away, turned his attention to Zhou Xingdou, who looked gloomy in the profound heaven altar, and grinned. That smile was chilling. They held whisks in their hands, their postures were as tall as pine trees, and they looked at Fang Daokan with sharp eyes. They exuded extremely surging and profound Taoist charms from their bodies, and like two-door gods, they cut off Fang Daokan's gaze towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou's face turned dark at this moment. He ignored Fang Daokan and immediately shouted to Xing Yuwei. Yuan Tian, who was slightly less powerful, spurted out a large mouthful of blood as black as ink on the spot, and most of his own aura instantly withered. Moreover, the power possessed by Fang Daokan seems to be gradually increasing with the passage of time. And such things continue to happen among disciples, and even among representatives of major forces. As for Zhou Xingdou's current combat power, even if he almost killed the ancient freak with one punch, it was undoubtedly useless to Fang Daokan, who could not do anything to Fahai from the venerable realm world or Qing Yanjing, the great master of the formation path. It has no effect at all. What's more, with the power of Xing Yuwei, it is almost impossible to compete with Fang Daokan today. Unless all 108 Xingyu guards are present, or the Xingyu commander is still in the early Yuan, there is no way he can withstand the powerful enemy in front of him. Facing the attacks from Master Tianwei and Master Tiancong, Fang Daokan finally put away his smile, and the extremely dark and profound runes in his hands made a buzzing sound at this moment. The two old Taoists are not long-winded, and not to mention that everyone in the chaos cult wants to kill Zhou Xingdou in the profound heaven altar, but the Shenwu sect will not agree. However, at this moment, the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and Sword Domain, who were in posture, did not take action against Fang Daoken, but stared closely at the ominous black light that enveloped the seats in the Nether King Palace, with solemn expressions and silence. Silent. If the current situation continues to develop, I am afraid that even Fa Hai and others will find it extremely difficult to stop the progress of the first ancestor, Fang Daoken. On the seat of Shenwuzong, Old Taoist Tianwei and Old Taoist Tiankong appeared in an instant between Fang Daoken and the profound heaven altar. Even without Zan Jizi's instructions, Zhou Xingdou would never have allowed such a thing to happen. These Zan Heavenly Tao sect's disciples were all his future properties, but nearly 100 of them died in this blink of an eye. What did Zhou Xingdou do? Not angry. The moment this rune appeared in front of everyone's eyes, except for those strong men whose strength had surpassed the supreme realm, everyone present could not help but tremble violently, and all kinds of negative emotions surged like a tide into their minds. Have pity on the world's people, who are helpless, but benevolent to all things, only because of chaos. The bright stars transformed by Xing Yue suddenly appeared like lightning above the chaotic heads of the Zan Heavenly Tao sect disciples. The ancient stars instantly erupted with endless coercion, suppressing the disciples and lifting them up with the power of the stars. Guard. Before he finished speaking, the strange power of Fang Daoken burst out, and an extremely dark and profound rune suddenly condensed in his hand. Xing Yue protect students from profound heaven disciples. Even Fa Hai and others felt a thick layer of haze cast deep inside their hearts at the moment the rune appeared, and an extremely uncomfortable feeling lingered in their hearts. What is even more chilling is that the strange power lingering around Fang Daoken is awakening in an endless stream, as if it will never stop. Under such circumstances, no one can predict when this mysterious power will reach its peak. Zhou Dao child, why don't you and I have a fight to see if you can still be evenly matched with me this time? These two roars exploded like thunder, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. But this did not make Zhou Xingdou feel relaxed at all. Today's Fang Daoken is a bit too weird. Even Fa Hai and others can't suppress it with all their efforts. How dare you? Presumptuous. I saw Fang Daoken waving his sleeves again and bursting out with that weird and unpredictable power, forcefully repelling the attacking Fa Hai, Yuan Tian and Qing Yanjing. But fortunately, these nearly 100 people were unprepared at first and were attacked and killed by people close to them. The latter were all on guard, so the current losses are not that big. Saying this, the Jurchen didn't stop at all and continued to kill the people around him. The moment the extremely dark and profound rune buzzed, it hit the oncoming mysterious light like a black meteor. In an instant, half of the sky seemed to be swallowed up by endless darkness and gloom, and it was as dark as ink. And in this darkness, countless strange divine patterns spurted out from the runes, spreading around like surging waves. These divine patterns are intricate and unpredictable, and their shapes are so strange that they have never been seen before, which makes people feel fear and make their souls tremble. Many people even had weak legs and could hardly stand because they could not bear the pressure. Boom boom boom. There was an earth-shaking loud noise. I saw those mysterious lights full of mysterious lines and the extremely dark and profound runes at the moment of collision. The two forces refused to give in to each other, erupting with unparalleled terrifying power. Even the void in the past seemed to feel the impact of this terrifying energy, and began to tremble violently. The whole world was shaking, as if it was about to collapse. As the residual power of the terrifying fluctuations gradually dissipated, mysterious light particles and dark particles still remained between heaven and earth like smoke. The extremely dark and profound rune flew back into Fang Daoken's hands like a returning bird, but its color became obviously lighter. Fang Daoken's expression was no longer so arrogant, and he became much more serious at this moment. He looked at the old Taoists Tianwei and Tiankong opposite and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that the two ancestors of the Shenwu sect would have reached the venerable realm, but I underestimated you. Master Tianwei snorted coldly, as if Fang Daoken was very disdainful. HMPH, you think that we and other members of the Zhou family are useless, and you actually want to attack the young master in front of us. If it weren't for that weird power, you would have been wiped out. Fang Daoken was not impressed by Tianwei's disdain, but smiled again. Even so, the two of you can't help me if you join forces. Your power is being consumed, and my ancient god's power is constantly increasing. What Fang Daoken said is true. Although the strange power in his body has not risen as rapidly as before, it is still increasing. As one goes and the other goes up, old Taoist Tianwei and old Taoist Tiankong can really do nothing to him. Hearing this, old Taoist Tiankong looked at Fang Daoken and sneered, saying disapprovingly, "When my master and Nether King break through your weird black light, in the hands of his old man, your so-called ancient god's power is useless." After saying that, old Taoist Tiankong made a sudden move, and old Taoist Tianwei also had a tacit understanding with him, almost waving the fly whisk at the same time as old Taoist Tiankong made his move. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou did not pay much attention to the battle between Tianwei Tiankong and Fang Daoken, because he knew that if he wanted to mess up the Heavenly Dao sect, just one Fang Daoken would not be enough. Moreover, when Xuanjizi entered the Taoist questioning bureau, the second half of what he said was, "Those people are coming." But now Zhou Xingdou can only wait and cannot even leave the profound heaven altar. His strength is no longer enough in front of these powerful people, and even his own war slaves can no longer intervene. As Zhou Xingdou expected, Fang Daoken sneered after receiving the bombardment from Master Tianwei and Master Tiankong. "Do you really think that no one from our divine religion will come today? You will all die today." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt an extremely special divine message. This spiritual sound transmission is completely different from what is usually heard. It is not transmitted directly into the ears, but is transmitted through some mysterious medium. And this medium turns out to be the system. In an instant, an urgent voice exploded in Zhou Xingdou's mind like thunder. "Master, go quickly, leave Zan Heavenly Dao sect quickly, don't stay for a moment." This voice was full of anxiety and tension, and it also made Zhou Xingdou feel strange. But if someone can transmit messages to him through the system, he can only be his war slave. The voice was unfamiliar to him, but he had never heard it before, yet it was his war slave. Zhou Xingdou guessed who this person was without even thinking. It was the war slave he had never seen before, Luo Balian of the Luo family. To make Luo Balian so anxious that he even uses the system as a medium to transmit messages, it means that the Luo family, which has been hidden for countless years, may take action. This undoubtedly made Zhou Xingdou's heart tremble, but even if he wanted to leave at this moment, he could no longer leave. The profound heaven formation could only enter and exit, and even he was no exception. Zhou Xingdou had to admit one thing at this moment, that is, if he stepped out of the protection of the profound heaven altar at this moment, he would become a burden. However, since he knew that the enemy was coming, Zhou Xingdou also hurriedly shouted to Ning Yez and Qing Yanjing. "Aunt Ning, Aunt Jing, return to Jushuan Peak quickly and protect yourself in cold clothes." Zhou Xingdou was more worried about Luo Hanyi than his own safety. Injuring his woman was a sign of a man's incompetence. Although there is still Xiao Zhuanfeng's alien great sage war slave in Jushuan Peak, this does not make him completely reassured. What's more, he had a hunch that Ning Yez might not be able to intervene in the upcoming battle. It would be better for her and Qing Yanjing to retreat to Jushuan Peak and let Qing Yanjing use the Jushuan Peak formation to defend against foreign enemies. Ning Yu also recovered from the situation in an instant. She immediately understood what Zhou Xingdou meant and rushed back to Jushuan Peak with Qing Yanjing. However, just when they arrived at Jushuan Peak and activated the Jushuan formation here to its strongest state, something unexpected happened. Almost a few years later, the 9 celestial immortal peaks hanging high in the sky were suddenly shrouded in a thick black mist. This black mist seemed to have mysterious magic power, causing the Judean Peak formation that was originally full of sacred aura to become unrecognizable in an instant. Those originally solemn and holy runes turned into strange dark divine patterns at this moment. Along with bursts of buzzing sounds, black mist quickly spread. At the moment when the black light intertwined, a deep and dark crack appeared at the bottom of Judean Peak. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have fallen into chaos, and an indescribable ominous aura filled the air. Even Zhou Xingdou, who was in the altar of profound heaven, could not help but feel an inexplicable depression and discomfort at this moment. Immediately afterwards, countless black shadows poured out from the huge crack like a tide. They were as dense as a swarm of locusts that covered the sky and swooped down overwhelmingly. As these black shadows gradually approached, people finally saw their true colors clearly. They turned out to be monks. However, what is even more chilling is that in this sea of people as dark as locusts, every person is filled with holy power that surges like the sea. Their bodies are covered in dark mysterious lines. These lines contain the same strange power as Fang Daoken, and they are constantly flowing. There are more than 1,000 monks, but no one is weak to the holy realm. Seeing this scene, even Zhou Xingdou, who has always been calm, couldn't help but his pupils suddenly shrank. Thousands of powerful monks with holy realm levels. Such a huge number, even if all the saints from Zan Heavenly Dao sect, Wanyu Holy Land and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven were added together, it would probably be difficult to reach. Looking at the numerous monks emerging from the cracks and fighting fiercely with Master Tianwei and Master Tiankong, Fang Daoken had a sarcastic look on his face, and grinned wildly. Ha 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 ha! Xuanjizi thinks he is extremely smart and thinks that by sending the third hall to set up an ambush in Tianqizhou, he can stop the Luo family from taking action. But he never expected that I had already secretly interconnected Judean Peak's formation with Luo family's law manifestation. The expressions of old Taoist Tianwei and old Taoist Tiankong also turned ugly for a moment, not because they were afraid of the holy realm, but because since the other party can bring out so many holy realm monks, there must be many more powerful ones. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou didn't even need to give an order, he just saw the huge mighty Tianlong law manifestation flashing out from behind Fa Hai. At the same time, Yuan Tian quickly used the magic formula to summon millions of magic seals. Relying on the unparalleled tacit understanding that the two of them have cultivated over hundreds of years in the secret realm, no more words are needed at this moment. Fa Hai's whole body exudes strong Buddha light, like a Buddha who has come into the world. A Zen staff suddenly appeared in his hand, its body shimmering with Buddha light, and the power of the surrounding laws also resonated. Accompanied by the roar of the phantom of the mighty dragon, Fa Hai held the sky-holding Zen staff, shrouded by the law manifestation of the mighty dragon, and rushed straight towards the gathering place of thousands of holy monks like a burning meteor. The vast ocean of saints. At the moment Fa Hai suddenly rushed out, the millions of law marks gathered by Yuan Tian suddenly began to tremble violently, and in an instant inspired countless dazzling, brilliant monolight pillars. These monolight beams were like dense raindrops, fiercely bombarding the crowded sea of saints. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by bursts of earth-shaking loud noises, Fa Hai from the Venerable Realm used his powerful law manifestation to attack, and Yuan Tian, whose strength had reached the supreme state of perfection, launched a fierce attack from a distance. Thousands of saints were immediately blocked from advancing, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of them evaporated out of thin air and disappeared. However, what is unexpected is that Yuan Tian, who originally had a trace of blood left at the corner of his mouth, suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood. What is even more surprising is that the blood spurted out this time is completely different from before. It is no longer as pure and clear as before, but is mixed with some strange blood that looks like black threads. If you feel it carefully, you can actually detect a hint of ominous breath wafting out of it. But at this time, Yuan Tian had no time to care about his own injuries. Regardless of his internal injuries, he used his magic power and shouted at Fa Hai. Stop it! These people have a strange aura, and their contamination is unknown. Fa Hai couldn't help but frown after hearing Yuan Tian's urgent shout. In fact, even without Yuan Tian warning him, he had already noticed that something was wrong. You know, since he cultivated to become heavenly venerable, the Qingtian Zen staff in his hand has been released from the seal and became a heavenly venerable weapon. But just when he hit the sea of saints and dozens of saints died, the Qingtian Zen staff was immediately eroded and contaminated by a strange force. The Qingtian Zen staff also fell from the power of a heavenly venerable weapon to an ordinary supreme weapon in an instant. On his law manifestation, which was originally a magnificent and majestic Buddha light, little black spots began to appear. These black spots spread quickly like a plague, covering a large area of the law manifestation in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Fa Hai could feel that his strength had dropped sharply, and it was even difficult to reach 50% of his peak level. This scene is so weird and bizarre that it is jaw-dropping. But those saints had no intention of flinching, nor did they feel fear or timidity because of the tragic death of their companions. On the contrary, with blazing flames burning in their eyes and crazy looks on their faces, they charged towards Fa Hai without hesitation. You must know that what is standing in front of you is an extremely powerful heavenly venerable. Just the Buddha's light it protects around the body is enough to make the body of an ordinary monk melt away in an instant. But these saints turned a blind eye, as if they were not afraid of death at all. As each saint falls, the black spots on Fa Hai's body will increase by 1 point. Just a few dozen breaths have passed, and the once majestic and domineering Dway Tianlong Dharmakaya has been almost completely swallowed up by the black spots. This situation gave Fa Hai a headache at the moment, but he still showed no fear. Even if his breath continued to fade, he still frantically killed the strange saint beside him. However, his declining strength has made his efficiency in killing enemies extremely low. Now he can only kill nearly 100 people. For the thousands of strange saints who are still numerous, the effect is extremely low. What's more, if this continues, he may not even be able to stop the ominous erosion, let alone kill the enemy. Zhou Xingdou also had a stern look on his face. This kind of ominous erosion could not be touched by others. Fa Hai could hold on until now because his Mahayana Dharma was showing its power. If he had been replaced by an ordinary heavenly venerable of the first Yuan dynasty, he would have been completely eroded by the ominous influence at this time. This kind of erosion is something that even Zhou Xingdou is afraid of, let alone others. Old Taoist Tianwei and Old Taoist Tiankong were fighting fiercely with Fang Daokan. Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven by Yulong's grandfather was not only guarding against the unknown black light, but also trying to frighten the Sword Domain and Tianfu Lord. Otherwise, he might have already taken action against Fang Daokan. Although the representatives of the major forces calmed down the sudden changes in the people around them, looking at the sea of more than 1,000 strange saints, those who wanted to help were powerless, and those who could help did not dare to act rashly. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding, the host battle slave Fa Hai killed 98 intermediate monks blessed with the power of chaos, and received the reward luck value, 490. Zhou Xingdou's stern face was instantly moved. He didn't expect that these strange saints were like demons, and they would be rewarded with luck points after killing them. Zhou Xingdou quickly asked the system program in his mind. System, kill those saints. Will the bad luck corrode me? It's no wonder that Zhou Xingdou is cautious. This ominousness is so weird that he has to treat it with caution. After all, there is no one around him to dispel the ominousness for him. The reason why he is not worried about Fa Hai is because Fa Hai is the war slave he summoned. Even if he dies completely, as long as Zhou Xingdou is still there, he can be reborn in the system. Ding, now that the system has been repaired for the second time, if ominous dares to corrode the host, it will only become nourishment for the system. After Zhou Xingdou heard this, he took a step forward without hesitation and left the impregnable profound heaven altar resolutely. Zhou Xingdou left the protection of the profound heaven altar, and Fang Daokan, who had been paying attention to Zhou Xingdou, suddenly noticed. This made his eyes suddenly light up, and he quickly waved the extremely dark and profound mysterious rune in his hand, and in an instant, Zhou Xingdou was locking. At the same time, old Taoist Tianwei also noticed Fang Daokan's actions. He immediately displayed a powerful Taoist technique, suddenly shot out a frightening Taoist seal, and bombarded directly towards Fang Daokan. Not only that, Tian Kong Lao Dao made a prompt decision and crossed directly in front of Zhou Xingdou, shooting out a mysterious light with amazing power and violent fluctuations, making Fang Daokan completely unable to get even an inch away from Zhou Xingdou. It's a pity that this is not the time for Zhou Xingdou to say thank you, but Zhou Xingdou transforms into thunder and comes to Yuan Tian in an instant, shouting at Fa Hai, who is blocking thousands of strange saints. Fa Hai, get out of the way. Fa Hai naturally did not hesitate to respond to Zhou Xingdou's order. Even if his power was now dry, he still used up the last bit of Buddha's power to scare away the enemies around him. At the same time, as if there was a tacit understanding, Yuan Tian quickly stretched out a hand into the void, pulled it hard, risking the risk of injury, and fully mobilized the power of Dao and La to strike hard through the air. He suddenly pulled Fa Hai, who was about to lose his strength, back from the Sea of Saints. However, the moment Fa Hai was successfully pulled back, all the divine power surging around Zhou Xingdou burst out in an instant. The bottomless holy power, the vast and majestic power of heaven and earth, the power of the dazzling stars, the prison-suppressing chi that suppresses everything, the indestructible domineering sword intent, the perfect body and divine power with blood, and the brilliant divine punishment. With the power of thunder, these extremely terrifying forces exploded at the same moment. Although Zhou Xingdou's own strength is far inferior to Fa Hai in the venerable realm, the powers he possesses are a natural nemesis for those evil spirits and ominous things. And the fact that he is not afraid of the unknown is enough to make him even more effective than Fa Hai, the heavenly venerable, in front of thousands of strange holy realms. Various strange phenomena flashed through Zhou Xingdou's silver-white eyes filled with purple energy. The prison-suppressing sword peak suddenly appeared in his hand, and a ruthless, domineering and powerful true intention rose up in the world. Punishment, punishment, punishment. At this moment, punishing heaven's Taoist body has revived to the extreme. An ancient, distant and mysterious whispering sound can be heard between heaven and earth. Endless thunder patterns are flowing and bursting out from the vertical lines between the eyebrows. 840 million giant elephant particles are boiling together, and the meaning of the absolute sword makes Zon heavenly Tao countless swords insect-made sharp and piercing whine sounds. All of these were merged into the prison-suppressing sword peak at this moment, and there was another roar between heaven and earth, making the thousands of fanatical and strange saints slightly stunned. Countless true meanings evolved, and various strange phenomena burst out. Zhou Xingdou raised his sword horizontally, and an extremely complex terrifying power burst out from the prison-suppressing sword peak. Cut! An earth-shaking roar suddenly burst out from Zhou Xingdou's mouth, as if it was about to tear the entire world apart. The giant sword in his hand emitted a heart-stopping scarlet light at this moment. This sword contained all of Zhou Xingdou's power and was his most powerful strike so far. It combines various mysterious skills and divine ability skills he has gained through years of practice, and developed the heaven-punishing sword through the veins of the absolute sword. Every trace of power in this sword is so complex and terrifying, intertwined and entangled with each other, forming an indescribable power. Buzz! With the swing of the prison-suppressing sword peak, the surrounding void violently agitated, setting off pieces of violent void winds. Immediately afterwards, a huge sword light suddenly erupted across the sky and the earth, and the destructive power it contained was the ultimate. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was twisted and broken, everything was swallowed up, and endless terrifying waves suddenly erupted, slashing towards thousands of strange saints. Those weird saints who were the first to bear the brunt of the fanaticism seemed to have regained some consciousness under this sword, showing extremely frightened expressions. They struggled desperately to escape back, hoping to be attacked by the sword light, but it was too late. They could only watch the terrifying and huge sword light getting closer and closer, and finally struck down hard on them. Wow! In an instant, an extremely terrifying energy wave erupted from the place where the sword blade came into contact with the saints. This fluctuation was like a surging ocean wave, quickly spreading to all directions. Lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, and endless thunder and punishment poured down like a stormy sea. The prison-suppressing energy and blood energy surged in the sword light, turning into an extremely heavy sun and crushing it. The dazzling stars streaked across the sky like shooting stars, crashing down hard. Countless domineering swords roam the world and all kinds of monstrous visions are constantly appearing. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel weak at this moment, and then climbed up again in an instant, and then the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, the host killed the middle-level chaos power-blessed monks, 237 people, and received the luck value reward, 2,370. Yuan Tian, who was supporting the weak Fahai next to Zhou Xingdou, suddenly had a sparkle in his eyes and immediately began to flatter him out of habit. But he forgot that blood was still gushing out of his mouth, and his words were unclear. Young master, Gulugu, you are truly an outstanding figure in the world Gugupu. This sword amazed almost everyone, and representatives of major forces kept exclaiming. How is it possible that he didn't use all his strength when he was fighting against 10,000 Buddhas? His power seems not to be affected by the unknown, but even the heavenly venerable mana is suppressed by the unknown in the sea of thousands of saints. Isn't Zhou Dao child afraid of being imbued with bad luck? The Supreme just killed dozens of people, but his vitality was severely reduced and he was seriously injured and could not heal. The most shocked person present was the person from the sword realm. The old man carrying the red gold divine sword even turned his eyes away from the unknown black light at this moment, and his sharp eyes locked on Zhou Xingdou instantly. Lu Dazu, who was behind the old man, opened his mouth wide at this moment, his face filled with surprise, and he stammered and exclaimed. Absolute, the pulse of the absolute sword. Lu Dazu's face was dull, which made him think of death. He never thought that Zhou Xingdou actually possessed the sword vein. The young emperor of the Zhou family, the Dao child of Zon heavenly Dao sect, the first disciple of Luoxia sword immortal, is actually the descendant of Zhu sword immortal. It's just that Zhou Xingdou didn't care about the exclamations of these people. Killing 203 saints with one sword is impressive, but these 237 people only reduced a small part of this strange sea of saints. There are still 8 or 900 exist. However, since he has cultivated into the divine elephant prison suppression realm and now has his power changed to the 6th layer, Zhou Xingdou is not afraid of this kind of locust battle at all. The sword just now was indeed his strongest attack, but he has a specialization in the art. For this kind of group battle, there is a better way. Before the strange vision in the Sea of Strange Saints completely dissipated, Zhou Xingdou suddenly let out a long roar. In the blink of an eye, the 840 million giant elephant particles in his body boiled completely, and all the power in his body was transformed into the prison-suppressing chi at this moment. The endless prison-suppressing energy suddenly exploded behind Zhou Xingdou, causing the whole world to tremble. An extremely evil and heavy force suddenly formed behind Zhou Xingdou. The divine elephant prison suppression power has never been an upright and righteous method. The king of elephants, stepping on the Ganges sand hell, is called the holy heaven, boundless in stature, and eternally invincible. This is the meaning of the elephant's prison suppressing power. It contains the power of heaven as well as the power of hell. Nowadays, the power of suppressing prison and the meaning of Hades contained in Zhou Xingdou are actually derived from the power of hell in the final analysis. The divine elephant's prison suppressing power is a mysterious power that interweaves good and evil. Now Zhou Xingdou has practiced the divine elephant's prison suppressing power in the giant elephant chapter, which brings this evil to the extreme. It can be said that the divine elephant's prison suppressing power is the most evil stage. However, Zhou Xingdou has never shown the extremely evil side of the divine elephant prison suppressing power. This is the first time he has used the 6th layer of the modern power method of the divine elephant prison suppressing power. People can't even tell who is evil compared to the portal behind Zhou Xingdou and the weird saint. Just when this terrifying portal appeared, an evil aura that could not be described in words instantly filled the air. However, even if these evil ghosts attacked the Sea of Strange Saints in overwhelming numbers and killed most of the strange saints, the deaths and injuries of these evil ghosts could only be described as tragic. The door to hell, which was dozens of feet high, suddenly flashed in front of the strange Sea of Saints. The scarlet and terrifying vortex in the door was like a huge mouth that preyed on people. As soon as it opened, there was an endless flow of the Styx. Water gushes out of it. Because these evil ghosts have no sense at all, even Zhou Xingdou who summoned them is extremely difficult to control. After all, his current level of divine elephant prison suppressing power is too low. In the blink of an eye, a creepy and ferocious portal suddenly appeared behind Zhou Xingdou. The water of these Styxes is dark black, turbulent, and majestic, like a giant dragon that is endlessly galloping. They rushed toward the strange saints with overwhelming force, tearing apart the space wherever they passed. Fortunately, the evil spirits summoned by the gate of hell who killed the strange saints were also attributed to himself by the system. It would be a big loss if he was not counted. The sound of thousands of ghosts crying and howling resounded through the void, like a tragic song from the 9 nether hells, which made people's hair stand on end. Unless communication summons the real demon god in hell, if these evil spirits cannot be controlled, they will continue to look for living beings to kill after they finish killing the enemies in front of them. And located in the center of the portal is a deep scarlet vortex that is constantly rotating, like a bloody mouth that selects and devours people. Ding the host kills the mid-level chaos power blessed monks, 130 people, and gets the luck value reward, 1300. And his soul is not enough to support him to control so many hell creatures, and he can only barely issue simple instructions. Now, no matter who it is, their evaluation of Zhou Xingdou will rise to a higher level after seeing this scene. If it weren't for the unknown and treacherous, just based on the power they showed, I'm afraid an ordinary saint, not to mention Yuan Tian and Fa Hai, could grind these thousands of saints to death. If you observe carefully, you will find that there is not only ordinary river water in the Styx River, but also countless evil spirits with different faces and shapes. These evil spirits exuded stench and evil aura, and opened their stinking bloody mouths to pounce on those strange saints. Fortunately, these evil spirits were only summoned by Zhou Xingdou, and the losses were also the losses of those in hell, otherwise he would have been heartbroken to death if he had been the Xing Yue. Zhou Xingdou listened to the system prompts and looked at the strange saint who had been mostly killed by evil spirits. His stern face softened a little. But this was enough for the strange saints in front of him. After all, Zhou Xingdou could now see that these saints relied on their strange powers to achieve saint-level power. It is like an invisible weight, pressing heavily on everyone's heart, making the surrounding air become solemn. But for Zhou Xingdou, it was a bit reluctant to summon so many evil spirits from the gate of hell. At this moment, everyone was looking at the scene in front of them in horror, and their hearts were involuntarily filled with fear and hatred for this gate to hell. This aura is extremely complex, containing various negative emotions such as extreme, evil, bloodthirsty, and destruction, which makes people shudder. Of course, if Xing Yue had taken action, there would probably not have been such heavy casualties, but the method of killing someone with ominous connotation was really weird, and Zhou Xingdou didn't want to use Xing Yue to kill him. Gate to hell open. With such a summoning method, one person is against a sect, and one person is an army. It is an extremely terrifying method wherever he goes. Ding the host killed 370 intermediate monks blessed with the power of chaos, and received a luck reward of 3,700. Now Zhou Xingdou can only reach the perfection of the giant elephant. The gate of hell can communicate with the creatures in the Ganges sand hell. They are not strong. They can only barely reach the strength of the early saints, and they are still the kind of false saints who have no power to communicate with heaven and earth. Therefore, in front of this dense and countless evil ghosts, there was almost a one-sided slaughter. The entire sea of strange saints was covered by the black tide composed of evil ghosts. Countless screams were heard, and black blood was sprinkled across the sky. This ferocious portal is the color of noble black gold. It is tens of feet high and more than 10 feet wide. The surface of the portal is carved with countless weird and twisted runes. The countless runes flow around to form a hideous and terrifying image. The devil's face exudes a dark and deep light. Just as the terrifying atmosphere was filling the air, the gate of hell behind Zhou Xingdou made a low roar. The whispers of demons interweave in the ears, like the whispers of evil power, making people fearful. Almost every time a weird saint is killed, 3 or 4 evil ghosts will die. At the same time, the ominous explosion when those weird saints die will instantly turn several evil ghosts into pus. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed with scarlet blood, and he roared like a bell. At this moment, the god's prison-suppressing power was driven to the extreme by him. The extreme evil power was like a surging torrent. The harsh music of Hades suddenly sounded. The power of hell was aroused at this moment, quickly converging with the evil power and interacting with it, blend. But at this moment, the extremely deep and dark crack below Judean Peak suddenly began to become restless, as if something was about to move inside. In an instant, a melodious and warm laughter came from the crack. Xingdou, aren't you afraid that I will be angry when you kill my men like this? Although this sentence was neither loud nor quiet, and the tone was extremely gentle, it made Zhou Xingdou, whose expression had just softened, become extremely stiff in an instant. In his originally shining silver eyes, purple energy surged like waves. He stared at the crack, his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to see the scene inside through the crack. When Fang Daoken heard this voice, he suddenly showed a sense of surprise, and even the strange power in his body increased a little. He knocked away the old Taoist Tianwei and the old Taoist Tiankong with one blow, and laughed. Ha 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 ha, everything is going to end. Before Fang Daoken could finish his words, countless creepy and terrifying auras came out of the extremely deep and dark cracks. Immediately afterwards, monks wearing strange black armor walked out of it. The number of these monks is so large that they seem to be endless. Each of them exudes an extremely powerful and unpredictable power of law, which is like a surging torrent, crushing in all directions. At this moment, no matter who it was, there was a look of horror on their faces. Even the old man from the Sword Realm was no exception. He was originally paying attention to the ominous black light that shrouded the Nether King's palace, but at this moment he had no time to pay attention. The red gold divine sword in his hand kept making buzzing and trembling sounds, as if he felt an unprecedented threat. The appearance of these people made even the Buddha realm's heavenly Buddha couldn't help but take 2 steps back. There is no other reason than that the power contained in these monks wearing strange black armor has far exceeded the scope of the Holy Realm. And the power of law surrounding them clearly shows that they are all strong men of the Supreme Realm. According to a rough calculation, there are actually 120 statues. 120 Supremes, many of them heavenly venerable Tao venerable. What a powerful force this is. However, these 120 supreme experts in the Supreme Realm wearing mysterious black armor turned a blind eye to the strange saints who were being brutally massacred by evil spirits, and did not even launch any offensive against Zhou Xingdou and others. Even the evil spirits who were summoned from hell and only knew how to kill could not help but express deep fear at this moment. But for such a seemingly ordinary person, there is a smile on the corner of his mouth that makes people feel uncomfortable, and he is filled with imperial power that overwhelms everything in the world and suppresses all things. Why, I haven't seen you for a long time. Could it be that Xingdou, my nephew, doesn't recognize my uncle? Not only Zhou Xingdou, but also the entire Zhan Heavenly Dao sect could not believe that such a person would actually appear in such a situation at this time. The Lord of the Sword Domain asked him 3 times to become the Master of the Sword Domain, but he refused every time. Yet, surprisingly, this man is very different from the others who have stepped out of the cracks. And behind this commoner man, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes like an eagle and a fierce wolf-like expression walked out. He was wearing an extremely simple white cloth, and his appearance was unremarkable, which could even be said to be extremely ordinary. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly walked out of the dark crack. This man exudes a kind of gloomy and profound imperial power, but the strange thing is that he always follows the common man, as if his status is slightly inferior. He entered the demon realm alone, killed 300 demon venerables, and walked away after severing the demon sky sect's formation. Master Lin Fan. How could he be Master Lin Fan? The Absolute Beginning Sword Emperor's heart was broken with one sword, causing the Absolute Beginning Sword Emperor to disappear from the world. But this kind of person is extremely gentle to his own disciples. He was once an inner disciple of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect and fought a life-and-death battle with a quasi-emperor independent cultivator. So much so that the void in heaven and earth in the past began to tremble, making bursts of mournful sounds. After completing this feat, the supreme warriors took a step further and placed their clenched fists on their chests, then bowed deeply and faced the direction of the crack, as if they were waiting for a more noble person to come to the world. Zhou Xingdou was also staring at the man in cloth at this moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and he even wondered if he hadn't seen clearly. And those Zhan Heavenly Dao sect disciples who were closely protected by Xingyu guards screamed in horror. The moment these 2 people appeared, the entire scene fell into fear. Fang Daoken welcomes the Peak Master, and congratulates the Peak Master for his great achievement. Instead, they stood respectfully on both sides of the crack, raising their arms in unison. Looking at Ling Sancho's face that still seemed a bit friendly to him, Zhou Xingdou suppressed the chill and said with some complexity. His appearance is as featureless as a glass of boiled water, truly a return to nature. His words were very kind and not so grand, but they made Zhou Xingdou feel chilled. Ling Sancho also looked at Zhou Xingdou, or in other words, the only person present who deserved his attention was Zhou Xingdou. He showed a slightly teasing look and said to Zhou Xingdou. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy spurted out from the crack, as if it was about to swallow the entire world. However, Fang Daoken did not take advantage of the victory to pursue the victory. He even ignored Zhou Xingdou, who was unguarded, and rushed to the bottom of the stairs in a hurry. Seeing the man in cloth with joy in his eyes, he bowed down with a plop. Old Taoist Tianwei and Old Taoist Tiankong were also slightly distracted by the appearance of these 2 people. Fang Daoken saw the right time and blasted them back, and they accepted the attack of the terrifying rune. Those with weak cultivation in each force were so frightened that their legs became weak and they collapsed directly to the ground. The law ladder stood firmly in the center of the crack. If such a person were among the crowd, it would be difficult for others to notice him, let alone leave a deep impression. Because the commoner man in front of him, who was called Lord Ling, was Ling Sancho, the Lord of Judean Peak who had been missing for a long time. In an instant, the terrifying power of law that could destroy the world burst out from their hands, but it was not used to attack, but condensed into a magnificent ladder of law. Uncle, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you would have become a slave of a cult. Ling Sancho and Zhou Xingdou had not had much contact with him, but they all agreed that his uncle was an outstanding person. The old man from Sword Domain was staring at that extremely ordinary figure with all his concentration. He saw the long red gold sword on his back appearing in his hand in the blink of an eye. He solemnly said as if facing a powerful enemy. The 3 heroes of profound heaven, Caishan Yida Ling Sancho. Taisheng Chunglong, Xuanjizi, possesses supreme divine ability and exquisite Taoism. No one dares to fight against Taishu Guan, which is known as the number 1 in divine ability. Luoxia Sword Immortal and Tian Zhor were the first of the 3 great sword immortals in the early Yuan dynasty. The great sword cultivators of the previous era were almost killed by them. With one sword to open the sky, Ling Sancho, the path of the sword is all over the world. The three heroes of profound heaven, the most dazzling and supreme talents of the previous generation, can be said to be known to everyone in the early Yuan dynasty. Not to mention the entire Chuyuan, the geniuses who were close to the absolute beginning Dao domain and the great Dao domain were all frightened when they heard the names of the three heroes of profound heaven. At this moment, Grandpa Bai Yulong's face was also frighteningly gloomy. He deeply agreed with what the old man from Jianyu said, and further added. Ling Sancho, the most dazzling swordsman prodigy of the previous generation, even the heavenly king who was famous and arrogant outside the region at that time, in terms of swordsmanship attainments, is probably a little inferior to Keishan Yishidao. The wrinkled face of the old man from Jianyu twitched slightly, revealing a bitter and helpless smile. Then he turned to look at Grandpa Bai Yulong and said seriously. Brother Bai, don't worry about the old man causing chaos, and don't worry about the black light anymore. If you and I don't work together and join forces to fight against the enemy, I'm afraid we may not be able to get out alive today. Ling Sancho, who was standing on the ladder of laws, did not show the slightest displeasure because of Zhou Xingdou's sarcasm, and did not pay attention to the small actions of Sword Domain and Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven. He still said to Zhou Xingdou with a smile, Master Nephew, there are some things that you will understand only when you reach a certain level. But I really didn't expect that the technique you are practicing now is so evil and weird. As he spoke, Ling Sancho's eyes swept towards the ferocious evil spirits who were still fighting fiercely in the gate of hell. He frowned slightly, and suddenly, the whole world was filled with an unparalleled and extremely fierce spirit. At that moment, on the battlefield where the hell demons and strange saints were fighting, a dazzling cold light suddenly passed quickly. Everyone looked in shock, and saw that the gate to hell, which was originally as solid as a rock and impregnable, had broken into two halves in the blink of an eye. This sudden change made everyone stunned. In the blink of an eye, the originally blue sky was instantly dyed a dazzling fiery red color, like a blazing sea of flames. And among the fiery red, a huge, red-gold terrifying sword light that covered the sky slowly poked its head out, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. When the old man from Jianyu and Grandpa Bai Yulong saw this domineering spear, their pupils shrank and they exclaimed. Yin-Yang Great Mill, Grinding Heaven Mill Emperor. Red Sky Sword, hold on. When the spear was poked out, billions of spear lights erupted from the tip of the spear, surpassing the rest of the world. Even the heaven and earth seemed to feel the huge threat and let out bursts of mournful sounds. Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven takes over as Cave Master by Jinglong, Sword Domain Sword Slave Kai Tian, and only 3 transformations as Quasi-Emperor. I will send you to destruction today. Almost at the same time, the demons from hell who had been motionless as if they had been cast a restraining spell suddenly moved. Upon hearing this, Dark Master Naluo looked calmly at the incoming red-gold sword light and the Yin-Yang Great Grind. He stepped out in an instant. Countless gloomy and cold sky-high spear intentions appeared behind him, and then a long spear as black as ink appeared in the world. At the same time, the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven also moved. With this roar, Bai Yulong's grandfather's Taoism burst out to the extreme, and his black and white eyes flashed. Click. Following the roar of the old man from the sword domain, the red-gold sword light suddenly fell from the fiery red sky like lightning, stabbing towards Ling Sancho who was standing firmly on the ladder of law. Its speed and power are so fast that it makes Bawang's sword intention surrender, which is shocking. But even in the face of such an offensive, Ling Sancho still smiled lightly, and it seemed that nothing could shake his smile. In the end, the yin-yang taiji diagram covering the heaven and earth turned into a big grinding wheel, which is the yin-yang grotto heaven's strongest divine ability, yin-yang big grinding wheel. The extremely evil power of hell between heaven and earth was swept away in an instant, leaving only dead silence in the entire world. Immediately afterwards, a gust of breeze blew by, and the countless evil ghosts from hell, whose heads were missing like a sea wave, instantly turned into ashes in midair and dispersed without a trace. This ability to control power so accurately and terrifyingly made everyone present unable to describe their inner shock in words. However, what is surprising is that those strange saints who fought hard with the evil spirits of hell are safe and sound at this moment. In the blink of an eye, those hell demons who were still biting and fighting like crazy seemed to have been cast a restraining spell, and they all stood frozen on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a shocking and deafening wail of ghosts suddenly sounded, as if it was about to break through the clouds and reach the sky. It was like a meteor falling from 9 heavens away, crushing directly towards Ling Sancho with the power of destroying the world. Their ferocious and twisted heads were separated from their bodies in an instant. The fracture was extremely smooth, and not even a drop of blood was spilled. He just said softly to Lord Luo, who was looking at him like a hawk beside him. Master Luo, and I'll leave those two to you. Today I want to have a good chat with this nephew I haven't seen for a long time. With a crisp sound, the huge door to hell at the front of the battlefield suddenly opened without warning. The god-marked inscription on the spear suddenly erupted into a sky-swallowing black light, and an unparalleled shock from the gun body shook the heaven and earth, pressing towards the wilderness in all directions. The yin-yang tai chi diagram covering the heaven and earth and containing the endless power of life and death suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and quickly shrank and became smaller, but became thicker and thicker. Wherever it passed, neither space nor void could withstand its pressure, and they all collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. The yin and yang mill rotates extremely fast, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. The two qi of yin and yang complement each other, and seem to have the power to obliterate all things in the world. At this moment, on the ever-shrinking yin-yang tai chi diagram, the yin-yang Dao meaning is growing crazily like a surging torrent, reaching an extremely terrifying level in the blink of an eye. Quasi-emperor weapon. However, at this moment, the old man from sword domain suddenly moved. The red gold divine sword he was holding tightly in his hand suddenly came out of its sheath. In an instant, a sharp sword that could burn the void was like a surging wave. It generally sweeps over and stirs up the world. Lord Naluo snorted coldly. The expressions of Qishan sword slave and Bai Jingglong suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, Dark Master Luo could tell their realm at a glance. At this moment, I saw the red gold sword light that pierced the sky and burned the world, and the yin-yang great mill that was enough to obliterate all things in the world, and the billions of spear lights released by the quasi-emperor weapon spear in Lord Luo An's hand. When they collided, an earth-shaking loud noise was instantly caused. In an instant, countless miserable wailing sounds echoed in the void, as if coming from the 9 nether hells. The originally majestic and indestructible red gold sword light and yin-yang grinding machine were now riddled with holes and dilapidated. And the devouring black light inspired by the quasi-emperor weapon spear was like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth, mercilessly swallowing the shattered yin-yang great mill and red gold sword glow. For a moment, the sound of mourning echoed through the sky, but it suddenly stopped in an instant. The whole world was shrouded in the hideous shadow of the gun, which was horrifying. Qishan sword slave and Bai Jingglong looked at each other and knew that it would be difficult to be good today. A quasi-emperor holding a quasi-emperor weapon was extremely terrifying. Yin-yang grotto heaven does have a quasi-emperor weapon, but no one would take a quasi-emperor weapon out for a walk every day. What's more, today is originally to attend the Zan Heavenly Dao sect ceremony, and Bai Jingglong is even less likely to come with a quasi-emperor weapon. Even if the red sky sword slave is accurate, he may not be able to use the emperor weapon. He practices the sword slave finger technique and only worships one sword in his life, which is the red sky divine sword. At this moment, the red sky divine sword is still far from being a quasi-emperor weapon, and it is simply not enough to compare with a quasi-emperor weapon. But in the emperor realm, no one is weak. There is no way to retreat, so how can they spare their lives? Not to mention that at this moment, he is just a quasi-emperor of the same level, but even a quasi-emperor of the highest level, why wouldn't he dare to attack him? The red sky sword slave tightly held the red sky divine sword in his hand, with an indifferent smile on his face and said, "Fight for your life, brother Bai." Bai Jingglong didn't speak, but the surging yin and yang Dao in his hands gave him the most perfect answer. However, in stark contrast to the fierce battle between Qishan sword slave, Bai Jingglong and Luo Enju, the surroundings of Zhou Xingdou were unusually quiet and chilling. Those weird saints and the black-armored supremes all stood motionless, as if time had frozen, showing no sign of launching an attack. Even Zhou Xingdou himself could clearly hear the rapid breathing of Yuan Tian and Fa Hai beside him due to their severe injuries. At this moment, Ling Sancho jumped up gently from the ladder of laws. His movements were extremely slow, and he landed in front of Zhou Xingdou like a banished immortal. He still had that leisurely, carefree smile on his face, as if all the commotion happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. Seeing this scene, Yuan Tian and Fa Hai immediately became nervous as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They endured the serious injuries caused by the ominous erosion and tried to stand in front of Zhou Xingdou, but Zhou Xingdou raised his hand to stop him. The moment Zhou Xingdou raised his arm slightly, two supreme medicines, which exuded a strong medicinal fragrance and were said to be the ultimate healing medicine, suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Tian and Fa Hai. Immediately afterwards, a low and clear voice came into their ears: "Take the white jade dragon and return to Jushuan Peak quickly." Faced with such a turn of events, Fa Hai and Yuan Tian couldn't help but be stunned, but they quickly came back to their senses. The two of them quickly swallowed the precious supreme medicine in front of them, then instantly picked up the white jade dragon sitting on the yin-yang grotto heaven seat, and rushed towards Jushuan Peak. Despite their doubts, they followed Zhou Xingdou's instructions without hesitation. Now that the profound heaven array has been completely revived and can only enter but cannot exit, Ling Sancho thinks that what Zhou Xingdou did is meaningless. It is just the difference between these people dying early and dying later. Ling Sancho raised the corners of his mouth slightly and stared at Zhou Xingdou with a half-smile. In his state, Zhou Xingdou's voice transmission is no different from shouting loudly in public. Even if he doesn't listen specifically, it will still reach his ears. However, Zhou Xingdou seemed extremely calm and composed at this moment, as if he had already expected this situation. How can such a person be so unashamed, except for a mortal venerable? So at this moment, Zhou Xingdou had a lot of curiosity and doubts about the uncle in front of him who had been missing for a long time and who was about to overthrow Zhan Tianli Dao sect when he appeared again. What is surprising is that no one, whether it is the strange saints present or the black-armored supremes, stepped forward to stop Fa Hai and others from leaving. Ling Sancho shook his head slightly and took a deep look at Zhou Xingdou. He didn't know why the little guy in front of him was trying to trick him, but he still said without hesitation. Zhou Xingdou also said without giving in, "Of course I don't care, and what you do makes no sense at all." Zhou Xingdou didn't say anything, he just looked at Ling Sancho's eyes and made an expression as if he wanted to hear the details. As he spoke, he explained to Zhou Xingdou with a hint of joking. "Xuanjizi, he is indeed a good Taoist master, but he may not be without bad deeds. Oh, could it be that Master Zhan Dao is like you and has joined the chaos cult? Does Master care about these little things?" Ling Sancho squinted his eyes and sighed with a little melancholy. "In my eyes, you are the villain." Zhou Xingdou suddenly realized this, and his heart suddenly sank. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he smiled at Ling Sancho and said, "Do you know why the Heavenly Dao sect has been around since the founding of the sect, but it has only been used once?" Ling Sancho raised his eyebrows slightly, half smiling but not smiling. "Haha, you are so bold. You dare to send someone else a message in front of me and openly leave the field to treat their injuries. Do you think Xuanjizi can still come out?" Even Fang Daokan, although he looked anxious at the moment, could only watch them go away and never intervened. "Yes." Zhou Xingdou frowned, but still followed Ling Sancho's words and asked. But then he showed that indifferent smile and said towards the faint light pattern between the two immortal peaks of Jushu and Judian. "What's more, there is Nether King, the strong man from the Shenwu sect. If they break away from the unknown black light, they will probably be enough for Ling Sancho to drink a pot. He won't tell you that when he was able to suppress Taishu Guan with his divine ability, he sneaked into the profound heaven Dharma realm and secretly learned half of the 9 profound heaven book of creation." Ling Sancho looked at Zhou Xingdou, his smile disappeared for some reason, and he said with a hint of meaning, "How can someone like him understand the true meaning of chaos? There is no problem with Xuanjizi now." The Taoist master asked how long his heart can hold him. At that time, not only will Xuanjizi be freed from the trap, but the profound heaven ancestral spirit will also have its hands free. But in this world, who can have a clear conscience? "Master, if you are like this, are you afraid that the villain will die from talking too much? Some things cannot be weighed even if they are not weighed 4 or 2, but if they are weighed they cannot be beaten even if they weigh 1,000 pounds. He climbed from being a direct descendant to Tao child and now he has been a Taoist master for a long time. Even if the ancestors knew about this, they would not bother to ask about it. The person who can conduct Taoist inquiry is the selfless profound heaven ancestral spirit. Do you think the profound heaven ancestral spirit will easily let go of breaking into the profound heaven legal world and steal the secrets of the 99 profound heaven creation treasures from it?" After saying that, Ling Sancho looked at Zhou Xingdou with a trace of mockery in his eyes and continued. "I would also like to thank you, my nephew. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to invade Jushuan Peak and launch Dao Master questioning on Zhan Jizi, which would immediately render Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect's only immortal combat power useless. Even Zhou Xingdou's face darkened a bit when he heard this, but he did not give in and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect that my master would be so ruthless that he would even scheme against his own disciples to the point where they will never be reincarnated." However, no one knew whether it was because these words touched a certain string deep in Ling Sancho's heart that his normally calm face suddenly showed a hint of chill. In an instant, this place seemed to have turned into a freezing ice cellar, and even the surrounding space seemed to be frozen into ice. But in an instant, Ling Sancho's face turned pale and he said extremely calmly, "Tianyang didn't die because of my plot. It's just that he had bad luck, and the curse on him was not caused by me." Seeing Ling Sancho being so hypocritical, Zhou Xingdou said with a sarcastic expression, "But he didn't have to die, right? Even if you use Fang Daokan to spread this false information, I will probably fall into the trap." Ling Sancho's expression trembled slightly, but he still strongly denied. "Whether you believe it or not, I have never plotted against my disciples, and I, Ling Sancho, have never been so crazy. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were slightly bright at this moment, and he immediately spoke out. "Why did Fang Tianyang die? Why did you join the chaos cult and subvert the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect?" But Zhou Xingdou's words did not make Ling Sancho's mood change. Instead, he stared at Zhou Xingdou. Those eyes were extremely calm, and could even be said to be extremely indifferent. "Do you think you can shake my mind?" As he spoke, Ling Sancho showed a mocking cold smile. "I am just saying this, not because you are trying to shake my mind. You have to remember that a monk at my level cannot be tricked." Zhou Xingdou was not discouraged, nor was he frightened by Ling Sancho's psychotic mood. He just nodded slightly and said, "Been taught a lesson." But when it came to this, Ling Sancho changed the subject. Huoling Tian became more and more excited as he spoke, gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Xingdou fell into silence as he looked at the insane Ling Sancho. Sure enough, Fang Tianyang's death could not be avoided by Wei Ling Tian. Of course, he was still skeptical of Ling Sancho's words. "Why are you doing this? You could have told me directly and he didn't have to die." At this time, a ghostly sound sounded in Huoling Tian's body. This situation is enough to make people despair. Huoling Tian's face showed resentment, sadness, and confusion. He could not always care about Fang Tianyang's death. It has something to do with the person in your old acquaintance Huoling Tian, who is one of the 12 gods of the divine religion. So Fang Tianyang died because of your plot. Why did you lie to me? Fang Tianyang died because of its plot. When things happen here, I will personally take action to eliminate him. Huoling Tian said extremely angrily. As long as you have more time, you can have more variables. This is the only thing Zhou Xingdou can do. There is no grass anywhere in the world. There are countless beauties outside the territory. Why do you have to fall in love with a man? Do you think I don't know that you have been delaying going outside the territory because of this Fang Tianyang? He originally thought that all this was a coincidence, so he felt relieved about Fang Tianyang's death. Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned. Now he really felt that his uncle was a lunatic. Just now, he said with a mocking face that he couldn't trick him, but now he directly revealed everything, including who the person in Huoling Tian was. So clearly explained. HMPH Huoling Tian, don't be confused about priorities. If it weren't for me, how could you have achieved what you are today? If it wasn't for this god who helped you, you would be nothing but a useless person now. But now he found out whether Fang Tianyang died because of a deliberate plot or by his benefactor, which he couldn't accept. But the scary thing is that Zhou Xingdou is now really unable to control this lunatic. Now that the profound heaven formation is fully revived, no news can be spread. Even if he wants to recruit the Zhou family's servants, he can't spread the news. At this time, the ghostly voice suddenly snorted coldly. Ling Sancho is basically a half-crazy madman now, but it is normal. After all, being able to betray Zhan Heavenly Dao sect and join the Chaos God cult proves that he is crazy. This cold humming sound was like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. It stirred up in Huoling Tian's sea of consciousness, shaking his soul and causing his angry expression to become painful for a moment. Compared to Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, who only had the old, weak, sick and disabled side left, it was indeed a win-win situation. No wonder Ling Sancho dared to delay like this. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't find a way to break the situation from within. Otherwise, how could he delay time with Ling Sancho again? Although Ling Sancho is still polite to him now, it doesn't mean that he won't hurt himself. He probably just wants to satisfy his desire to talk, or find someone to show off his achievements to. The ghostly voice also became extremely cold at this moment. If you are still stubborn, don't blame this god for being ruthless. But I still have to tell you. After Ling Sancho said this, his eyes pierced the void like a knife and looked outside. Today, Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, as a Dao child, fell into a trap and opened the Taoist question to Zhan Jizi. Helping Ling Sancho to hold Zhan Heavenly Dao sect back, Zhou Xingdou, who is now the only one with immortal fighting power, is undoubtedly the best choice. 1,000 secret saints, 102 supremes, and even the Dark Lord Luo who fought alone with the quasi-emperor weapon and suppressed the Red Sky Sword slave and Bai Jinglong, and the Caitian Yida Ling Sancho. At the same time, Huo Ling Tian, who was 10 miles away from Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, felt a chill all over his body, but at this moment, he looked extremely ugly and said to himself. At the beginning, he led 7 God Masters and 24 Secret Masters to invade Chuyuan, but they were all killed in the tunnel by Emperor Qin. A trace of his soul was taken away by the turbulent flow of the void and ended up in the absolute beginning by accident. Quote, if you honestly go outside the territory, bring your original destiny back to the divine religion, and help me to be reborn, you will have a bright future with the protection of God in the future. A person who can even betray the sect that adopted him and even plot against his own senior brothers is not worthy of Zhou Xingdou's complete trust. Then you don't need to plot him to death. His existence obviously can't affect you. I also said that I will go outside the territory immediately after rescuing my mother. For this reason, Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue asking. I'm even more curious about why my uncle betrayed the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect and joined the Chaos cult. Zhou Xingdou asked this not entirely because he wanted to delay time. He was really curious about why Ling Sancho did this. Why did he want to subvert Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, just to join the Chaos God sect? What's more, he is the master of Judean Peak and is the core of the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. He will definitely be ranked among the ancestors in the future, but it is a bit hard to understand. Regarding this question, Ling Sancho did not deliberately avoid it, but said with a half-smiling look. This is a very simple question. When one place cannot help you and you will face death in the future, and another place that can help you offers you an olive branch, will you refuse? Zhou Xingdou was not very satisfied with Ling Sancho's answer. He looked at Ling Sancho deeply and said, in my eyes, my former master is an outstanding person. He fought for his disciples against the quasi-emperor. He is not someone who is afraid of death. This statement that the uncle is an outstanding person made Ling Sancho sneer. Do you know how much it costs to be a great person? Everyone in the world knows that I won't fight or grab, but no one knows the pain I suffered from being stuck in the 10 transformations of the quasi-emperor for nearly 100 years. As he spoke, Ling Sancho showed a bit of jealousy on his brows. Myself, Zhan Jizi and my junior sister are collectively known as the 3 heroes of profound heaven by the world, but in the eyes of the sect, there are only 2 heroes. Xuanjizi was chosen as a Taoist master with his scheming mind and excellent character. His junior sister was a master of swordsmanship and had peerless talent and was favored by the ancestors. Although she was not a Taoist master, she was also taught the 9 Profound Heaven Book of Creation. I am the only one who has gained the false reputation of being gentle, courteous, and frugal, but in the end I am neither good nor low, and the heavenly sword in my hand cannot reach the sky, nor can I find a career below. I entered the demon realm alone and killed 300 demon venerables, defeated the demon sky sect's formation, and was seriously injured and dying. The absolute beginning sword emperor's heart collapsed and he could not come out, but his origin was damaged. Fighting for the life of the inner sect disciples, the quasi-emperor almost died. Ling Sancho came up with all his achievements, but his face became colder and colder, and the chill on his body became heavier and heavier. But something changed in the end. Xuanjizi and my little junior sister relied on the teachings from the ancestors and have already escaped into a realm that even I can't see through. But I am stuck in the quasi-emperor's 10 transformations for hundreds of years. I can't make any progress. I can only watch the people who have been with me gradually destroy me. Beyond, I don't ask for heaven's heart, great emperor. I understand that I don't have the luck to win heaven's heart. But why does the sect know clearly that as long as the 9 Profound Heaven Creation Book is taught to me, I will be able to understand it and use the sword to enter the sword path outside the territory? The great emperor realm world, but still refuses to teach it to me. At the last sentence, Ling Sancho's voice was almost like a growl. His originally leisurely and plain face was now extremely gloomy and terrifying. It's not a request, it's a threat. So you actually want to invite me to join the chaos cult? Just for the 99 profound heaven creation treasures in me? Maybe Ling Sancho didn't mind it too much at the beginning, but after he repeatedly made military exploits and continued to show his strength, he still couldn't get the favor of the ancestors to teach him scriptures. But Zhou Xingdou could not help but laugh, and his expression became more stable at this moment. Xuanjizi was able to secretly learn half of a chapter. Since Ling Sancho knew this, he should also know how Xuanjizi secretly learned it. Wouldn't it be better to follow it, so why would he join the chaos cult? Ling Sancho's hand covered the middle-aged Tianling and said with a faint smile. Don't worry about scarcity but inequality. Ling Sancho shook his head and said calmly. This middle-aged face was extremely unfamiliar to Zhou Xingdou, but even so, he could still tell who this person was at a glance. His silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at Ling Sancho and he suddenly felt cold. However, as an exception, his master Tian Zhuo was also taught the 99 Profound Heaven Book of Creation, which has always been a knot in Ling Sancho's heart. But Zhou Xingdou did not show shock, but instead smiled indifferently. Luo Balian was in the enemy camp, and with the methods of the Chaos God cult, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Do you still have a choice now? If you don't betray Zan Heavenly Dao sect and join the Chaos God sect, you will definitely die today, but if you join and offer the 99 creation book, I can keep you and the little guys from Jushuan Peak. Quote. Ling Sancho is almost a famous figure now, how could Zhou Xingdou not understand? Ling Sancho returned to that uncomfortable light smile, pointed at the 120 black armored supremes, and then looked at Master Luoan, who beat Qishan sword slave and Bai Jinglong until they vomited blood, and then said slowly. HMPH, you think I would be as shameless as Zan Jizi, not to mention that the old thief Zan Jizi is also lucky and his methods cannot be copied. Not entirely. I need someone to talk to. I also want to see if the Zhou family is really as rumored and cannot be shaken by chaos. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and asked, not knowing whether it was ridicule or disdain. So you want to threaten me with this person? So, nephew, you should understand now why I have told you so much. Zhou Xingdou also had a somewhat moved expression on his face at this moment, and he had some understanding of Ling Sancho. This middle-aged man has an upright face, but his clothes are in tatters, his body is covered with scars, and his bones are deep in the wounds. His breath is sluggish, with more air coming in and less air coming out. He has been tortured for a long time. Then why don't you learn Xuanjizi secretly? When you become an ancestor in the future, even if you are discovered, no one will ask. And his own cultivation has been stuck for a long time, unable to break through, but Zan Jizi and Tian Zhuo have continued to improve, surpassing him by a lot. Before Zhou Xingdou could complain in his heart, Ling Sancho looked at Zhou Xingdou and suddenly showed a strange smile. The three heroes of Profound Heaven were juxtaposed, but they were treated differently. If Zan Jizi had become a Taoist master and received the 99 Profound Heaven creation book, Ling Sancho might not have thought much about it. Ling Sancho suddenly showed disdain. Even among his peers who were defeated by him and not as good as him, they kept catching up with him. It would be strange for Ling Sancho not to feel resentful. However, Zhou Xingdou had other doubts and said. But Ling Sancho did not hide his admiration for Zhou Xingdou in his eyes. Such methods and talents were worth fighting for, not to mention that Zhou Xingdou also had the 99 Profound Heaven Book of Creation that he cherished so much. I'm really curious as to how you managed to get someone from the Luo family to tip off the news for you. If he hadn't revealed his flaws today, I really wouldn't have known that you were hiding a hidden thorn in my hands. This middle-aged man is also Zhou Xingdou's never-seen war slave, the only native war slave of the Chuyuan dynasty, Luo Balian of the Luo family. Moreover, the 99 Profound Heaven book that I learned secretly is incomplete and useless to me, and I don't even bother to learn it secretly. Quote. Before Zhou Xingdou could reply, Ling Sancho raised his hand slightly, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared under his palm. And to be honest, Luo Balian, who has been exposed in the Luo family and is only in the realm of a saint without any emotions, is really dispensable to Zhou Xingdou. The corners of Ling Sancho's mouth were raised slightly, revealing a sinister smile. His hand that was originally caressing Luo Balian's Tianling cap suddenly closed gently and held Luo Balian's head firmly. At this moment, an extremely sharp blade intent quickly penetrated into Luo Balian's head along his fingertips like lightning. The moment the tiny blade intent penetrated his head, Luo Balian's originally sluggish face suddenly became extremely ferocious and twisted, and his eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to burst. Veins popped up on his face, his muscles twitched violently, and bursts of shrill, blood-curdling screams came out of his mouth. This sound was like the roar of evil spirits from the depths of hell, resounding all around, making people feel fear and chill in their hearts. But no matter how Luo Balian struggled, he seemed to be locked in Ling Sancho's grasp and could not escape even a single step. Master Nephew, what is Master's skill like? It accurately stirs his sea of consciousness and soul, but makes him either alive or dead. How wonderful is that? Ling Sancho turned his gaze to Zhou Xingdou, his tone full of teasing, half mocking and half threatening. However, Zhou Xingdou was not frightened by Ling Sancho's methods, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly at this moment. Suddenly, Zhou Xingdou was seen holding the prison-suppressing sword peak tightly in his hand, and he revived again in an instant. But what is unexpected is that the target of the prison suppression sword peak this time is not Ling Sancho, but Luo Balian, who is being tortured, in agony and constantly making inhuman screams. In an instant, there was only a deafening loud noise, and thunder roared above the giant sword, resounding through the sky. Its speed was as fast as the speed of light, and it galloped unstoppably towards Luo Balian, who was under Ling Sancho's palm. In the blink of an eye, the extremely wide sword blade hit Luo Balian hard. The power contained in this blow was earth-shattering. The huge and overbearing divine power bombarded Luo Balian like a surging torrent, instantly shattering his body into pieces. For a time, blood mist filled the air and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Ling Sancho was only curious about Zhou Xingdou's sudden move, not surprised at all, because in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou's movements, which were as fast as the speed of light, were as slow as a snail. The reason why he didn't stop him was because he wanted to see what Zhou Xingdou wanted to do. But he didn't expect that he would actually kill his subordinate with his own hands. This was undoubtedly a sign of despair in Ling Sancho's eyes, because he felt that Zhou Xingdou felt that he couldn't save this subordinate, so he wanted to relieve him of his pain. At this moment, the smile on Ling Sancho's face became even bigger. But his smile froze in the next second, because what he didn't expect was that the action of the prison-suppressing sword peak did not stop. After shattering Luo Balian's body, it actually erupted with an extremely destructive power, directly killing Luo Balian. Everything about the 100 refined soul and soul will be annihilated. Zhou Xingdou had a sarcastic look on his face. It's almost time, your time is up, Zhou Xingdou. But Ling Sancho was not angry, he just looked at Zhou Xingdou deeply and said. At this moment, the smile on Ling Sancho's face became even colder. Zhou Xingdou stopped being polite at this time and directly called the other party's real name. The purple energy in his eyes was instantly replaced by the dazzling brilliance of stars. Immediately afterwards, the phantom of the ancient star abandoned the disciples of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect without any warning, and rushed straight towards Zhou Xingdou like a meteor burning with blazing flames. In just an instant, this mysterious and powerful formation quickly reversed. 120 black armored supremes worked together to activate the power of the formation. I don't care about betrayal, but no one can give me the bargaining chip to betray me. In this case, Ling Sancho naturally did not intend to talk nonsense. Haha, the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, do you still think you are the former young emperor? Xingyu, possessed. But at the same time, Zhou Xingdou retreated very quickly, retreating in the direction of Xingyu guards and Zhan Heavenly Dao sect disciples. As he retreated, he issued an urgent order that resounded throughout the world. Speaking of this, Ling Sancho paused for a moment, then looked at Zhu Xuanfeng and said with a faint smile. He interrupted Ling Sancho's words mercilessly with a cold and stern voice. Asked rhetorically. Before he finished speaking, the ancient star shadow that had been quietly guarding the disciples of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect suddenly began to tremble violently, accompanied by bursts of low buzzing sounds. My uncle is still not ruthless enough in his heart, and those moody and psychotic emotions are just a cover-up for the fact that he is not ruthless enough. Reverse the Nine Heavens Peak formation immediately and completely open this crack. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the formation above Judean Peak, which was originally filled with black energy, suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. Zhou Xingdou still had a cold expression on his face, showing no fear at all. Instead, he said with extremely murderous intent. You are indeed more suitable to be a villain than me. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, there was only a trace of fluctuation in his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy, but instead, there was an endless surge of killing intent. In addition, a new force called Thunder Punishment Palace has arisen in the Deep Valley and it seems to be related to you. Ling Sancho, do you know that the Zhou family cannot be shaken? This method is used to threaten Zhou Xingdou. To be honest, some of the team members are trying to do something wrong, and Zhou Xingdou will only disdain it. He stared closely at Ling Sancho. Although he was silent, the deafening and brilliant sound of Dharma seemed to be coming from all directions. Immediately afterwards, Ling Sancho turned around to face the group of black-armored supremes behind him, and his voice sounded cold and majestic. You may not care about him, but what about the people above Chuyuan Peak? You know what? I hate it when people threaten me, especially when my lover is threatened. Ling Sancho smiled disdainfully and didn't take Zhou Xingdou's words seriously. As countless ominous forces were continuously injected into the extremely dark and terrifying cracks below Judian Peak, the cracks began to expand violently, and it seemed as if countless terrifying figures were surging inside, ready to pour out in an instant. Uncle, your means of doing evil are very low level. Ling Sancho's eyebrows widened. Even he did not expect that Zhou Xingdou would directly annihilate Luo Balian's spirit and soul, leaving Luo Balian without even a chance to be reincarnated. Even he could not help but laugh at such a ruthless method. Between Sumeru, an extremely strange and ominous black light spurted out from the formation, like a surging torrent of darkness, quickly covering the entire Judian Peak. This black light contains endless ominous power, as if it wants to swallow all life. Ling Sancho sneered and sarcastically looked at Zhou Xingdou with an indifferent expression, as if he were looking at a dying person. They must be very important to you, and your senior sister Luo Hanyi, you seem to love her very much. His patience was finally exhausted by Zhou Xingdou at this moment, and what Zhou Xingdou said clearly expressed his choice. Zhou Xingdou could not be subdued. The 97 ancient stars transformed by the star guardians are now like the brightest pearls in the night sky, emitting stunning dazzling starlight. They gradually approached Zhou Xingdou in an indescribable way, as if attracted by an invisible force. As the distance gets closer, these stars begin to shrink, but their light becomes more intense. In this magnificent scene, the sky and the earth are filled with endless stars, like the Milky Way flowing, it is so beautiful. These stars were like agile elves, dancing lightly and pouring into Zhou Xingdou's body together with those ancient stars. Zhou Xingdou's body is like a huge container, containing this powerful and mysterious energy. Every star seems to be integrated into his body with the accumulation of years and endless mysteries. At the same time, Ling Sancho also noticed Zhou Xingdou's movements, but he still did not stop Zhou Xingdou, but looked at Zhou Xingdou's movements with a sarcastic face. I saw that below the towering Nine Heavens peak, an extremely dark and ominous crack was constantly expanding and surging, and finally opened completely, forming a huge black hole. In an instant, countless terrifying and ominous black fog surged out like a flood that broke a bank, and spread quickly in the blink of an eye, covering the entire world. These black mists seem to be alive, they are rolling and twisting, exuding a creepy atmosphere. But at this time, something strange happened around Zhou Xingdou. Just as he was concentrating on accepting the steady influx of star guards and star power, a figure quietly appeared behind him. This person turned out to be Fang Daoken, who had been waiting impatiently for the opportunity. He was seen holding the rune exuding a mysterious dark atmosphere in his hand, with a ferocious smile on his face. In an instant, the dark rune suddenly shone with a black light as deep as the ocean, and struck straight at Zhou Xingdou's back. At this time, even if Master Tianwei and Master Tiankong discovered Fang Daoken's sudden attack, it was too late and they had no time to rush to rescue. But Zhou Xingdou remained calm. Even when he noticed the fluctuations behind him, he remained extremely calm, because at this moment, the last of the 97 ancient stars transformed by the star guardians merged into Zhou Xingdou. Within Xingdou's body. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, it seemed that the entire starry sky was shaken. In the endless wilderness 9 days away, stars suddenly shined with all their brilliance. Zhou Xingdou's aura also rose to its peak at this moment, becoming deep and vast in an instant, as if connected with the stars in the entire universe. The dark runes that were blasting towards Zhou Xingdou with all their might were suddenly stopped in mid-air as if they were being restrained by a big invisible hand. Before Fang Daoken could react, the dark rune that had once been a strong opponent of the two creation statues seemed to have lost its support at this moment. It suddenly fell apart in a matter of seconds and dissipated into countless fragments. Immediately afterwards, Fang Daoken felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and was horrified to find that a spear full of destructive power had pierced his body. This spear contained endless destructive power, like a surging torrent raging in his body. Even his own strange and unpredictable power could not resist the invasion of this destructive force at this time. This scene couldn't help but make Master Tianwei and Master Tiankong drop their jaws. The two of them worked together to fight for a long time, but they couldn't help it. Fang Daoken, who even took the opportunity to seriously injure the two of them, died like this. The spear of destruction was so fast that they didn't even see where it was shot or where it came from. Ling Sancho did not pay attention to Fang Daoken, who was wrapped and torn apart by the power of destruction. Instead, he looked at the dazzling starlight with an interesting expression. "It's interesting, nephew, you actually have such a method. I really underestimated you, ha 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 ha." At this moment, the starlight gradually dissipated, and Zhou Xingdou's figure slowly emerged, but it made everyone feel a little strange. His whole body was covered with mysterious and ancient lavender lines, which exuded an indescribable aura. 97 ancient stars burst out with endless imperial power that overwhelmed the world, but they quietly revolved around Zhou Xingdou, seeming to simulate some kind of supreme formation. However, the most astonishing thing is Zhou Xingdou's eyes. At this time, they have turned into a brilliant starry sky, seeming to contain the ultimate mystery. Between his eyebrows, a silver-purple vertical line flashed with the ultimate majesty of heaven, making everything between heaven and earth become dignified, making it almost impossible to breathe. Ling Sancho's eyebrows also showed a slightly solemn look at this time, but he still looked at Zhou Xingdou curiously and said, "Is this your trump card? Logically speaking, even if those 97 people merge with you, they cannot deduce you to your current situation." Zhou Xingdou just looked at Ling Sancho indifferently. Now he could not rely on anyone else but himself. The Xingyu guards have the ability to possess people, or they were established to provide power for Zhou Xingdou. But once upon a time, there was no opportunity worth using for Zhou Xingdou, and there was no need to use it. Because this is not without cost, although the price is not borne by himself but by Xingyue, Zhou Xingdou is also a little reluctant to use it. But now he had to use it, even if the 108 Xingyu guards were not gathered together, and there were 11 people monitoring Yunjinji in Lin Mansion, even if the possession was not in a perfect state. But there really was no other way. Even if he tried his best to delay time, he couldn't wait for a change, so he had to make the change himself. Of course, he also wanted to thank Ling Sancho. His threatening words made him angry and aroused a trace of the mighty power of the stars hidden in Zhou Xingdou's body. Otherwise, even if he is possessed by 97 star guardians, he will not be able to reach the Dao venerable level of power. This also allowed Zhou Xingdou to be able to control a trace of the mighty power of the stars in the sky caused by his anger. Although it was incomparable with when he fought with Tianjizi, he could withstand a trace of power when he was possessed by Xingyue. He did not need to pay such a heavy price. He cannot truly control the power of the stars in the sky. If he wants to use it, he can only use it completely, and even this may not work. Now a trace of anger may be enough, because although Zhou Xingdou still doesn't know what level of strength he has reached, but judging from the imperial power bursting out from the 97 ancient stars surrounding him, he is afraid that he has the power of the imperial war. Others may not be able to see or understand Zhou Xingdou's current explosive power. But this was too familiar to Ling Sancho, and a smile that seemed to be self-deprecating and sarcastic appeared on his face. The 10th transformation of the Quasi-Emperor. I spent endless efforts and went through a lot of hardships to achieve it, but you were able to successfully achieve it in an instant. This really makes me feel a little ashamed. While speaking, a simple long knife covered with ominous divine patterns suddenly appeared in Ling Sancho's hand. He gently stroked the blade. In an instant, an unparalleled blade intent shocked the endless knives in the world. The law caused the sword path of heaven and earth to appear in the world, making a buzzing resonance. Ling Sancho tightly held the ancient long knife covered with ominous divine patterns, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. At this moment, he exuded a shockingly sharp and cold aura, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He stared at Zhou Xingdou indifferently, and a cold and biting voice came from his mouth. But having the strength of the quasi-emperor's 10 transformations does not mean that he can control it, not to mention that there is still a gap in the 10 transformations of the quasi-emperor. Feeling the forbidden power of Chuyuan in his body now, the corners of Zhou Xingdou's mouth raised slightly, and a faint smile appeared. However, facing Ling Sancho in front of him, he just raised his hand casually. At this moment, a mysterious sound that seemed to come from the endless universe above the 9 heavens resounded in all directions. This voice is like the roar of a god, with endless majesty and indifference. In the same situation, I am undefeated. This sentence seems to be Zhou Xingdou's response to Ling Sancho's words. As the sound fell from the sky and the earth, the 97 ancient stars around him suddenly bloomed with all their starlight, emitting bursts of deafening roars. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou's slightly raised palm trembled slightly, and an earth-shaking terrifying imperial power quickly condensed in his hand. This forbidden power exuded an aura that made the world's hearts palpitate. At this moment, everyone under the quasi-emperor it's a weak leg. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the entire Zan Heavenly Tao sect was drained out, and even the eternal and endless river of spiritual energy became dry and exhausted at this moment. Everything around Zhou Xingdou's palm seemed to be distorted by this forbidden power. Wow! At this moment, the will of heaven and earth trembled and fell like rain. At this moment, an indescribable will of heaven actually appeared in Zhou Xingdou's hand that condensed the terrifying imperial power. This kind of will is full of endless ruthlessness and majesty, as if the law of heaven is coming in person, and seems to be unstoppable. However, what is even more surprising is that this will also vaguely contains a contradictory will to destroy God. The mixture of this complex will and the terrifying imperial power in Zhou Xingdou's hands caused endless waves of terror to spread across the sky, and even the fully revived profound heaven formation violently agitated at this time. Call out! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying calamity light shot out from Zhou Xingdou's palm. Although this calamity light is only the size of a bowl, it possesses immeasurable ultimate power. The calamity light exudes the terrifying will to destroy God, even the sky will tremble because of it. This is the innate divine ability that Zhou Xingdou has never used before, Heaven Punishment Tribulation Light. The appearance of the heaven-punishing tribulation light caused a sense of destruction to surge into the hearts of the world involuntarily, as if the heavens were collapsing and doomsday was coming. It was despairing. The moment the calamity light shot out, the ancient long knife covered with ominous divine patterns in Ling Sancho's hand began to tremble. In an instant, the earth-shattering, ghost-crying, and divine howling sword intent surged like a raging wave, soaring straight into the sky, as if it was about to tear the entire starry sky apart. At the same time, the imperial power around Ling Sancho was completely revived at this moment. An unparalleled sharp sword light poured down like a waterfall, overwhelming the sky and the earth with majestic momentum. It was like the creation of the world. With an indestructible power, it struck fiercely. The light of punishment and tribulation that destroyed the world. In this stunning sword light, the deep black lines flow endlessly, revealing a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. But it also has a majestic meaning that is groundbreaking, exquisite and unstoppable. Boom boom boom. The moment the heaven-punishing tribulation light collided with the sky-opening saber, a shock shook the world. With the self-punishment tribulation light and the sky-opening sword light as the center, a burst of extremely terrifying fluctuations burst out, and everything around him was turned into nothingness under the bombardment of the two forces. Even Lord Luo, who was holding the accurate emperor weapon from a distance and suppressing Qishan's sword slave in Bai Jinglong, his expression changed at this moment, and he was almost pushed away by the wave of fluctuations. Qishan's sword slave and Bai Jinglong were even worse, being pushed directly to the boundary of the profound heaven formation by the fluctuations, but this also gave them a chance to breathe. Under the suppression of Master Luoan, who was holding a pitch-black spear that was almost emperor weapon level, both of them were now covered in scars, their clothes were in tatters, and there was a faint black energy emanating from the scars, blocking the healing of the scars. But compared to their own injuries, they were more surprised that Zhou Xingdou actually fought Ling Sancho to an even tie. Although they don't know how Zhou Xingdou suddenly transformed from the Holy Realm to a powerful quasi-emperor, that person is Qishan Yidao Ling Sancho, one of the 3 heroes of Profound Heaven. Even among the entire top quasi-emperors, there are only a handful of them. How can it not be surprising that Zhou Xingdou, whose strength has been improved by external forces, is evenly matched with him? Even Dark Lord Luo was not in a hurry to continue the offensive against Qishan sword slave and Bai Jinglong at this moment. Instead, his face was so gloomy that he ignored his opponents for a moment and rushed directly towards Chuyuan Peak. Zhou Xingdou's starry eyes flashed slightly, and he stood still amidst the fluctuations. Even his hair was not messed up. Looking at Ling Sancho with extreme indifference, the divine voice sounded from all directions. "Uncle, I thought you got some benefits from joining the Chaos Religion. Now it seems that not only did you get no benefits from joining the Chaos Religion, but your strength is actually not as good as before." After Ling Sancho glanced at the punishing tribulation light and the sky-opening saber light that were exhausted at the same time, he couldn't help but show a little surprise, but this emotion was quickly suppressed by him. In response to Zhou Xingdou's sarcastic words, he just said with a faint smile, "My nephew is very good, but I don't know how many more times you can use this method." Zhou Xingdou's heart sank when he heard this, and Ling Sancho finally realized that although he now has the power to rival the Quasi-Emperor's 10 transformations, he still wants to fight against such a supreme Quasi-Emperor like Ling Sancho. Divine ability in other enlightenment realms are simply impossible. Can't keep up. Only the innate divine ability that he has now ascended to the 10th transformation of Quasi-Emperor and awakened the punishing heaven Tao body is not limited by perception, and his power is only judged by realm. However, the heaven punishing tribulation light is indeed very restrictive, because it consumes the power of the Tao body and cannot be replenished by external force. It can only be used 3 times a day. But even if he was guessed, Zhou Xingdou still didn't take it seriously, and the divine voice resounded throughout the world like the mighty power of heaven. "I still have many methods, but I'm afraid that you, uncle, won't be able to handle it." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou suddenly raised his palm, the imperial power surged like a sea, and the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique was operating to the extreme. At this moment, all the moves of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique were condensed in this palm. The Thunder Emperor points out that the thunder turns into stars, the 9 tribulations demon-killing thunder, and the heavenly punishment thunder. The 4 most powerful forms of the Thunder Emperor's treasure are blended together at this moment. Endless thunder and punishment strikes down the sky and the earth, and it actually breaks away the energy that envelopes the world, of black mist. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou reached out with his palm towards Ling Sancho, and suddenly the thunder of heaven and earth appeared in the void and started to stir. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the void, as if the entire world was shrouded in thunder. On Zhou Xingdou's arm, when he stretched out his palm, a purple thundercloud suddenly appeared and quickly wrapped around it, and countless Thunder Emperor fingers flashing with ferocious thunder patterns appeared from it. In the void, the power of thunder emerged endlessly, condensing into dazzling thunder stars around Zhou Xingdou's palm. However, what these stars contain is not the power of the stars, but what surges within them is the thunder of the supreme yang and the extreme power. At this moment, a blazing and dazzling lightning suddenly rose, and countless thunder spears began to condense and take shape. The power on these thunder spears is as hot as burning flames, enough to scorch everything in the world. The rolling sky punishment turned into a thunder dragon hovering in the palm of the hand, and the first 4 moves of the Thunder Emperor's treasure seemed to have turned into the 4th layer Thunder World, surrounding Zhou Xingdou's palm in layers. This is the 5th form of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, the secret of Thunder Path 4th layer heaven. But facing Zhou Xingdou's palm, which was full of the secrets of Thunder Dao and superimposed on the 4th layer Thunder World, Ling Sancho showed a hint of disdain. His simple long sword covered with unknown divine patterns shook slightly, and the sword was like a sea of a strange black light flashed, wrapping the entire blade. Ling Sancho only slightly raised his long knife wrapped in black light with one hand, and slashed it down in an instant. His movements were extremely casual and easy, and he didn't even move at all except his wrist. But even so, a horrifying wave of air blew between the heaven and the earth, and a heart-stopping dark sword light that was enough to cut the sky struck Zhou Xingdou's palm superimposed on the 4th layer Thunder World at high speed. Wherever this dark sword light passed, the void was torn open, forming a deep crack, as if it was going to split the entire world in half. Ning Yu is not a lazy person, and she also understands what Qing Yanjing means. If no one stops the Dark Lord Luo, Zhou Xingdou may be in chaos. Lord Luoan, who had already disappeared, appeared at this moment, and his target was Jushuan Peak. In Jushuan Peak, Qing Yanjing, who was in charge of this formation, felt as if he had been hit hard, and suddenly a mouthful of precious blood sprayed out. Luo Hanyi and Ning Yu wanted to step forward to help, but they only felt the ground shaking. The quasi-emperor spear in his hand, which was as black as ink, exploded with extremely huge imperial power at this moment, like a roaring black dragon, fiercely bombarding the formation of Chuyuan Peak. Zhou Xingdou's expression was calm, and he suppressed the bone-chilling pain. Fortunately, he had already perfected his master body. Although he could not really become as perverted as his own self-cultivation quasi-emperor, the sword that struck him made him feel better than just now. Most of the energy consumed was restored. When Zhou Xingdou's extremely thunderous palm touched the dark sword light, a chill instantly surged into his palm. Thinking of this, Ning Yu took a deep look at Qing Yanjing, although now she didn't know how Qing Yanjing, who was just the supreme realm, could block Luo Enju, who couldn't even block the red sky sword slaven by Yulong. The entire immortal peak began to shake violently, crumbling, as if it might collapse at any time. In the palm of Zhou Xingdou's palm, the secrets of the Thunder Path gathered together again, forming the terrifying Thunder Path fourth layer heaven, which fiercely blasted towards the sword light in front with unparalleled power. The formation of Chuyuan Peak buzzed violently, constantly bearing the impact of this terrifying power. In an instant, countless black lightning spear tips burst out from the spear, pouring down like a heavy rain. My mother, if I had known that I was here to pester my father, even Grandpa Quasi-Emperor would be unable to withstand this, and the formation of Chuyuan Peak would not be able to withstand it for long. But Ling Sancho's offensive would not stop at this moment, and suddenly another dark sword light slashed out. Boom! The two collided and made an earth-shattering noise. In the void, lightning overflowed, the sword light shattered, and the entire Great Dao trembled. And now the one who is really withstanding the greatest pressure is Zhou Xingdou. If Zhou Xingdou is defeated, Ling Sancho will be unstoppable. The pressure it exudes makes people breathless, as if it is the light of death coming from the abyss of hell, with endless murderous intent and aura of destruction. Bai Yulong even slapped his legs anxiously and said angrily. However, at this moment, a huge buzzing sound suddenly came from Chuyuan Peak. However, when he took a closer look, he was surprised to find that a deep black bloodstain had appeared on his originally crystal-clear jade palm. He could even see the white bones inside, and countless small black lines followed the bloodstain. Quickly spread to the entire palm. But now there was no other way, so he had to drag the panicked Luo Hanyi into the Chuyuan palace. Zhou Xingdou is protected by the god of Hades, and his whole body is shining with mysterious and powerful starlight, as if the god has descended into the world. Everyone hide in the Chuyuan palace. The Peak Master's sword intention remains there, and it may be possible to stop the Quasi-Emperor for a while longer. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou does not have Emperor weapon-level weapons on his body. To be precise, the Zhou family has quite a few, but it is impossible for him to carry everything with him. In an instant, the shocking fourth-layer thunder world in his palm suddenly burst open, and endless thunder light surged out, but it was unable to withstand the power of this sword light. Buzz! Ning Yuzi didn't care about the rules now, so she immediately grabbed Luo Hanyi and shouted to the others. The punishing Thunder Emperor armor on his body was also completely activated at this moment, emitting endless thunder, and every thunder contained the power to destroy the world. Please! At the same time, a biting pain came from his palm, and Zhou Xingdou subconsciously turned around and retracted his palm. If the guess is correct, the ancient long sword covered with unknown divine patterns in Ling Sancho's hand must also be the quasi-emperor weapon. Zhou Xingdou would be unable to resist it with his bare hands. Fa Hai and Yuan Tian, who were sitting cross-legged on the side and had just used supreme medicine to stabilize their injuries, looked shocked. Their injuries caused several mouthfuls of black blood to spurt out. It's too late. Mistress retreats first. Yan Jing will risk her life to stop him for her master. Qing Yanjing raised her eyebrows, wiped the scarlet blood from the corner of her mouth, her delicate body remained motionless, and said with a heavy voice. However, it is definitely not a wise choice to resist this sword light. Suddenly, the music of Hades suddenly appeared in the world. Zhou Xingdou sat firmly in the void, and the prison-suppressing divine glory suddenly appeared, and a shadow of Hades enveloped Zhou Xingdou's body. Fa Hai dragged his body that was seriously injured by unknown erosion and didn't seem to want to retreat. He wanted to stay here with Qing Yanjing to resist Lord Luoan, but he was directly picked up by Yuan Tian and rushed into the Chuyuan hall. Bai Yulong had no choice but to gather all his holy power and shouted. Grandpa, do you want your grandson to die? With that said, Bai Yulong hugged his fists towards Qing Yanjing and retreated into the Jushuan palace with everyone. Why couldn't Bai Jinglong hear his grandson's call, and how could he not see Lord Luo and attack Jushuan Peak? But now, the 120 black armored supremes who originally reversed the formation have blocked him and Qishan Sword Slave. Moreover, the 120 black armored supremes are in a strange position, with weird postures, forming a square. Weird battle formation. At the top of the battle formation is a simple black flag. This black flag is full of divine power. It is probably not ordinary among the ranks of quasi-emperor weapons. Those weird saints have now joined the representatives of major forces and the disciples of Zan Heavenly Dao sect. The black mist spewed out from the cracks under the Judean Peak formation, and it seemed to be alive, sweeping towards the living beings. When touched by the black mist, mana and life were being lost to an insignificant degree. How could Zhou Xingdou not care about Jushuan Peak, but fighting against a strong man like Ling Sancho, how could he be distracted? The only good news now is that the Guardian of Hades can offset some of the damage of that simple long sword, giving him something to do capital to fight with Ling Sancho. But Ling Sancho's combat power was really terrifying. Even so, he was completely suppressed. What's more, Zhou Xingdou's power was brought up by external forces. This kind of power could not last long. Moreover, the Star Guardian possessed by him may not be able to withstand the damage of Emperor grade level for too long, and may automatically break away from the possessed state. This made Zhou Xingdou feel anxious. Click. Under the terrifying offensive of Master Luoan, who was holding the Emperor weapon, the formation of Jushuan Peak made a sound of being overwhelmed. In the end, it could no longer hold up and collapsed and shattered in an instant. However, just when Lord Luoan tried to step into Jushuan Peak suddenly buzzed, and billions of spiritual seals rose up like a tide and were engraved between heaven and earth. Qing Yanjing's figure slowly emerged like a peerless divine maiden. There was still blood on the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped clean, but her beautiful eyes were full of perseverance and unyielding. Lord Luo stared at Qing Yanjing, who came out of Jushuan Peak, and his originally confused expression instantly turned into a bit of laughter. On his ferocious face, like an eagle watching a wolf, he began to laugh unbridled and wildly. The laughter was deafening and resounded through the sky. Ha 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 ha, Supreme, I thought there would be some great means, but I didn't expect it was just a Supreme. Luo Enju's laughter was full of contempt and ridicule, as if he was laughing at Qing Yanjing's overestimation of his abilities. How far is Supreme from Zhundi? There is almost a difference between an ant and a god. Now, a woman from the Supreme Realm stands in front of a quasi-emperor holding a quasi-emperor weapon. How can she not make Lord Luo laugh? Not to mention Luo Enju, even Zhou Xingdou's face changed when he saw Qing Yanjing's appearance, even though he knew that Qing Yanjing was the Grand Master of the spiritual formation, and his strength could not be measured by his realm. But this does not mean that Qing Yanjing can use the power of the formation to fight against the quasi-emperor, and it is a quasi-emperor like Luo Enju that even Qishan Sword Slave and Bai Jinglong cannot withstand. Enju Luo couldn't stop laughing, but when he looked at Qing Yanjing, there was a bit more appreciation in his eyes. Little girl, with your courage, if you intend to join the chaos cult, I will spare your life. Qing Yanjing remained silent. There was no expression on her beautiful and gentle face, but she exuded a heart-stopping aura. Her jade hand was slightly raised, as if it was lifting the entire void. At this moment, an unimaginably powerful force burst out from her fingertips. This power is completely different from the primary system. It is full of endless mysteries and depths, as if it comes from an unknown world. In an instant, time and space were shaken, and the heaven and earth shook violently. An endless and heavy breath enveloped this space like a towering mountain, making people breathless. Even Zhou Xingdou and Ling Sancho, who were stirring up the great Tao of heaven and earth and fighting to the death, couldn't help but look sideways in shock. Lord Luo's face also changed drastically in an instant. His original arrogant smile disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He felt unprecedented pressure, and the quasi-emperor's spear in his hand made a low buzz, and the violent emperor's power came to life again. But at this moment, a huge giant that exuded an extremely ancient aura suddenly appeared in the originally empty void. It seems to have transmigrated from ancient times, carrying endless mysterious power, and crashing towards Lord Luoan like an ancient sacred mountain. At this moment, when Zhou Xingdou saw this behemoth, his face did show a hint of joy. Because apart from Qing Yanjing, I am afraid that only he himself knows what this thing is. I saw that the behemoth turned out to be an endless huge stone tower. It was majestic and majestic, towering into the clouds, slowly pressing down from the sky, carrying an indescribable power of suppression, and pressing directly towards Lord Luoan. The pagoda of pagoda. But at this moment, between Zhou Xingdou and spirit partitioning, Ling Sancho's half-smiling words rang in his ears. My nephew is so brave, he dares to spirit partition in front of me. Suddenly, Zhou Xingdou felt a chill in his chest, and then came an extremely terrifying force. Only then did Zhou Xingdou realize that Ling Sancho's long knife with unknown black light had already slashed into his chest. The guardian of the underworld was torn to pieces at this moment, and the punishing Thunder Emperor's armor was torn open at this moment, and it was actually chopped on Zhou Xingdou's chest. Boom! The sudden blow caused Zhou Xingdou to be thrown back hundreds of feet, and a mouthful of star-filled blood spurted out from his throat. After Zhou Xingdou came back to his senses, he used all his strength to exert the mighty power of the stars in the sky, and then managed to stabilize his body. The 97 ancient stars surrounding him at this moment were already bright and dark, and small cracks appeared on the stars at this moment. This also made Zhou Xingdou's face turn completely cold. He was indeed careless. Now the injury on his chest has begun to interfere with the fusion between him and Xingyu. The mighty power of the stars in the sky has almost reached its limit. But it was naturally impossible for Ling Sancho to stop because of Zhou Xingdou's poor condition. His majestic figure instantly chased after Zhou Xingdou, and a burst of extreme brokenness echoed in the world. The void turned into powder, and the long knife wrapped in the ominous black light was raised high at the moment. The piercing god screamed, and the sky seemed to be divided into two halves at this moment. The long knife struck down, and the blade intent, which was boundless and sharp and filled with terrifying power, struck at the top of Zhou Xingdou's head, as if to split it in half. But in such an emergency situation, Zhou Xingdou suddenly closed his eyes, held his breath and concentrated, forgetting about the extremely terrifying knife that took his life. In his current state, he can only strike with one more blow, and the Xingyu guards will break away, and the trace of the mighty power of the stars in the sky will disappear. In this situation, he had no choice but to be careless. All his methods had already been used on Ling Sancho, but they had no effect at all. He had to admit that Ling Sancho was indeed the most invincible among the quasi-emperors. For this last blow, he must surpass all the previous attacks, whether it was punishing heaven tribulation light, or Thunder Dao fourth layer heaven. Even if they were combined, they would never be able to defeat Ling Sancho. So Zhou Xingdou can only take risks at this moment. Zhou Xingdou slowly closed his pair of eyes, which seemed to contain the entire galaxy of stars in the universe, and his arms began to shake slightly. With the movement of his arms, the surging imperial power disappeared at this moment, and in an instant, the endless blood and boundless divine power gradually awakened from his body surrounded by stars. At this time, the scene of the fierce battle with Tianjizi began to appear in front of his eyes. At that time, he tried his best to revive the great power of the stars in the sky, and his whole body exuded a heart-stopping aura. At that time, his attacks had surpassed divine ability and magic in the ordinary sense. Every move contains a power that is close to Taoism. This kind of attack has surpassed all methods in the world. The sword that punishes the sky, the magic of the Thunder Emperor, and the divine elephant that suppresses the prison were all forgotten by Zhou Xingdou at this moment. Only the moment when he punched was in his mind. During the recollection, an idea flashed in Zhou Xingdou's mind, and the right fist covered with lavender ancient lines suddenly clenched at this moment. In an instant, an unparalleled power burst out from him, as if the entire universe was trembling. I saw that the 97 ancient stars around him, which were already dim and full of cracks, were shining with dazzling light again at this moment. These lights were intertwined to form a dazzling light pillar that shot straight into the sky. This made Lord Luoan, who originally disdained laughter, extremely angry. Faced with Zhou Xingdou's fierce and unstoppable punch, Ling Sancho's sharp and shattering knife that originally wanted to kill Zhou Xingdou, whether it was the overwhelming blade intent, the terrifying power and the extremely ominous and strange light, they all came to an abrupt end under this punch. Saying that, Lord Tianfo glanced at Jushuan Peak, then looked at Qishan sword slave and Bai Jinglong behind him and said solemnly. Zhou Xingdou's fist was densely covered with tiny cracks. The injuries left on his body could no longer be suppressed at this moment and exploded, causing blood to flow out of his mouth. Ling Sancho also seemed to be frozen at this moment. His movements were frozen when the long knife was struck, and his whole person was still on the spot, with only a look of horror on his face. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou had entered a state of selflessness. Even when facing the blade so close at hand, he only had one feeling. Old thief, if my son were here, I would suppress you with one hand. And this golden lotus also firmly caught Zhou Xingdou, who fell from the void. An extremely gentle Buddha power burst out from the golden lotus of Buddha's light and injected into Zhou Xingdou's already dilapidated body, lifting Zhou Xingdou's life from his near-death injuries. Zhou Xingdou also looked puzzled. Even he did not expect that Tianfo Lord would stabilize his life, but in the end he sighed weakly and thanked. Logically speaking, Zhou Xingdou deposed the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas and gambled on the supreme scriptures of Buddhism, not to mention that he did not give face to Tianfo and 10,000 Buddhas. Even if Tianfo didn't take action to stabilize Zhou Xingdou's life, there was nothing wrong with him. At this time, a divine voice descended into the world and said, with the appearance of this ray of light, the void in the past let out endless screams, and the surrounding void began to twist violently. Chaos cracks spread like a spider web with Zhou Xingdou's fist as the center. This punch seems simple and unremarkable, with no rules to follow. It is like a childish punch thrown randomly when playing, and it is also like an ordinary blow from an ordinary person. However, it is such a simple punch that contains endless mystery and power. The domineering aura it exudes is heart-stopping, as if it can crush everything in the world. The golden lotus of Buddhism is the first to stabilize life. Although it cannot restore Zhou Dao Child's injuries, it can save his life. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly on his pale, paper face. Lying in the Buddha's light, he raised his head as much as he could to look at Ling Sancho, who was still frozen there. He felt a little uneasy in his heart for a moment. Is this Caitian Yida really defeated? The figures of the Xingyu guards emerged, but at this moment they seemed to have maintained the same insubstantial form. Each figure turned back to its true form, but then became limp like mud, and one after another fell powerlessly to the ground shrouded in endless black mist. Girl, this dark master will definitely kill your whole family in the future. However, Tianfo Lord waved his hand and did not say those false words. He said bluntly. Zhou Xingdou's eyes also opened at this moment, and the bright stars had disappeared, replaced by billions of Taoist thoughts. No need to thank the poor monk. The poor monk is also afraid that if something happens to Zhou Dao Child, it will be difficult for Ping Monk and Yuan Chan to get out of the Zan Heavenly Dao sect. But at this moment, on the battlefield of Jushuan Peak, Qing Yanjing waved her fingers with all her strength, and the pagoda of Pagoda kept pressing down. Lord Luo held the quasi-emperor spear on the pagoda of Pagoda, but the quasi-emperor weapon-level spear was struck by that ancient boundless force. The suppressive force bends it. Tianfo Lord looked at Zhou Xingdou with extremely complicated eyes, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt his right fist sink. At this moment, the power of the endless stars in the universe seemed to be blessing him. Thank you, Master Jingtai. What's more, the situation is still not optimistic. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou seemed to have been completely evacuated, and was no longer able to float in the air. He and the Xingyu Wei fell into the ground shrouded in endless black mist. Zhou Xingdou also came to his senses at this moment, and punched out instantly. The wind of the fist roared past, tearing open the void, and billowing chaotic energy spurted out from it, like a surging torrent, heading straight towards Ling Sancho in front of him. Sweep away. At this moment, all the terrifying fluctuations around the two people calmed down, leaving only a death-like silence. Among the golden lotuses, a person who he never expected to help appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Qing Yanjing's cold face also became a bit angry because of these words. At this time, a golden lotus with Buddha's meaning suddenly rose up in the endless black mist. Under the Buddha's light, it squeezed the black mist away and opened up a pure world. Under the Buddha's light, the 97 star guards were stable. Come down to the pure heaven and earth. I am the Tao, heavenly Buddha. The first of the two to make any movement was Zhou Xingdou, who was pumping his fists. At this moment, his aura began to stir, and the infinite star power in his body overflowed, and the 97 ancient stars surrounding him exploded. Click click click. 3 consecutive shattering sounds resounded throughout the world, and Ling Sancho, who was frozen in place, finally made a move at this moment. I saw that the simple long knife wrapped in the unknown black light was broken inch by inch at this moment, as if it could no longer withstand some huge force, and finally broke into countless fragments and scattered everywhere. At the same time, Ling Sancho's body also began to undergo surprising changes. His skin seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and ferocious cracks spread across his body. Blood spurted out, turning him into a bloody man in an instant. And these emperor's blood did not flow freely, but condensed into thick blood mist in the air, permeating the surroundings, forming a strange and bloody atmosphere. The emergence of this situation undoubtedly made Zhou Xingdou's side look overjoyed at this moment. After all, the opponent's highest combat power, the three heroes of Profound Heaven and Caitian Yidao Ling Sancho, would definitely be seriously injured even if they did not die. But Zhou Xingdou's face did not show any joy, instead it turned extremely ugly for a moment. Even he himself didn't know how powerful his punch just now was, but now it seemed that it was still not enough to kill Ling Sancho. As long as Ling Sancho doesn't die, they are the ones in danger now, because even if it is a dying quasi-emperor with 10 transformations, no one can resist it now that Zhou Xingdou has lost all his magic power and Xing Yue can no longer possess him. Like a bloody man, Ling Sancho's body rose and fell with rapid breathing. Zhou Xingdou's punch just now almost killed him. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't been unable to survive in the end, he would have died today. At this moment, the fear of that punch still remained in his eyes. That punch was so close to the extreme that only the great emperor could possibly punch it. But then, Ling Sancho suddenly laughed. His laughter was like thunder, resounding throughout the world. The sound waves turned into substantial power, and the sound stirred up and shocked the world. However, there seemed to be some indescribable bitterness hidden in this laughter. Today, Ling Sancho is like a magic sword that creates the world, and like an emperor who is admired by all living beings. His presence makes people feel an indescribable majesty, as if he is the master of this world and controls all the power of life and death. Buzz. However, at this moment, at the pinnacle of all the ways, the way of heaven suddenly emerged, and its sacred sound resounded throughout the world, like a bell, ruthless and indifferent. Things from other worlds dare to act cruelly in front of me. The scars on his body miraculously healed at this moment, and he became no longer ordinary, but extremely powerful, like an unshakable mountain, overlooking all living beings. The godless power that had been accumulating in Ling Sancho's body suddenly stagnated. His whole aura declined sharply, like a mountain collapsing. His majestic, emperor-like demeanor seemed nondescript in front of the holy voice of heaven. Old God, the deal is done, my true spirit will be dedicated to chaos. When this matter is over, he can go outside the territory to complete the emperor's path. Zhou Xingdou's face was as pale as paper at this moment. How could he not know what Ling Sancho's words meant? How could Ling Sancho not know the rules of Chuyuan Cheng Emperor? Everything was as he expected. Now, for him, just crippling the power of the great emperor is enough. After all, the only obstacle to him now is Zhou Xingdou. Feeling the power that he had longed for, Ling Sancho's heart swelled to the extreme. This sacred voice of heaven carries supreme authority, just like the operating rules of the entire world. With just one word, the great Tao of the sword of heaven and earth that spans hundreds of millions of miles collapsed instantly, and all the strange scenes suddenly disappeared when this sacred voice of heaven was sounded. Stop! Then a cry of blood and trembling sound echoed through the sky. The majestic pagoda of the pagoda trembled violently at this moment, and let out a loud and mournful cry. In an instant, it was unable to fight back and was driven into the void by the sword light and disappeared. Although Dark Master Luo was under great pressure from being suppressed by the ancestral pagoda of the Buddha, he was ecstatic about Ling Sancho's move to become emperor. He quickly shouted to Ling Sancho, who was enjoying the surge in power. But now, not only can those who have exhausted their life source be unable to use the word secret, but their own recovery power has also been suppressed by the ominous power of the scars on their bodies. Even swallowing the treasure medicine is useless. Is this the power of the great emperor? Even the incomplete great emperor has surpassed countless quasi-emperors. But then he looked at the majestic pagoda and sneered. The only way is for someone to forcibly input the source of life for him, otherwise even he will not be able to recover from such extreme ruin. Now you should call me Holy Master. Ling Sancho's voice echoed in the endless void, with a sense of determination and helplessness. It was as if he had made a difficult decision that would completely change his destiny. Tianqin has not yet appeared, and people from the early Yuan dynasty must not be emperors. Master Jingtai, Ling Sancho is afraid that he will step into the Emperor realm. Please help me restore the origin of life. Billions of miles between heaven and earth are shrouded in the great Tao of the heaven and earth sword. The endless, sharp and supreme blade intent is like a torrent running through ancient and modern times, spanning the eternal sky, shocking everyone's hearts. As Zhou Xingdou expected, as soon as Ling Sancho finished speaking, it was as if a mysterious and powerful shackle was suddenly broken on his body. Lord Tianfo's face trembled when he heard this. Zhou Xingdou's words were like a thunder exploding in his mind. He had no time to think and did not care about balancing interests. He immediately obeyed Zhou Xingdou's words, regardless of the damage to his own origin. The source of his own life was injected into Zhou Xingdou's body. But Ling Sancho's expression was not too surprised. It seemed that everything was within his expectation. At this moment, he looked at his body with a smile on his lips. As he spoke, Ling Sancho waved his hand, and for a moment the sky wept with blood, and the great Tao screamed mournfully. A beam of supreme sword light filled with overwhelming force directly hit the pagoda of the pagoda. Ling Sancho's face suddenly showed a hint of displeasure, and he looked at Lord Luo with cold eyes. At this moment, Ling Sancho exuded an unparalleled and supreme imperial power. Around his body, there was a power that transcended the world, which was constantly brewing and accumulating. There was a bit of joy and enthusiasm in his eyes. Lord Ling, please help your subordinates. After the punch just now, Zhou Xingdou's life source has been exhausted. Otherwise, how could he use the Buddha to hang up his life? With his recovery power, as long as it is completely wiped out, he can recover instantly. At that moment, the entire Chuyuan world was shaken, as if it was ushering in an earth-shattering change. The great emperor was shot down by heaven before his path was opened, causing countless creatures to feel sorry for him. Qing Yanjing, who was controlling the pagoda of the pagoda, suddenly felt an irresistible backlash coming like a tide, instantly flooding her whole body. The billions of spiritual seals between heaven and earth shattered and dissipated in an instant, like a gorgeous but cruel fireworks feast. The originally dazzling divine light on her body dimmed instantly, and was replaced by deathly silence and darkness, as if all life was being swallowed up at this moment. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from Qing Yanjing's mouth, and the bright red drew sad arcs in the air, as if it were a witness to the loss of her life force. Her breath became extremely depressed, like a candle in the wind that might be extinguished at any time. However, despite suffering such a heavy blow, Qing Yanjing's eyes still showed determination and unyielding, without the slightest hint of regret. Zhou Xingdou naturally could not turn a blind eye to all this. He looked at Qing Yanjing anxiously, his heart full of worry and anxiety. At this moment, Tianfo Lord is infusing him with the power to restore the origin of life, but the progress is extremely slow and has not yet reached 1/10. At the same time, all the members of the Xingyu guards had passed out and died on the cold ground. If it had not been for the intentional protection of Tianfo Lord, they would have been swallowed up by the strange black mist and lost the last hope of survival. Qishan sword slave and Bai Jinglong, under the Black Flag offensive launched by the 120 Black Armored Supremes, had already been invaded by unknown things. Now they are still alive thanks to the masters Tianwei, Tiankong and several powerful forces. Powerful aid in. The major forces and Zan Heavenly Tao sect disciples screamed in agony, almost being suppressed overwhelmingly by the strange saint. What's more, the scene of Ling Sancho becoming emperor just now caused an atmosphere of despair to envelope the entire Zan Heavenly Tao sect, making everyone's heart feel like it was covered by the shadow of black mist. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou understood what true powerlessness was, but he was really unwilling to give in. How could he be willing to lose like this? Call out. Almost at the same time, Luo Enju, who had escaped from the suppression of the pagoda of the Buddha, suddenly threw out the quasi-emperor's spear in his hand. The quasi-emperor's spear was unparalleled in power, flashing with endless black thunder, tearing apart the curtain of heaven and earth, and burning the endless void. During the buzzing, only a popping sound was heard. The quasi-emperor's spear flew away like a black meteor, and with astonishing speed and accuracy, it pierced into the heart of Qing Yanjing, who had fallen into the void due to the force of the backlash. In an instant, endless power of destruction burst out from the quasi-emperor's spear, like a surging torrent, completely annihilating Qing Yanjing's remaining trace of life. At the last moment of her life, Qing Yanjing turned her head with difficulty and her eyes fell on Zhou Xingdou. A gentle smile appeared on her face covered with blood. However, as her pupils gradually diverged, all the power in her body also overflowed, and her breathing finally stopped completely. The quasi-emperor spear pinned Qing Yanjing's body to the void, and the endless wind of the void whizzed past like a resentful spirit, blowing at Qing Yanjing's lifeless body. The smile on her face was frozen at that moment, like an eternal sculpture. The corpse swayed feebly in the wind, as if it might drift into the vast void at any time. Luo Enju looked at the scene in front of him, and an uncontrollable pleasure surged in his heart. His laughter echoed in the void, full of pride and ridicule. Ha 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 ha, crazy woman, isn't your son very powerful? Can't he suppress me with just one hand? Why are you dead now? Do you think you can compete with me with your meager strength? It is simply a dream. His voice was like a demon's roar, making the entire void tremble. However, Qing Yanjing's body was always suspended there quietly without any reaction. Her eyes were empty, as if she had completely separated from the world. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's eyes were extremely empty, as if he had lost his soul, and he was staring quietly at Qing Yanjing's corpse swaying in the wind in front of him. His heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of fine needles at the same time, and severe pain instantly spread through every cell in his body. However, this pain only lasted for a moment before being overwhelmed by a boundless killing intent. The pair of silver-white eyes that originally shone with purple energy were now filled with endless blood red, and extremely angry emotions spewed out like a volcano. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a low buzzing sound, suffocatingly powerful forces suddenly surged through Zhou Xingdou's body, as if he was about to revive. This power was so huge that the heaven and earth trembled, all realms were frightened, and even the indestructible profound heaven formation buzzed in pain, as if it would collapse at any time. At the same time, the Tianfu Lord, who had been injecting the source of life into Zhou Xingdou, was also knocked away by the terrifying power at this moment. Although his face was full of shock, he still shouted anxiously. Calm down with your current physical condition, if you forcefully perform exercises, you will definitely die. Ling Sancho naturally kept paying attention to Zhou Xingdou's situation. When he saw Zhou Xingdou, who was extremely angry, he couldn't help but sneered. Do you know why I didn't kill you right away? That's because I want you to witness the people you cherish die tragically one by one in front of your eyes. Ling Sancho also had endless resentment towards Zhou Xingdou, who almost put himself to death and forced him to completely dedicate his true soul to the ancient gods of the Chaos cult in exchange for the path to the great emperor. Ling Sancho was determined to plunge this profound Heaven Dao child into complete despair, to make Zhou Xingdou's mind collapse, and to let him die in despair after being tortured. As for the great power in Zhou Xingdou, he didn't care at all. No matter how powerful the quasi-emperor's 10 transformations were, could he be as powerful as the great emperor? Even the incomplete great emperor cannot be defeated by any existence under the great emperor. At this moment, Ling Sancho's face was extremely ferocious, and his voice was bone-chilling, echoing between heaven and earth, constantly stimulating Zhou Xingdou's soul. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were red, and he was gnashing his teeth. His voice was full of endless hatred and anger, and he roared hoarsely. Ling Sancho, I want you to die. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou could no longer care about anything. Even though his body was extremely dilapidated and he couldn't bear even a trace of the power of the stars in the sky to revive, he still chose to fully recover. Even if the next price is death. The void was so fierce that not only the entire Chuyuan, but also the rolling sea of chaos outside the territory was boiling at this moment, and even the heavens were shaken by it. But at this moment, a cold and ethereal fairy voice sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. You want to die. The moment this cold and ethereal fairy sound sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt that his connection with the mighty power of the stars in the sky was cut off by something. The boundless mighty power that washed over Zhou Xingdou was cut off like rootless water at this moment and dissipated in an instant. This sound put Zhou Xingdou in a trance, and his eyes, which were close to losing his mind and were left with only madness, became slightly clear at this moment. 2 lines of blood and tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and the hoarse voice seemed to be trembling and growling. Master, kill them, I want them to die, I want them to die. As you wish. This time, this cold and ethereal fairy sound was no longer limited to Zhou Xingdou's ears, but was like a thunder that shook the earth, transmigrating layers of obstacles and resounding throughout the entire world. The fairy sound is lingering and the lingering sound is lingering, as if announcing to the world the arrival of some irresistible force. For a moment, time and space seemed to freeze, and the whole world fell into a strange silence. The profound heaven formation was originally operating at full strength, but at this moment it seemed to be choked by an invisible hand and stopped suddenly. And the strange black mist that enveloped the entire Zon Heavenly Tao sect was even more vulnerable to this very sound. In just an instant, it melted away like white snow in spring, all the visions disappeared without a trace at the same moment, and clarity and tranquility were restored between heaven and earth. Ling Sancho's originally ferocious face revealed a trace of unconcealable fear the moment he heard this very sound. His eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. However, before he could react, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded. The profound heaven formation unexpectedly opened at this moment, and countless dazzling fairy lights were like a fairy sword, whizzing down from the 9 heavens and shooting straight into Zon Heavenly Tao sect. These fairy lights are surging like torrents. Wherever they pass, the void is shattered and everything gets out of their way. With unparalleled power, they illuminated the entire Zon Heavenly Tao sect, and made everyone feel an unprecedented shock. In front of this powerful force, everything seemed so small and insignificant, even Ling Sancho who made them despair. Under the fairy light, the strange saint and the black-armored supreme suddenly began to crumble like clay sculptures. The ominous power stained on everyone's body spilled out from their bodies as if the ice and snow melted at this moment, and then burned into smoke. And among the billions of fairy lights, a peerless and cold fairy shadow emerged, with peerless splendor and stunning coldness, overwhelming the country and the city, and incomparable beauty. In front of this fairy figure, any adjective is pale and powerless. She is 9 heavens' profound maiden, and one look at her is a gift. This figure is also the sword master of Zon Heavenly Tao sect, the master of Zhu Zon Peak, the Luoxia sword immortal who is the leader of the 3 great sword immortals in the Chuyuan dynasty, and Zhou Xingdou's master, Tian Zhuo. Ha 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 ha, are you pitying me? Buzz. At this moment, Commander Xingyu suddenly raised his head, and his originally ethereal voice became as cold and gloomy as the 9 netherworld. Tian Zhuo also saw through Ling Sancho's current state, which made her eyebrows move slightly, and her cold face also showed some confusion. I will definitely make it impossible for him to live or die. While the sky and the earth were humming, the Milky Way was falling, shining with hundreds of millions of starlights. A terrifying imperial power that made the universe tremble burst out from around the Xingyu commander, directly suppressing Lord Luoan. I no longer care about the rights and wrongs. I promised my disciples to let you die. Senior brother, I never thought it would be you. But in that void, Qing Yanjing's body was nowhere to be found, and even his quasi-emperor spear had disappeared. He has clearly become the emperor, so why does he still feel fear when facing Tianzhou? He has obviously broken the imperial path. This couldn't help but make him extremely nervous, and he kept observing his surroundings. Tianzhou appeared from the billions of fairy lights in the 9 heavens, and everything was eclipsed in front of her. Her extremely bright and beautiful eyes were looking at Ling Sancho with extreme indifference, and the fairy voice also became as mysterious as the 9 heavens. Ice cold. Ling Sancho suddenly laughed because of Tianzhou's words, his laughter filled with hatred and jealousy. In an instant, he looked at the cracks under the Judean peak that were now illuminated by the immortal light, and a trace of anxiety flashed through. And feeling the stinging pain of the fairy light shining on his emperor's body, looking at the figure like 9 heavens' profound maiden, his state of mind completely collapsed. They had clearly reversed the Judean peak formation, and the crack had been completely opened. Logically speaking, the army of chaos god cult sleeping in the Luo family should have appeared by now. But until now, apart from the black mist spitting out from this crack, not a single being has descended. And at this moment, above the Buddha's golden lotus, an illusory figure was kneeling at the feet of Zhou Xingdou, and the illusory, low voice said full of guilt and sorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou turned his gaze to the frightened Lord Luo. The murderous intent in his eyes was as real as reality. If eyes could kill, then Lord Luo would have died thousands of times. But at this moment, Tianzhou's unparalleled face turned cold, and his voice was extremely calm. Luo Enju was trembling all over at this moment. The power of Tianzhou was too great. He was the first of the 3 great swordsmen in the early Yuan dynasty. His swordsmanship was beyond the world of the early Yuan dynasty. He didn't think Ling Sancho could withstand such a prestigious reputation. Tianzhou's voice was very calm, as if the person in front of her was either her former senior brother or a powerful false emperor, or she had never cared about these things. How is it possible? How can you be so powerful? But have you ever thought about why? Just when Lord Luo was tensed and panicking, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying murderous intent shrouding him, and a tall figure with a star-robed face appeared in front of him. When Ling Sancho faced his former junior sister Tianjor, who was also the master of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, he could not maintain his imperial power at all. His eyes were full of disbelief. You, the late arrival of rescue resulted in the death of Mistress Jing. You deserve to die for your crime. In an instant, an extremely tall phantom rose up behind Commander Xingyu, and countless galaxies emerged above the phantom, turning into a starry sky that covered the sky and covered the earth. I don't need you to die, but the person I want to kill her will not die well. What you asked for was the false emperor, so you betrayed profound heaven. Indeed, you and your senior brother have already settled into the emperor realm, but I only asked for a false emperor. It's really ridiculous. However, Zhou Xingdou was hugging Qing Yanjing's already cold body tightly at this moment, and his voice was as cold as a ghost. This gave him a bad premonition, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that he had lost contact with the quasi-emperor's spear, which made him look hurriedly at Qing Yanjing, who was originally nailed to death in the void. Impossible, you clearly went outside the territory, and it promised me that it would hold you back. Ling Sancho's face turned crazy and he roared ferociously. Ling Sancho was getting more and more frightened at this moment. His supreme blade intent, which created the world and was capable of destroying the world, turned out to be useless when facing Tianjor. Even without the Luoxia sword immortal using his sword, just the fairy light surrounding Tianjor can easily wipe out his blade intent without a trace. He stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that all his attacks were so fragile in front of this former junior sister, as vulnerable as rotten wood. They were once known as the three heroes of profound heaven, but now that he has broken through the 10 transformations of quasi-emperor and entered the emperor realm, why is he no longer able to fight back in front of Tianjor? This filled Ling Sancho's heart with despair and helplessness, and he felt as if the whole world was against him. He has given everything he has, betrayed his sect, betrayed his own world, worshipped the chaos god cult to subvert the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, and dedicated his true spirit to the ancient gods. Why did he do so much, but in the end he couldn't compare to Tianjor? This is so similar to the beginning. Even if Tianjor did nothing, he could win the favor of the ancestors, but he worked 100 times harder, but got nothing. This is all unfair. The hatred in Ling Sancho's eyes grew deeper and deeper. He gritted his teeth and tried desperately to exert more powerful power, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the mysterious fairy light around Tianjor. This made his face turn as pale as paper, big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. Why? Tianjor shook his head slightly, and finally spoke at this moment. The fairy voice was still cold and calm. There is no reason or why, the world is just like this. After finishing speaking, Tianjor waved his sleeves gently, and the surrounding time and space seemed to be frozen, stagnating for an instant. Billions of dazzling fairy lights condensed into an unparalleled supreme sword intent at this moment, which was sharp enough to pierce the world and overwhelm all sword intent in the world. The power of this sword intent soared straight into the sky, tearing the sky apart, causing chaos to pour in, heaven to scream, and countless fairy swords in the world to buzz. However, at this critical moment, the profound heaven legal world suddenly shook violently. I saw the mysterious light pattern that was originally suspended between the two immortal peaks of Jushuan and Judian, and kept sending out bursts of urgent voices. Junior sister, please be merciful, let him live. It's a pity that Tianjor didn't waver at all because of these words. That supreme sword intent was as dazzling as the sunset falling from the sky. Without any hesitation, it stabbed straight towards Ling Sancho, who had fallen into a state of madness. In an instant, this supreme sword intent penetrated Ling Sancho's powerful imperial body, causing Ling Sancho's figure to freeze in place again. The next moment, the great Tao of the sword that originally appeared between heaven and earth suddenly collapsed and shattered into pieces at this moment, and all the great Tao of heaven and earth screamed loudly. The godless majesty surrounding Ling Sancho also collapsed at this moment like a crumbling tower and jade world, disappearing into thin air. His spirit and soul were transformed into nothingness in this moment, as if they had never existed. Only a dilapidated emperor's body is left, remaining alone in the world, witnessing the glory of the past. This emperor's body lost its vitality and became dim, as if all its vitality had been drained away. It stands there quietly, seeming to tell the stories of the past and the vicissitudes and injustices of the years. Zhang Jizi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Sancho's body. Looking at the completely dead Ling Sancho, his face was gloomy and he looked at Tian Zhuo with a stern look. Why do you want to kill him? He is my junior brother, your senior brother, the peak master of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Even if he is executed, he must be judged by the ancestral spirit according to the sect's rules. Tian Zhuo did not answer Xuanjizi's question. His cold celestial immortal face remained motionless, but instead, his bright beautiful eyes grew cold. You lied to me. The second foreign hall and the ancestor have no suspicion. You deliberately pushed me away so that Ling Sancho could complete this game. Hearing this, Xuanjizi's originally gloomy expression suddenly froze. But before he could speak, Tian Zhuo's fairy voice sounded again. Profound Heaven Feng Santang fought against the autumn wind outside the Luo family and did not take the opportunity to attack the Luo family. If General Zhu Sha hadn't led the imperial army to attack the Luo family, the evil emperor hiding in the Luo family would have already entered the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. At the same time, the fierce battle between Commander Xingyu and Lord Luo Dark had come to an end. The battle was a one-sided massacre. Lord Luo's horrific body, chopped into pieces as fine as mud, is the most powerful evidence. His body was shattered and scattered around, as if swept by a strong wind. Every piece of flesh and blood reveals misery and horror, making people afraid to look directly at it. Lord Luo An's head was filled with endless fear and pain. His face was distorted and his muscles were tense, as if he was experiencing unspeakable torture. Commander Xingyu held his head tightly, digging his fingers into it, using all kinds of methods, as if he wanted to convey all the pain and fear in the world to him. However, Luo Enju could only endure it silently. His mouth was slightly open, and he wanted to shout but could not make a sound. This is not because he doesn't want to shout, but because his body has long been imprisoned by the powerful power of Commander Xingyu, and even his voice has been deprived of him. Only those huge, bloodshot eyes could prove the tremendous pain he was suffering now. Those eyes were shining with despair and pleading, which made people shudder. The people from all the major forces breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, with a look of relief on their faces. They looked at Tian Zhuo in the billions of immortal lights with admiration, and loudly called out the name of Luoxia Sword Immortal. Nearly half of the people in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect died in the battle, and they all sat on the ground in despair, not knowing what to say. Bai Jinglong, Qishan Jianu and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about what happened today, even if they exist like this, they can't help but feel a little scared. Luo Hanyi and others in Jushuan Palace also walked out of Jushuan Peak at this moment. Luo Hanyi rushed in front of Zhou Xingdou, but when he saw Zhou Xingdou holding Qing Yanjing's lifeless and cold body, his heart ached. Luo Hanyi's face showed sadness, and a few tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Aunt Jing, Ning Yu next to her also had a sad look on her face and said in a deep voice. The vitality has been extinguished, the soul has dissipated, and the true spirit has been lost. Even if the Lord of Tianfeng takes action, he cannot save her. Hearing this, Luo Hanyi stepped forward and grabbed Qing Yanjing's hanging jade hand, and shed a few tears. At this moment, she was not jealous of Qing Yanjing being held in Zhou Xingdou's arms, because she knew that Aunt Jing died for her, which made her burst into tears for a moment. Zhou Xingdou is just silent at this moment. Qing Yanjing is the war slave summoned by the system. As long as Zhou Xingdou's immortal system remains alive, the war slave will be reborn in the system. But even so, Qing Yanjing's death gave Zhou Xingdou a huge impact. When he saw his woman being crucified in the void and he was helpless, the pain made him not want to experience it again. Moreover, the rebirth of a war slave from the system is only theoretical. Zhou Xingdou has never used it, and it is not clear whether the reborn Qing Yanjing is still the former Qing Yanjing. All this is unknown. But he still raised a hand and wiped the corners of Luo Hanyi's eyes, but he didn't know how to comfort her, let alone himself. And at this moment, on the top of the endless vast sky, Zhang Jizi's brows furrowed tightly, as if there were endless worries condensed in it. In front of him, there was a unique fairy sword lying across the world, exuding a heart-stopping aura, locking the qi around him firmly. The fairy sword shone with a brilliant fairy light that made the world tremble, as if telling its power and majesty. I haven't solved the problem of Taoist Master. How did you escape from the profound heaven Dharma realm at such a coincidental moment? Tian Zhou's fairy voice became colder and colder, and the anger contained in it was clearly palpable. Her eyes were cold as ice, staring at Zhang Jizi, as if she wanted to penetrate his soul. More importantly, you once personally promised me that you would never let Xingdou encounter any danger. However, now that something has happened to Xingdou, you have broken your promise. As the words came out, Tian Zhou's fairy voice became more and more cold, carrying a kind of coercion that could not be ignored. Facing Tian Zhou's questioning, Zhang Jizi's face became more and more gloomy. He stared at Tian Zhou quietly. Although his voice was plain, he revealed a hint of helplessness that was difficult to conceal. So, in the final analysis, it's still because of Zhou Xingdou. Although he is in danger and was seriously injured, isn't he still safe and sound now? At this moment, he is not only the Dao child of the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, but also has the most complete 9 Profound Heaven creation book that can only be obtained by a Dao master. His reputation will also shock the Chuyuan. I will not wrong him today. Xuanjizi's face became more and more serious. He ignored the supreme sword lying in front of him and kept questioning Tian Zhou. Tian Zhou's dazzling beautiful eyes looked at the crying Luo Hanyi, then at Zhou Xingdou, who was silent and pale as paper, and Qing Yanjing in his arms. The fairy voice was still as cold as the 9-day black ice. But his people are dead. After Xuanjizi heard what Tian Zhou said, an incredible smile appeared on his face, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His eyes widened and his voice was full of doubts. His people are dead. Then, Zhang Jizi pointed his hand to the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect disciples below who were covered in bruises and looked exhausted, and shouted in an urgent tone. Her eyes were full of affection, as if there was endless tenderness flowing in them. Her voice was as melodious as the sound of nature, but it also contained a hint of sarcasm. Look at these people, they are all the elites of our Zhan Heavenly Dao sect in today's battle. Our Zhan Heavenly Dao sect suffered heavy losses, and most of the disciples of our Zhan Heavenly Dao sect have died on the battlefield. Bah! The woman in front of her seemed to be aware of Zhou Xingdou's gaze. She smiled softly, slowly moved her cheek closer to Zhou Xingdou, and whispered in Zhou Xingdou's ear. There was endless sorrow and anger in his voice. Yun Jinji. Puff. He wanted to find out what was going on. However, his physical weakness prevented him from expressing his inner doubts and pain. And her own purple gold precious blood was continuously pouring out from the blood hole in her heart, flowing along the dark gun barrel and onto her jade hand, dyeing her snow-white clothes red. At this moment, the owner of this face is showing a charming attitude. But what about you? Now you come to question me just because there is a person next to your apprentice, and he is not one of our Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Zhou Xingdou suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face, which was originally as pale as paper, became even paler at this moment. At this time, Tian Zhou's face became colder and colder, like frost. Her beautiful and majestic face revealed a chill that was heart-stopping. Zhou Xingdou could feel that his life was passing quickly. He tried to speak, but only a hoarse gasp came out of his throat. However, he could clearly feel the endless destructive aura emitted by the spear, which completely swallowed up his remaining vitality in just an instant. His vision gradually blurred, but he could still recognize the face in front of him. It was an extremely familiar face, with narrow red phoenix eyes slightly raised, revealing a unique charm. Suddenly, an astonishing change occurred on the Buddha's golden lotus when no one was prepared at all. A spear as black as ink stabbed out from Zhou Xingdou's back like a ghost. At this point, Xuanjizi's face turned livid, and his words exploded in the air like thunder, almost roaring. Zhou Lang, all this is fate. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou's consciousness gradually became blurred. How could Zhou Xingdou forget this face? Zhou Lang, long time no see. It's just that his already dilapidated body seemed to be unable to feel any pain. Zhou Xingdou used his last bit of strength to turn his head with difficulty. That's right, she was Lin Fan's mother and Zhou Xingdou's first woman. There is a charming smile on the gentle oval face, which makes people's hearts flutter. Accompanied by the gentle and delicate female voice. As if ignoring the defense of punishing Thunder Emperor armor, this spear easily pierced Zhou Xingdou's body, penetrated his flesh and blood, and directly penetrated his heart. At the same time, the sky above his head suddenly darkened, the temperature dropped sharply, and even space and void seemed to solidify at this moment. This woman who made Zhou Xingdou suspicious but did not dare to draw a conclusion and still had love for her was currently holding the quasi-emperor spear that unleashed endless power. The pitch-black spear tip poked out from Zhou Xingdou's chest, covered in Zhou Xingdou's purple-gold blood, and stopped just 3 inches in front of Luo Hanyi's eyes. You Tianzhor, are you the peak master of Zan Heavenly Dao sect, or the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family? The whole world seemed to be frozen by her anger, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Not only that, the geniuses and strong men of the major forces also suffered heavy casualties, Zan Jizi continued, his eyes full of anger.